PKA 701
There we
with
go.
our guest Caleb Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and Blue Chew, a couple of penis-related pills that are going to help out your life, improve you. Caleb, thank you so much for joining us.
Dude, I'm going to be honest. I'm honored. I've been watching PKA since I was like 15 years old. So this is really weird to me.
I'm going to be people to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I applaud your low expectations and standards.
Oh, man.
I like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. This is cool.
It's weird. Like we did episode 700 last week, and I went on YouTube and I wanted to see, because for those big special episodes, I'm I want to make sure everybody's, receiving it well. They're liking it. Everyone's liking it. And I saw people leaving comments that were like, it's crazy. I'm 24 years old now. Hard to believe it's been 13 years I've watched this show. And I'm like, oh, no. Your social development has to be incredibly hindered.
Oh, stunted. Yeah.
It's the opposite. We lifted these children up.
Exactly.
I learned
these women wouldn't know how to blow it, dude.
Look,
Did
teenagers are pleasing.
Did you learn
women.
a lot from us, Caleb?
Yes. Yeah. I learned, especially, dude, this is so weird. I started saving money when I was 15 years old because of Mail Monday, the whole boomer mythos of $1,000 a month over 20 years millionaire thing. I didn't stick with it for long enough to find out, but I did that. And a lot of just really, I don't know. Yeah. I learned a lot. I became the man I am today because of PKA.
Well,
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's tragic. No, there's
You seem like
the
a
New
good
York
guy.
Times ran an article on someone who became this wealthy guy by following it, and he credited me in the New York Times article. I have it bookmarked. It's,
Really?
Yeah, I'm really proud of it.
So you'll
That's
be
awesome.
in the presidential archives, right? Or congressional archives. They have to.
didn't-
They keep track of all that shit.
I didn't think of that. Yeah, you're right.
Is our show wasting space in there? Do all
I hope
YouTube
so.
videos keep? Are
It's
they
a
kept track
different
of?
archive.
Is it the ADL watch list archive?
It's closed in
enough to
North
watch
Carolina.
lists. Yeah. I know we've said a few things about the Israelis that'll probably get us on some lists.
No, they're never wrong.
I'll be honest. I've swung back the other way. I'm team IDF now as well. For a while they had me. For a while they had me, on the other side because they were showing me a lot of burnt up crispy babies. And then that aid group that's what really upset me a little bit. It seemed like a bridge too far for me when the aid group seemingly were precision struck, their car had a hole through it where the missile hit, and it's well, hang on, why aren't we shooting white people in cars? These are definitely not your terrorists who came on October 7th. These are just feeding
So help me understand, who shot the aid group?
You didn't
Israel.
hear what Kyle's upset about? They were white.
No, but wait, I maybe I misunderstood the start of it. I thought Kyle had swung back and become
I have.
Israel.
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because you
that
like
was-
people who kill aid workers?
Well, no, what I was saying was there was a time when they were showing a lot of crispy babies, and they were showing, like I said, that aid group getting struck, and I was, oh, this is no good. You guys are bad. But I'm coming back around the other way. I mean, they're just trying to win that war that they didn't start. And then they released that video today of them torturing those lady hostages and stuff, and that brought a lot of people back too. If you watched it, they need to show more people that stuff, because I feel like people are only seeing the awful stuff that the Israelis are doing.
I've seen enough of.
They cut their Achilles
dead
tendons, Taylor, so they couldn't run away.
I don't want to see. Is this another beheaded babies thing, or is it?
They beheaded babies. They cooked them in ovens.
They retracted that. You're so far
I
behind,
think
dude.
that's been
I just don't think so.
40 babies or something.
Definitely not 40 babies.
No,
I'm pretty
I can't
sure that's
imagine
the
that being put
initial
forward as fact
reported
for
number, though. I don't
weeks.
think I made that up. Some guy said this on Joe Rogan's podcast, and it kind of resonated with me. He says, all right, you and I are in the house. Some guy breaks in, kills me, and then you kill him because, hey, you were next in line. That's self-defense, right? That's not really a close call. You're allowed to kill that home intruder, right? I think we're all on the same page. Everyone's on the same page. He breaks in the house. He kills me. You kill him. It's in your house. You're cool. Everything's set. Let's go this way. He breaks in your house. He kills me. Then he goes back to his own house. And he's there with 5 or 6 family members, his wife, his 4 kids. He's chilling. He's watching TV. You go to his house and you murder him, his wife, and his children. Is that self-defense? Because that's more what Israel's doing now.
Well, it's called a war, though. It's not about like self-defense. We don't need to stand our ground, and we don't need to be in fear for our lives. There's an existential threat just over the border, feet away. Like you measured in feet how far the bad guys are away. Remember when they were dragging those European women through the in the back of the truck through the streets, and you didn't see anybody upset.
Fantastic feat of upper body strength. Yes.
Everybody spitting on the raped woman laying there with their leg twisted funny. Everybody slapping her. The children are the peasants. Like the Hamas has to defend their hostages from just the populace at large in Palestine. I don't know. I'm on Team Israel on this. I think they're all bad. I think that there might be a few people somewhere who aren't bad, but those people are living such a shitty life because they're not bad, because that they're not of any consequence anywhere. I think most of them are bad. Most of them are either Hamas or Hamas supporters.
If this was Am I the Asshole, I'm firmly everybody sucks here. And that's why I don't like being involved.
Oh,
this was too early to talk about fucking Israel and Hamas in the show.
You're the anti-Boogie. See, no, you're anti-Boogie. Boogie would have been like, they're all good. They're all people. They're all children.
No, you know what?
They're all God's children.
Boogie would barge into the West Bank, and they'd see just how big and powerful he was, and they wouldn't dare. He would have shut that right
look,
down.
and they'd know he means.
You know who we needed?
Yahoo.
We needed Mark Wahlberg on a paramotor that day. He would have shut that shit right fucking down.
It wouldn't have gone down the way it did. That's all I'm saying.
If he hadn't seen, he's like, I was supposed to be on those towers. If I haven't seen that Vietnamese guy on the way to work, and
rough him up,
I would have been killed.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Marky Mark has a history of hate crimes where he beats people senseless.
Big hate crime guy.
Yeah,
he's a big hate crime guy.
Wait, is he a spree hate crimer, or was it a?
Yeah, he's done it a couple times.
A crime of passion.
I think there's definitely like a gay guy, but he beat this Korean man while screaming like
elderly.
An elderly Korean man. He beat while screaming like the right slurs for that man. I don't remember exactly what he called
like an
him.
Educated slur. Like he's not throwing like ones for Vietnamese people out there. Just for, I don't even know what the Korean ones are. I'm embarrassed. It's my job.
We're only 7 minutes in. I'll say
I'm a professional.
I'm a professional slurist. But man, to keep it lighter than the Israel thing, I was watching some of your content, Caleb, and this guy Daniel Larson.
Yeah.
I'm transfixed with this guy now. He's a dude who like has SpongeBob teeth, like only the 2 front teeth, and he seems to have he went down the popular TikTok guy to pedophile rabbit hole, I guess, in record speed. A well-worn path. Yeah. Like, what's the deal with this guy now? Is he locked up? Is he taken care of?
I believe he's still I think he's in custody. I don't know if he's going to be sentenced. Like he's in jail now for he's on his way to prison, I believe, for making threats against the White House. That he was going to build a bomb, and he was just said some very unsavory things about the United States government repeatedly over like a year, and then they finally nabbed him up. And he's like a really fucked up childhood, super traumatic childhood into TikTok fame. And like probably schizophrenic, some kind of terrible disorder. And people are like, "You are the president. You are," and he's like, "I'm the president." And he's like, "You are." Yeah, and he's like, "What is your royalty?" Like exactly, like the people convinced him of stuff for years, and there's all these different arcs. And now he's in jail or prison for probably a long period of time. Also a pedophile, but like. Yeah.
That's not why he's in prison?
No. The pedophile stuff's just kind of like extra.
Yeah, icing on the cake.
I'm super curious. Did he threaten the White House and the president as a partisan or just sort of anti-establishment in general?
Like Ted K, I think. Like really just kind of, but like Ted K, but if Ted K... Yeah.
If Ted K struggled to do basic math. Like,
right. Yes.
Being a mathematician.
If instead of living in the woods, if Ted K on TikTok Live put a toothbrush in his ass, basically.
You slow sold it in a way that made me laugh. I was watching while you were working, or while I was working out, and the pedophile part hadn't come up yet. And you showed a clip of him being like, "Yes," and he has only his 2 front teeth. Only his 2 front,
like a cartoon bunny
literally
rabbit?
SpongeBob kind of teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
And he was like, I looked at the girls and I masturbated to them. And I'm like, what is this big confession? Like he masturbated to girls. Like that's what straight guys tend to masturbate to.
Oh,
and then
shit.
the
Yeah.
next
Same bucket,
clip,
bro. Same
then the
bucket.
next clip was like, the girls he's talking about are in, Children's America's Next Top Model or something like that. And they're
on
like
Pinterest.
11-year-olds. Yeah, and he's
on Pinterest,
11,
bro.
like 10 or 11 on Pinterest. Yeah.
Where do you watch that show?
The show is like them doing like America Next Top Model or
Mhm.
not
Where do
Top
I
Model.
find this show?
Yeah, where is it
Children's Beauty
streaming?
Pageant show.
Inquiring minds need to know.
I don't know. Well, ask
Pinterest, bro.
Daniel. Text him. Yeah.
It's on Pinterest.
That's where the pedophiles are.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so then and he admitted it right on his stream, which tells me that like there seems to be like a chasm in the world of pedophiles where like they're either very clever or they're absolute retards. And this guy's in the retard camp of pedophiles where he just was like, you know what? I'll just cop to it and this will all blow over. And no, it did not.
Can I say,
Yeah.
I think sometimes when you see the people online, not just the Chris Hansens, but the myriad of amateurs, if you even call Chris a pro, who've come afterwards, they want to get someone. And I think they'll go after lonely, low IQ. And I don't mean that as an insult, but like if you tested these people, you'd be like, oh shit. And you have a job and everything.
Dude.
Yeah, they could have joined the army.
They go
Have
get
you
those
guys have you guys seen the poop pills guy?
Is this a different fella? The poop pill?
This is like an Asian guy that
Oh, okay.
One of these predator poacher. It's not predator poachers. I don't remember who it is. Maybe I forget. It's on
I think
Rumble.
this is
though.
one of our sponsors, so tread carefully.
Yeah, he goes on there. He goes on there and he goes to like CVS or Walgreens, and there's this little Asian guy, and he's there to meet a 13-year-old or 14-year-old, whatever it is, doesn't fucking matter. And he's like, I'm here for my poop pills, and he just starts freaking out and having this like meltdown in public. And he's like, I have to poop. And he just starts freaking out and keep talking. It's like it's fake, but it's not. It's real. He gets in his car, fucking crashes, drives away. You've seen that. Yeah, you've seen that. And like his little box car. It's like a little fucking box.
Does he flip it upside down? Like he incapacitates the vehicle, maybe.
It like hits a curb and fucking knocks like that thing had to weigh 40 pounds in the back by how it popped off the ground. Like he had to jump.
Is
like
this a Honda
Evil Knievel.
Element when you say
Maybe.
box car? Okay.
Yeah, something like
Maybe.
that. If I'm
Very
it's been
ugly.
so long since I've seen it. I thought it was like, well, he's not going anywhere now. Like incapacitated.
Poop pills.
Did he have a pooping problem that was established, or was that his like this is the only thing I can think of?
He has that in the back of his head. He's like,
Yeah, that's
if I
his
get
thing.
guff, I'm here for poop pills. No one would admit to poop pills. No one would.
Yeah. He appeared constipated.
Honest.
He appeared constipated. That's the easiest thing to fake. Oh,
I always thought you needed like a child predator hunting license or something. You had to go to
permit.
like the local police department or maybe the feds even. But apparently all you need is a microphone and a telephone because Vitaly is doing it now. You remember Vitaly? He's a Russian YouTuber, did pranks for a long time.
Oh,
I did that
wait, no,
stupid
that's not
thing.
who I'm thinking of. Not the
He's an
weightlifter
actual
guy.
Russian. Yeah, he got real buff on. He started doing testosterone and other steroids for a while and got like real fucking.
That's
buff.
a good prerequisite to pedophile hunting.
Well, he doesn't look as big as he used to, and he also had like I like Vitaly. I've met Vitaly a couple times. He had some kind of a issue a year or two ago where he went a bit deranged and maybe
A slight issue.
You know,
Allegedly, I don't know. I wasn't there.
some of us are a little more spicy. you
There were
know?
mug shots, but I've been there too. So who knows the full story? But
Yeah.
now I guess maybe as part time, he's on. It was either Rumble or one of those.
Kick.
What's it? Is that
Kick.
what is it?
He's
no,
on
I'm
Kick.
saying-
Yeah. Oh,
That's where he live streams.
that's where he does his predator hunting. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, they lured a 70-something-year-old pedophile to like have lunch with a child, and then they start, making. I caught up at the point where he'd been found out, and a lot of people are watching this guy. He'd been found out, and Vitaly and his like squad is on the sidewalk now, and the 70-year-old is approaching them. Maybe after he's already went through the embarrassing part of being called out, and I think he's trying to like apologize or make some amends or see if Vitaly is a cop or something. And just some dude walks up. He's like, yo, I got kids. And decks the 70-year-old, knocks him completely unconscious, and he hits his skull on the concrete and everybody Vitaly has the best comedic timing. Bill Murray, fucking Chevy Chase, eat your heart out. He goes, oh no, someone stop him. As he runs away, as he sprints away. And I mean, you know, when somebody can actually run, how quick they get gone.
Yeah.
It was like that. He's like gone.
Why did that guy run away? Why did he could have been a key to the city hero?
He just attempted murdered an old man.
Who
Yeah, and
being
there's like a puddle of blood on the ground. It looks dark.
Yeah, but he didn't like
Looks real
have a little
dark.
kid in his arms or anything. He was there
Yeah.
apologizing for his.
Yeah.
Do you think
Like
that
an
like
old guy.
the pedophile hunting community, like there's almost a purism to it where like they're like, you know, I'm hunting the dangerous, like
Yeah.
25, 30-year-old pedophiles, and you're basically doing what that dentist did to that old lion. Like you have no honor in your pedophile hunting. You're taking the safe targets.
Yeah, that was a good pedophile. He was over the hill. He was keeping the young ones at bay. He was keeping them squashed down.
He was even more dangerous, if anything, because he's given the young pedophiles hope that they could survive in their way of life until like 80.
He's like the master vampire.
Yeah,
You've got
he's
to slay
Master
him.
Splinter of
He's training
pedophiles. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
that's
He
training
also,
them.
Vitaly also caught, allegedly, this guy Herschel Vainrod, like the screenwriter for Space Jam, the movie Space Jam, caught him.
The old one.
Oh no,
The one from 95 or 96.
Oh, that sucks. That one's okay.
that's a good
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well,
I
he
don't
did-
like that one bit.
Anybody who works around kids, you got to wonder, like, why did you pick this job? This doesn't
Yeah,
pay
it's weird.
what you're putting up with. It should pay
Yeah.
more to have to be around kids. You
Be
must hate
suspicious
kids.
of anyone kind of children.
Yeah. I hate them. When I hear them playing outside my house, I get like angry.
Mhm.
And so like the idea of going so far the other way, I'm glad that that's how God made me, someone who hates children.
You're just a
I-
hater.
It's
You're a
better to
hater.
hate children than to love them too much. I'll tell you that right now.
100%.
For sure, especially if they're not your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, safe bet.
When you
Oh,
like
I'm a
yell
hard
at them, like when you're in your neighborhood yelling at them, Kyle, do you always lead where you're like, and you're also ugly? You're ugly kids hate you.
I don't yell at them.
Underdeveloped.
Two
I don't-
ponytails? What is that about, bitch?
Yeah.
She had one. They weren't side by side. They were high and low. It made no fucking sense.
Your head looks like a wheelbarrow.
I've only yelled at them once, just when they were using my driveway as like a skateboard ramp. There's like a bunch of them out there racing around my cars, so they had to go. But
Do you dislike them
That's
outside
fair.
because they're noisy?
yeah.
Yeah,
I just don't want to hear their happy little voices walking by my house.
Dude, it sounds
Yeah.
funny, but when I lived in a
Oh, my man.
townhouse, we didn't all have our own yards. It was like this shared yard in front of my unit. And I fucking hated the children. I never went outside and said anything. But inside, I would just complain to my wife because they're screaming. Silence your
Yeah.
goddamn kids. We're
Shut
all
up.
hearing
We're having
them."
so much fun, you little
Yeah.
fuckers.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not having
Yeah, that's-
fun.
Yeah, I would pray for rain and storms during the summer when I lived in a neighborhood.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are a bunch of Grinches.
And remember Boogie. Oh no, I always say Boogie because I think fat and Boogie's like Boogie and fat are synonymous to me. It's like
Right.
saying
Mhm.
large.
Catching strays for no reason.
I know.
Easy,
Well, I
easy
wanna-
for him to catch him. You know, he's
exact big guys. Like imagine being as big as he was in a war. He'd be catching like literal strays all the time.
Yeah.
Like, how have you been hit 8
Sandbag.
times today, soldier?
The other people use me as
It's bad.
cover.
Everybody's hiding behind
Can
me.
you imagine him at Bastogne? He's like taking his jacket off. He's so hot. He's like, everyone else is
What am I
freezing.
laughing at?
It's because we're laughing because he's fat.
Because he's a big old fat person, and you
Yeah.
know that's funny. He's made a living out of doing it.
He's
Like,
the one
fuck.
who made a video, like a documentary, and then promoted it where it was like, I'm a big fat loser. Feel bad for me.
Yeah.
And now we're laughing at him for being a big fat loser, but I don't feel bad for him.
I don't think he's a loser. I just think that he's a big fat person, and he makes people laugh with that talent or attribute, if you will. And I don't think he'd be butthurt about someone pointing out that he's a big boy or making a
We
funny
don't
joke,
even
like
dislike
imagining
Boogie.
him at the Somme trying to rush those German guns. Like I just don't think he'd get very far. He's
Yeah.
a big boy.
You
But
think
I-
Vin
I-
Diesel could have saved him? Nah.
I love Vin.
No,
You
no.
love
Marky
him?
Mark's work schedule
No.
would save him though. I saw.
Do you know Boogie, Caleb? Have you ever talked to him?
I was on the Locale podcast before PKA, so that's the extent of my knowledge of Boogie, really, to be honest.
He's a
Yeah,
good guy.
I don't know him. He's not even a bad dude. I don't dislike him. I just enjoyed seeing Woody feel bad when making fun of him. So I have to get into that. So
Dude, our
yeah,
audience gave him such a hard time the last time he was on. Did he do a good job or a bad job?
our audience? That doesn't
It's
sound
true.
right.
Yeah, no, I swear.
Yeah, he
That's
seems like a
funny.
good enough dude. Hopefully
Yeah, I
he's
don't-
losing some weight.
You know, it's hard to keep fucking personal attribute score after a decade or so, but I don't remember him doing anything like that I thought was bad or like evil anyway. He's done some questionable things, but it's
Just
like
pitiful.
He's just exactly. He's like he
But I was
seems like
thinking,
he's
who's
his
that
own
guy?
worst enemy.
Eat that pussy,
Sure.
that guy, EDP. So
Yeah.
EDP is like a well-known pedophile. He's been busted like twice. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
But he is well known. You have heard of him.
You have heard of him.
High level.
I was
pedo.
watching that Kendrick Lamar song, and there's the one part where it's like certified lover boy, certified pedophile, and when they say pedophile, they show a picture of Boogie, and then it's like whop 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 whop, and I'm laughing my ass.
Do you mean EDP
it's not
or
Kendrick
Boogie?
Lamar's.
I think he meant EDP.
I did it again, didn't I?
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, Boogie.
Not
I know
Boogie.
you're not a pedophile.
Boogie's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
Fat. You just like Oreos, not kids.
He's just a big fat guy. He didn't do. He's
God
just a
damn
fat.
it. I'm genuinely not trying to do that to him. EDP, the fat black guy, he's the one. Yeah. He might be my favorite, like, kind of known person, certainly from our little realm, who's been busted for the philia, because he was so, first of all, the people that caught him really mocked him and derided him, like in a way Chris Hansen never would. Chris would be like, "Oh, so what are you doing here tonight? Just out on the town?" Like, that's as mean as he get. These guys are like, "Hey, fatty, we got your poop pictures here. Yeah, that's right. We're not into poop, but clearly you are. Ew, what did you eat, fatty?" And it's like, Jesus, this is lowbrow shit, but it's
What
me.
didn't you eat?
Yeah, I was fully on board with that. Like the powerful looking fat guy calling EDP
Big
fat.
beard.
Because the big
Alex
beard
Rosen.
Rascal McGovern.
Alex Rosen, Rascal McGovern, as you donned him. I saw a video of him, dubbed him. Yeah, I saw a video of him like powerlifting, and like immediately it was so funny. I'm like, oh, he's that kind of fat. All right, I fuck with this guy even more now.
Didn't you meet him? Didn't we meet him together?
Did we meet
San
him?
Antonio?
Did we meet? Was that who that was?
Yeah.
I guess I met. All right,
We met that guy.
It was wonderful to meet you, Alex. And this is a bit I remembered.
Yeah, it just got me thinking. Is all.
You made a huge impression on Taylor, by the way.
If Vitalik can catch pedophiles, I don't see why we can't. We should catch ourselves a pedophile.
Catch it.
Ooh.
Alex has like he has got a nearly 50% incarceration rate now. He like arrests, gets half of them to go to jail. It's pretty impressive.
Good
Yeah,
for
that is
him.
impressive.
Way better
Yeah.
than I would imagine what Chris Hansen got.
Oh
I don't know
yeah,
about
all
that.
of them.
By the end, they had like a whole investigation running side by side.
But
so I
like
think
his
they're getting a
main
lot of them.
show, I think it was
Yeah.
you, Kyle, who told me
Dateline.
that most of those guys didn't end up going to jail.
Well, basically, it's like this. The first season, they didn't know this was going to work. They didn't know what was going to happen. So they were shocked when like dozens of pedophiles were either showing up or trying to show up or one thing or the other. So and then the viewers were like, whoa. You're letting them go? And they're like, they had to change the format of the show. They had to get the cops involved.
Yeah.
But even then, sometimes the evidence wouldn't be right, or maybe something would be done inappropriately as far as the investigation. The cops, it's not like the movies, I guess. The cops can't just be like, you're guilty.
Yeah.
All right, come with us. They there's a chain of command.
Come with us, molester.
Yeah, it didn't always work out.
Yeah.
But the recent episodes I've seen, they do that after report where they show like what they got sentenced to, and it varies so wildly that it feels kind of dirty. Like it's like, well, hang on, we can't give this guy 6 months if you're going to give him 16
Right.
years. Like,
Exactly.
what the fuck?
How do you get into catching pedophiles?
That's what
You
I'm
just,
saying.
like-
All you need is like a phone and like like that's it.
You get lying.
I'm taking a totally different approach. I'm casing elementary schools, playgrounds, shit like that. That's where they hang out, right?
You're not
Yes.
Batmaning this. We're gonna
Holy shit.
You're not telling me what to do, Kyle.
okay. You'll be our exterior squad. You'll
You're
be
gonna
at
love my
those places,
costume.
wearing your mask, watching, keeping a close eye on the kids.
Just
with your
paramotoring
camel
from
back
playground to
on.
playground looking for.
Oh,
other
you're just doing
adults.
moves up there.
They call him the Candy Man. You're just dropping stuff from your paramotor.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'd have
No
to talk to Alex Rosen. Like, what do you
Oh no!
like?
we
How
could
do you
tell.
actually catch them?
All right, so here's what I'd do. I would go onto like Reddit or somewhere like that and I would pose as like a teen.
Yeah.
Somewhere I'd be like a confused teen on a subreddit that's for teenagers. And then I would wait for the creepy messages to pile in, and I'd start talking to them.
Do you
But
think
you'd
that many would actually come in?
You see it all the time. Like you'll see posts where people will be like, "Hey, I'm 15. All I posted was new shoes for cheerleading practice. It's my feet in the shoes. These are my messages." And it's like, "Oh, we've gone to a dark place."
Oh shit. Anyone out there listening to this, if you want to pretend to be a teenager online, send us the screen caps of the pedophiles. Tweet those at me. I want to see if we can find some.
Yeah,
Some
you know what I
would
you know what I would be worried about, and this is like weird, but it's such an awful pedophilia is like the worst thing. We always say it, but like I'd be afraid it's somehow a crime to like be on the receiving end of the receiving end of the pedophilia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Entrapment.
I'd be weird. I'd be
yeah.
weird that, or not even that like somehow it would seem like I'm creepy because I have a 14-year-old girl profile that I'm operating online. I'd imagine you're out there trying to catch pedos, but you just get caught pretending to
just
be a 14-year-old
because my
girl.
Reddit handle is 16 and slutty doesn't mean I'm creepy.
Yeah, right. Like you need cameras. They're like, all right, everyone, now we're going to log in. We're watching the teen profile we're using to catch bad people. Everybody ready for this?
It would only be creepy
right.
if it was like, you know, like they're like, Kyle caught the pedophile. Over the months, he'd made tens of thousands of profiles pretending to be the same 11-year-old girl.
And kept using it after the sting.
People question his methods by using pictures of actual children. Like,
right. Just using actual children, he recruits them.
I mean, I know that
seems illegal.
Decoy.
Chris
That's the
Hansen used to
perfect
get
decoy.
like 20-year-olds who looked like 15. That was his like workaround,
Yeah.
which is it's just a young.
He's got like this cute 20-year-old college student wearing a baseball cap and some jeans, like she looks 12. It's like, bro, don't go in. Those cookies aren't for you. Don't go in.
It's like their last meal. Their little
Yeah,
cookies.
but the thing is, they're already done. They're already cooked. You want like going in is definitely showing, probably escalating things. But once they show up, I think once they're in the yard there, they fucked up. Sometimes the cops will be in ghillie suits. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, the dude in the ghillie suit jumps out.
Bushes.
I love that.
Hilarious.
That guy's having such a fun evening.
Yeah,
There
he's
was
like,
a guy,
hey, Chief, can I get the ghillie out? Fuck, Dateline's here.
Ghillie
Why
Suits.
not?
An ex MLB pitcher got stinged yesterday or 2 days ago or something like that.
That sucks.
And there's a guy who apparently looked like me. People tagged me like a million times on Twitter. They were like, "Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that?" And the guy who tackled him looked like me with a mustache, white guy with a mustache, luckily. But they just opened the door and he fucking bull charged him and tackled him onto the grass, which that seemed aggressive, but he must have been a really
I
bad
liked
pedophile.
it.
I loved it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought that was great.
Yeah, I'm fine with
So,
tackling pedophiles.
He like knocks or rings or
Same.
whatever, and when the door opens, there's a camera so you can see what's going on inside the room just before he opens the door. And the cops are sort of on the starting blocks. You know how before a race you get ready and in position?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
all
exactly.
on the starting blocks, and they know who's going first, second, third. So they flow out of that room like 8 deep rapidly, and the lead man wraps our pedophile up and tackles him to the ground, sends him flying a few feet, like Bobby Boucher tackles him to the ground.
Yeah.
It was pretty. I didn't mind it at all because you saw that other clip where the pedophile immediately pulls the handgun out when he sees the cops. The cops were kind of like pushing up on him, but they were still being what you call polite, like cop polite.
How would you even get them in the end, though? Like, let's say that you have the most convincing fake profile, Kyle, and you actually bait a pedophile who happens to be in your area, and you're like, meet me at the fucking Bojangles off 7th Street at noon, you know, and then you meet him there, and then you're like, aha, I've got you.
Yeah.
Like, and then if you call the police, are the police going to be like, actually, because you're an adult, he wasn't actually talking to a minor? Or would he be in trouble for like, well, this guy thought you were a minor and he was clearly going to do something illegal?
Yeah, you'd have to ask Rascal McGubbins about the particulars. But I noticed sometimes with Chris Hansen that it'll be like, you know, they will just them saying that they're coming there to do the things and then showing up is showing the intent. So and there's also laws about, I don't know how it's phrased, but speaking dirty to children through
Yeah.
the internet.
Send cockpick.
Sending
Yeah.
dirty pics is definitely its own crime too.
Yeah, if they do that,
You
at least
had
you're in the clear.
something
You
that
can get 'em.
proved you knew it was a prank. Or
they
a
do
scam.
that, and it's
Like if I showed up with a note in my pocket that said, "I knew this was Chris Hansen. I'm actually here for the cookies," right?
I
and
think
it's
I did that.
pre-written. I can pull this out.
Yeah.
Viable
I think the
defense?
guy did
Question
that.
mark?
Well, it would depend what you had written in the messages. In the messages, he was like, "Yo, Chris, I know it's you. I'm coming for them cookies." Like I think you'd be all good because you never said you were doing anything dirty. You never did anything dirty. You're sitting there.
But what if
eating
you sent a
cookies.
picture of your cock though?
That's a problem.
Because
That's
like,
a problem.
yeah.
Is that illegal?
Yeah, to a
To send a
child.
picture of your cock
If
to a
you-
child.
What if I
Yeah,
know
someone-
it's not a child, right? In this scenario, I knew it was Chris Hansen.
Well, I think you'd be under the
I-
implication that it is a child.
Yeah.
Well, you'd
I
have to fight
agree.
that one in court, I think, Woody.
Yeah,
I don't,
you'd
I
be
don't
a
think
lawyer.
probably-
people are
if
not
you-
going to take your side.
But I got a letter.
we talked about this like a long time ago where I don't remember who it was on the show, but they were, or here's a good question, Caleb. If you found out your dad like killed someone, like it got into a bar fight outside,
Yeah.
meet me out there. Your dad punched this dude so hard, he fell, hit his head on a tailgate and died.
Mhm.
Your dad escapes home. Are you turning him in?
No,
No.
0%
No,
chance. All of us.
of course not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never. I would
absolutely
never.
not.
I would help him.
All right, so that's
we would
that's
all
an-
help him.
so
It'd
you
be a
don't help
murder
him.
situation.
I'm not helping him at all, but I'm keeping my mouth shut.
That's help.
Now, but of course, that's like the most defensible sort of thing. That's the classic Con Air scenario where Nicolas Cage is just defending his wife outside a bar against three
Right.
attackers, but he's a weapon of death, so he kills one of them and has to go to prison. What if your dad was drunk driving and he killed someone, but and you see him pull into the garage with a bloody, destroyed front end on his car, and he tells you he just hit somebody, and he says, "Boy, get the bucket."
I wouldn't help. I wouldn't help. I would call the police if my dad was drunk driving and killed someone. I would call the police.
See the difference?
Yeah, I absolutely would. Yeah,
Would you call the police?
I would. I've
is worse.
almost. Yeah. I would say. I've like. I don't know. I don't like. I
to be
don't like
worse.
drunk driving. I don't like drunk driving.
I don't
so.
like it either. All right.
I hate it.
Let me change it a little bit. What if he was only drunk driving because you needed him badly and he had been coming? You're like, "Dad, you got to come home. I'm having a panic attack. My girlfriend, wife, significant other just left me. My life is over. I think I'm going to hurt myself, Dad." But he was drinking at the bar and he was like, "Well, son, I've had a few. I don't know. I'm coming." And he's like, "Dad, this is it." And you're like, "I'm coming, boy."
Oh
and on
God.
the way, you ran over a street walking prostitute with AIDS.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So
And so
complicated.
And the
He's
first
saving
thing he
lives
says
at this
is,
point.
"Boy,
She was going to spread those AIDS.
Boy, that's
Doesn't
AIDS
have
blood on
enough
the car.
players, though, Kyle.
That's AIDS blood on the car, boy. Get the bucket and the gloves."
Oh, I'd
Okay.
say for that one's a lot more complicated. I feel like if I'm in the situation where I'm like on the edge, right? I don't think I'm really too worried about if anybody's
Turns out
killing
it's all
anybody.
about your feelings.
Yeah, it's selfish at that
Mhm.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of these have to do with me at the end of the day. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
what
What are
makes
you gonna
me-
do with those? You gotta get your car repaired somehow. I don't know what you're gonna do.
The whole point of the murder though thing, the question is, like, I don't remember if do you guys remember the guests we had on? Was it Filthy or maybe it wasn't
It-
Filthy?
It
But
was someone who was
all
like,
of
"Don't
us
turn your
agreed.
dad in."
Me, Kyle, and Woody were like, we're not turning our dad in for fucking killing someone. Like, no, not turning my own dad in. And then we switched to pedophile, and we're all like, oh, 100%, that guy's got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
And-
got to go.
So it's that much of a line. That it could
I
be a
might
difference
kill him.
between your dad. You're just gonna
To be
end it right
honest,
there.
I might put him out of his misery. Yeah.
Kill your
It's like
father.
you find evidence of his ill deeds.
If-
You find
if-
photographs.
And this is terrible to say, but if it were to like be my father would have molested my sister, let's say, I would kill him. Absolutely, without a doubt.
What if it was in the distant past?
really
Like, you know,
good.
he
I
did
would-
it, but it was
I-
27 years ago, and she's, moved on and establishing her life
Yeah.
now, and he's reformed.
Like Ashley and Joe Biden.
Formed.
I would hurt him. I think I would beat him up. I would have to, I think.
You beat up your
Back in the
this
80s, we
case,
all
pretty old
showered
dad.
with each other's kids.
Yeah.
What
My
was
dad's
it?
50. He probably could still whoop my ass, to be honest.
My
Yeah, I
dad's
think
77. I got him.
Oh, you play him up. Your dad's got no shot. You're gonna ruin him.
Yeah, I think you definitely turn him in if he's done that. I couldn't stomach that. But if he was just like, I got mad and I hit him and he fell funny and oh well, shit. Let's tell
dissolve the body.
This. Yeah,
what if it was a Kyle, to go in the other direction? What if it was an even dumber murder where your dad's like, well, this fella at the bar, he's saying Georgia isn't going to win the national championship next year, and so I punched him. He fell. Pool cue almost kind of final destination its way into his rectum, and now I'm here.
Where is here? Because
at your house.
How can I help him though? Weren't there witnesses at the bar and stuff?
I was it was a mask orgy bar party.
Oh, no one
That was an eyes wide shut bar.
I was wearing a plague mask and
I was at
I had my furry suit on.
I'm making a lot of confessions to you tonight, boy.
That's right. I am Grey Wolf 69.
I'm a very different man than whom you imagine.
The last few years have my horizons, Kyle. Woo!
How about this? Your dad kills a Florida Gators fan.
Look, I probably would be like, I'm not going to turn him in. That's the thing. I'm not going to. There's a
not
big
for
difference
Gators
also.
fan,
No.
There's also a big difference between not turning him in, not like dropping the dime on him per se, and helping him dissolve a body. I don't help him dissolve a fucking body. Like, who are we?
Yeah, I'm not gonna. If my dad kills someone, I'm not gonna help him dispose of the body.
No,
but I'm gonna over trust his explanation of it. If he's like, this guy was coming at me with a series of blades, with death, with his anger, murder in his eyes, I'd be like, I trust you, Dad. You take care of what needs to be done. I'm gonna go play AOE.
I'll make a public statement. If my dad ever kills someone, chances are pretty high I was involved.
That's so funny when this is going to play in court and they have to listen to the whole episode. Be like, at
you're making a lot of
when he did the African man impression. Let's pause there and go back. Look at the
making a lot of sense about his
eyes. Yeah, so that is a lesson, folks. Don't turn your dad in unless he's a pedophile. Or unless he abused you as a kid.
Oh,
and then you can. If your dad abused you sexually as a child, I think it's okay to like retroactively make up something that happened within a statute of limitations. Get them done.
So you
there's no way there's a statute of limitations on being a diddler, right?
There is for sure.
There's got to be, right?
I'll Google it.
Yeah,
there's for beating your girlfriend.
I'm gonna call it 25 years.
Yeah, but this is a serious.
All right, so don't count New York though, because they're just willy nilly with their laws up there. They'll come after you at any point.
Willy nilly.
New York.
Yeah, New York did some kind of like child victim law or something. I think the point was to catch like people who've been diddled by priests as children.
There is no statute of limitations.
Good.
Yeah, there's no way there would be for like murder or like molesting a kid.
And to be clear, it says for felony cases, there's no statute of limitations. I don't know which pedophile abuses are felonies, but probably most of them.
Right. It's just misdemeanor pedophilia.
Well, so maybe misdemeanor is like online shit. I don't know. I'm making it up.
That shit's felony too. They get you. I think maybe you could like.
I think they're probably all
contribute to the delinquency of a minor. Like you give some kids some beer, that's a misdemeanor. But I think if you lay hands on a kid in a sexual way or send them dirty pictures or anything, you're committing like multiple felonies.
Yeah,
it's almost like gun crime in the way they've made every facet of it its own crime to really like get you. Rightfully so. Those are the worst people. You always hear about pedophiles being killed in prison.
Oh yeah,
that's why they have to put them in like separate wings, right?
Even if they don't kill him in prison, it's really hard to bounce back from that socially. Like you have to register as a sex offender, the worst kind of sex offender. Yeah. What job are you going to have going forward? What neighbors are going to allow you to live in that neighborhood?
Yeah, how you're going to introduce yourself to people from now on?
A lot of people kill themselves when they get busted for that because they're just like, well, I mean, nothing good happens to me from here on out.
Yeah, that's a win for society, though. They take themselves out. No one has to have nightmares about shooting their gun in the line of duty.
Unless, of course, you're Roman Polanski, and then you just move to Europe and keep making movies for Hollywood, getting standing ovations.
You can go to France if you've done some fucked up shit, and they'll be like, "Oh, that is just your ink," and it's like, ugh.
Roman Polanski. Pretty sure it's a 12-year-old girl that he raped before he fled to Europe from the charges. One of the greatest directors of all time. He was if you remember, he was Sharon Tate's husband in real life. She's the one who was killed by the Manson family.
Oh, okay.
Her and
Is
her
he the one
unborn
who
child.
married like his own stepdaughter or something like that?
No, that's Woody Allen, who's also
Woody
a
Allen.
pedophile.
You Karl Malone stayed in America. His girl was 13. And it wasn't like maybe he's innocent. No, they have a baby. Like it's pretty locked in.
Proof's in the pudding there.
Yeah.
But he was a really good power forward. So he's got that going for him.
Yeah, Hall of Fame, right?
I'm not sure.
Is France where a lot of these Hollywood pedos escape to?
I don't think there's been a lot of them escaping. It's just Roman Polanski, really.
And then they crack down on. Is he dead?
No, I think he made a movie like recently, right?
People are working with him.
Oh yeah,
he's a legend.
What a despicable industry of people.
They gave him a standing ovation a couple of years ago at the Oscars.
Oh, I remember seeing the brouhaha about that, where like all the Me Too people, like Meryl Streep and whatever, were suddenly like freaking out over this actual pedophile. Cowards. You know what? I don't care how much heat I get in. I don't care for it.
You don't care for it?
2 thumbs down. Don't like it. Not for
Stand
this
your ground.
Not for this guy. No.
I'm still watching his movies though. You can't take that away.
I looked it up.
Punish me.
He's in the fall. He got elected into the Hall of Fame twice.
Hell yeah.
Once as a player for those accomplishments, and once for his Olympic basketball accomplishments.
Yeah,
Karl Malone.
So I didn't know you could be in the Hall of Fame twice, but there he is.
That's impressive.
What was his excuse? He's like, I'm not a pedophile. I'm just
horny.
I'm just bad at math.
She was really sick.
that might check out. He's like, I remember Jimmy Kimmel used to do an impression of him. Everybody did. Jimmy Kimmel put on the full blackface. But you'd always play Karl Malone as borderline retarded. Hello, I'm Karl Malone. I'm not very smart. I'm the butt of every joke. So that would be funny that he just got the math wrong and pedophiled. But he did have children with the children. He got them pregnant.
I bet being like Alex Rosen, one of like the pedophile hunters, I bet it's fun when you start because you're like, yeah, I'm catching a bunch of these guys. But I bet it's like it's like staring into the abyss after a while, where you probably have a sensation where you're like, for every one of these Hydra heads that I chop off, 3 more sprout up in its place. Like this will never. There are way more of these people than I thought there were. But I never looked at my own. I had a friend show me their like the sex offender map that you can look up online, and he was like showing me his own neighborhood, and he's like, "Look, there's someone fucking over here," and I was like, "Oh, I should look up my own house and like see who's around me," and I never did because I'm like, I almost don't want to know. I don't have kids. When I have to
look it up.
I'll have to.
What if your next door neighbor raped like a middle-aged bodybuilder?
I'm gonna check it out right now.
What if he likes big-headed?
What if he like
kind of not even that overweight guys?
Yeah. What if you're his type? Is what I'm getting at. Like that could be a problem. I'd want to know if that guy was next door. Need to make friends.
That's fair. I'm stronger than all my neighbors. Many of them are boomers. So I'm not. I live in no fear of my boomer neighbors. They're not going to get me.
At least not going to rape you.
Yeah. Well, I guess they could like kill me or something, but I don't think.
Yeah.
We're on good terms.
Is
we all know
your neighborhood have like a yard of the month club, like a ward and everything.
No.
We have a yard of the month club.
Have you ever won yard of the month?
My yard's not bad. Like it's actually like a competent yard. It's perfectly green with no, missing spots or weeds or anything, and it's always kept cut. But the people who win it go above and beyond. Like they're doing horticulture out there. They've got lots of wildflowers and shrubbery and landscaping done. So no, they did not. I've never won yard of the month.
One of my neighbors takes absolute impeccable care of his yard, and I hate how it makes my yard look in comparison.
Yeah.
So who knows? Maybe he must be a bad guy.
He's trying too hard, fucking up the curve for everybody.
I like mowing. You guys like mowing?
I just got a new mower.
Not really.
Cool.
What'd you get?
I got a little electric mower for inside my pool fence. So I have a big yard, and so I mow it mostly with like commercial level 0 turns and a tractor with a bat wing. But inside the pool, I had nothing, and it got kind of out of control. So I bought a little electric one, thinking it'd be easy, and it worked. Did the job.
I use a scythe.
It's cool. Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Eastern European style.
Break out the old
Iranian
accent.
surf.
Where's a pickpocket in his off time?
So
my
mowing
peasant
is one
card.
of your relaxation, I guess, behaviors, Caleb. You really like it?
Yes, I grew up as a farmer boy, and I just bought 104 acres, and I have a
I take it
15-foot
back. I don't
batwing.
have a big yard.
15 feet.
It's way too big. I'm tired of it already. I bought a tractor and a commercial lawnmower, and I'm like, this is really fun. And
Please
then
tell
the
me what you
lawn starts
have.
to get. Which one? With the lawnmower?
All right,
or
how
the
many horsepower is
tractor?
your tractor?
75.
Nice. 45 over
Yeah.
here. Yes, that's appropriate.
Yeah. My dad basically forced me to get a really nice tractor.
Do you have a cab?
and-
Is it air conditioned and everything?
Yeah, it's a cab. It's a 5075E John Deere, and it's a 15-foot rotary batwing John Deere, and then it's like the base level 60-inch commercial John Deere fucking lawnmower.
Yeah.
or
So we have a
zero-turn.
72-inch John Deere commercial
That's cool.
zero turn and a 12-foot batwing. But on a 45 horsepower mower, sometimes you're moving slow with that 12-foot.
Oh,
batwing.
yeah. Yep, like 5 miles an hour, 3.5.
Like where we have a septic system where the grass is like wildly thick. I'll stop talking about yards soon, everybody. And I'm literally going like 1 mile an hour with the batwing because the grass
It's like,
over the yeah, it doesn't like it.
How did you realize your passion for mowing? Or is it a passion for mowing, or is it a passion for tractors? Because I see the tractor aspect.
It's a passion for just not having to listen to women yap, really is what it is. I've got to say. That's pretty much what it is.
Men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you need urine protection in a cab tractor?
I wear headphones regardless, but it's I feel like it's probably just on the cusp of being damaging for your ears, I'd say.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I used to mow hay with my dad and like bale hay and stuff, so it's just been something I've always done.
What kind of farm was it? Like a cattle farm or livestock? Crops?
Like a pretend farm, kind of.
Okay.
My grandparents have 150 acres in Virginia, and on the West Virginia border, and they had like some cattle, some just a bunch of random stuff. No, it wasn't like profit driven or anything like that. But my dad's a team roper, so we would like have cattle for that and bale hay for horses. Mainly a horse farm, I would say. I guess.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Horses.
So did you
How much
ride
of it do you
horses a
mow?
lot?
Wait, what was it?
I said, how much of it do you mow? Like, you probably don't keep all 104 acres like a yard.
No, I have like 2 acres basically. That's a yard that's like irrigated, and then the rest is just batwing that I mow like once every month, basically.
Wait, so the other 102 acres you mow like a
Probably
Batwing?
probably 60% of it is like coastal fields. So yeah, it gets mowed.
good? Wow, that is a big job.
Yeah. A lot of work. My dad does a lot of it. To be fair, he does the road because I'm a danger to myself.
If you've
That's a
ever
cool setup.
like if you're mowing hay, you cut giant fields.
Oh yeah, crazy.
My dad used to do that, and I would help some. I did not enjoy that job. That just endlessly riding a tractor all day, because you'd be mowing 40. You'd be like a 40-acre big square field. You're just making circles.
Oh.
Nowadays, I think there's GPS that help the tractors, but
There
it's
is,
not me. I just, I'm there I try to maximize it. Right? I have 12 foot. I try not to have more than like 6 or 12 inches of overlap between the other one. So you're really paying attention the whole darn time, making sure you're not leaving stripes.
And you're just looking behind you, and it hurts your neck. Eventually, it just gets. It's really nice for like the first 30 to 45 minutes, and then it's just like, all right.
Yeah.
I'm ready to not do this anymore.
Are you
You
gonna
ever ran over an animal with your mower?
Last
yeah.
weekend,
What'd you mow?
a rabbit.
Yeah,
Oh,
wasn't much left.
heartless.
There was
rabbits.
a dead rabbit in front of the guest house, and I was told about it, and I'm like, I got a good guess on how this happened. And then when I saw the body, I was like, all but confirmed. I mean,
They freeze. They freeze up, and
Baby rabbits.
you just run right over them and chop them up.
Mhm.
We would see stuff all the time, like especially the babies, because the mower would pass over them, kind of set them to the side, and like maybe your mom will come back, kind of thing. But rats would run out too, so you keep a gun with you on the tractor, so you could shoot the rats as they ran
Rat
around.
shot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun.
That's a pretty tough shot. Pistol?
Rad shot, little pellets. 357, just.
I was picturing like a
I feel like
14.
I would kill one rat per 6 shots fired, maybe.
Probably.
And there'd be an escape rate too.
High escape rate of the rat.
If you add cattle in, you won't have to mow as much, and that could be your own
goats.
kind of fun thing. Yeah, goats.
Goats
Are you
are
gonna
good,
add animals?
I have 3 cattle, right now.
Hell yeah,
Mule.
that's it.
You want a
Great house.
mule because the mule will defend everything against any predators,
Mhm.
and they do all that stuff too. Apparently, mules are just better than horses and donkeys or whatever. They're just like superior third party animal, especially as a pack animal.
Texas.
Okay.
Oh no, there's
Camel, alpaca.
Any African game, Gimsbach, Nilgai. I mean, any type of fucking crazy giant shit. We're trying to figure out what we want to put on it. It's like we've started with we have this little stupid cow that my mom got for me. It was like beaten to shit, literally like a punching bag while it was a baby. It was being birthed, and its mom was just like running around smacking it against trees and shit. It took a couple weeks for it to learn how to stand up, but now he's doing all right, and his name's Ace, and he's probably 40% of how big he should be. And he is very ornery. He's a huge asshole, but he's cool. I like him. And then we have 2 little hairy Highland cows.
Do you have to bottle feed that guy?
He's grown out of that at this point. But he was bottle fed. He was bottle fed for a long time. Yeah.
That's
a Highland cow.
4 months.
I think it is.
The little hairy ones.
The long hair ones.
Right? Yeah.
You should get one of those Belgian
Those
blues.
are amazing.
Oh yeah, dude.
Hold on, I can't get past the cow thing. Is this like an investment? Are you raising them? Or they? Sometimes I've heard them called yard ornaments. Like cows.
Yes, they're useless. They are. We will use them allegedly, but that's just for sales tax for ag exemption. But they're just cool. I bought them. My girlfriend really loves them, so I just got them for her, and I was like, this is a cool first start.
104 acres is neat. Like that could be the start of
awesome.
generational wealth. I know not all Texas land is super expensive, but it sounded like you got water, coastal something.
Yeah, there's a pond. We're actually 6 minutes from town, which is pretty awesome. It's beautiful. I'm incredibly grateful. It's very, very, very cool. It's very cool.
Yeah. Well, I predict and hope that it turns into an amazing investment for you.
I hope so. I appreciate that. Yeah, I certainly hope so.
Do you hunt at all?
Oh yeah, man. When you said mules, I've purposefully set up. My mom tries to get my girlfriend to get mules and all sorts of shit that makes a bunch of fucking noise, but I'm like, don't do that because I want other animals. Shut up, idiot. I have hogs, a lot of hogs, huge hog problem, and it's just like a continuous weekly sort of thing we partake in. Not a lot, Grew up hunting as well.
What do you do with the bodies? The hog bodies?
We will knock the loins out and cook the loins, and then just use it as bait, grind up pieces, and just have fun with it. Basically,
Do you put them in like grinder?
Yeah.
There's like a front end loader on the tractor that you just carry the log and you loins. Does that mean like back thigh?
Tenderloin? Yeah, the back straps.
I'm from the city.
Just like the big muscles on it, like the deadlift muscles. Yeah, just like the whole back of the animal. Basically, you just cut into it, peel the skin back, and then just kind of lightly trim it out. And they also have an inside. It's called an inside loin, but it's it's pretty good actually. It tastes solid. You don't need to like brine it or anything like that.
Man, you've set up a fun life. That's awesome,
dude. I'm known as like the cult guy on YouTube. People always think I'm like the cult guy because I have all these people. I've got like 50 employees and shit. And like I try to get my friends to move here a lot because it's like a really small town that I'm in. And the town kind of likes me and shit. So there might be some kind of conflict eventually with the federal government. Haven't decided yet. But I'm joking. It's like I'm just making a cult reference. That will never happen.
I was buying it hook, line, and sinker. I'm like, okay, good luck with that.
Yeah, no, it's it's cool though. I really, it's beautiful. I love it. I want to keep doing more. It's fun.
Yeah, those wild pigs aren't going anywhere either. Like they're they reproduce and they're so quickly and they're so hardy that they're not going anywhere.
They're so good at surviving. They're great.
Yeah, they don't have any predators really. They would need to do I don't know. There's some program where they drop all of these hookworms or something, boar beetles, that can't reproduce. They're sterile to keep the boar beetles from moving north into the U.S. and ruining our trees. I guess you would need to do something like that to the pigs. You need to like ruin their breeding cycles somehow.
What could we put in there that feasts on pigs? Bears?
Maybe some sort of pig herpes that makes their dicks hurt real bad and they can't fuck.
28 days later begin.
Skinwalker.
Doc, I got pig herpes. I promise it's not what you think. I fucked a pig.
Well, I guess it is what you think. Yeah, no, bears
That's
would
funny.
eat them. Tigers. I know there's tigers in Texas.
Not lions and tigers.
Yeah, lions. I don't think there's
all
anything
high
else.
fence though. I don't have a high fence, so I can't put any exotic game legally yet.
I mean, down the road though.
Yeah, build a. Oh my god, yeah, it's like $100,000 to do it. It's crazy how expensive it is. It's wild.
Like per foot, it's probably some silly number. You start, because they're really really high. I don't know, are they 10 or 12 feet or something? The ones I've seen, it's like that keeps steering.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of those
tall,
people have that,
8 foot.
like you mentioned, that African game and stuff that can really fucking jump and bound and clamber.
Yep.
And you got to keep that stuff in. Not only because your neighbor probably doesn't want a African buffalo in his yard, but also because you don't want to lose your African buffalo.
Yeah, they're valuable. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's cool though. I really want to. Eventually, I think it would be cool to have some kind of high fence with like Axis and Nilgai and stuff like that. But Nilgai are awesome because they're large, they're hardy. They thrive in the Texas climate. They're delicious. They're very, 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 very good. And they look fucking cool.
I'm looking at them on Google right now. I've never heard of a Nilgai until just now.
Nilgai, yeah, they're cool. They're there's a lot of them south near Austin, outside of San Antonio and San Angelo, and like all those kind of areas. And a little bit west, there's a bunch of Nilgai farms.
Yeah, off the top of my head, Woody, just thought it's literally means blue cow, and it's the largest antelope in Asia, ubiquitous across the northern India subcontinent. But
I wish
have a hump on its back.
Well read as you.
that's all I know.
Yeah, that's one.
Why does it look so awkward?
You know what it does?
don't know.
Because its head is so little, it looks jacked.
He's holding
Yeah.
his head back like he smelled something.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's an oddly
They look
shaped
funny.
animal. It looks like
Very
they didn't
good.
finish. It was like they
So
ran out of
delicious.
time at the end, and they just quickly did the front part.
They just
Yeah.
Bro,
put the
they're
deer
so
head on
fucking
it,
delicious.
called it good.
It's crazy.
What do they taste different from normal beef?
Well, I think it's hard to even compare beef. Have you guys had elk?
Yeah.
Makes you
It's
aggressive.
elky. It's elky. Very elky. But still, it's hard to like. It's just so good. I love it. I think it's probably my favorite meat. If I had to choose one.
Then you need to buy at least like 4. Get some breeding pairs. That'd be fun.
Like Rimworld.
yeah.
Couple
awesome.
of fucking
Texas must
Nilgai
have
breeding
really-
pairs.
Texas must have really loose laws for owning various wild game and exotic animals, huh?
What laws?
Yeah, because
There
every
aren't
now
really
and then,
that many.
a while back, I was like, man, I kind of want a capybara. Like, how much
Mhm.
are they? They're cheap. They're like a dog, the same cost as a dog. And I keep reading about how cool they are and how like they're just friendly with every other animal. There's that famous picture on Reddit of one with like hanging out with a caiman, one hanging out with
Mhm.
like all of the wildlife in the area. The capybara is not just chill with it, but seemingly friendly with. They're like sidled up and snuggling with crocodiles and
Yeah.
shit.
I've seen the
And
pictures of them like chilling in hot springs.
Yeah,
Very
yeah, they love or like
relaxed.
birds perched on their cute little heads, and they have the sort of I don't know, the mentality, not the mentality, they seem like dogs, like you can like, scritch them on the head, and they like enjoy that, and they want to hang out with you.
Who are we
But you
talking
can't
about?
have them in Georgia.
A capybara. They're the
Capybaras.
largest
Oh.
rodents.
the largest
Mega
rodent
rat.
in the world, I believe.
I'm with you, except I didn't hear
Mega
the
rat.
animal at the beginning, and you're like, "Oh, they're really adorable. They like swamps. They have little birds." I thought we were talking about a hippo this whole time. It kind of was like
Oh.
they're adorable. They're like dogs, really. Like, no, they're vicious.
Nah, hippos are awful. I read that article the other day, and it's like Thomas James raised the hippo from birth for 6 years, every day, spending time with it, and then one day it drugged Tom into the water and ate him.
Dude, I don't feel bad for that guy at all. Like,
I mean, either.
he fucked with the hippo. Like he went to Africa, got a hippo, cared for it for like. Do you know how many people were warning him? And they're like, you
Yeah.
should not be doing this. It is going to fuck you up.
Because I feel the same, but do you feel bad for Steve Irwin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved him.
Because he was doing his job, you know?
I do feel bad. Yeah, there's like, I choose my battle.
100%.
I feel bad for all of them.
No, not the hippo guy. Like everybody knows hippos are the most dangerous thing ever. And this guy was almost a PR person for hippos, where he's like, look, it's a gentle, kind-souled animal, and it's how he's making like a pit bull argument. Like it's how it's raised. And it's like, no, it's a fiercely territorial animal.
You did, but I really view this guy as a fellow bad decision maker, and I have some empathy for his standpoint. I've broken every arm and leg. Everyone knows I routinely do dumb shit, right? But that's how life is lived. This guy was doing, he beats the beat of his own, marches to the beat of his own drummer.
But you're doing dumb shit where you're still in control. Like you're in the air flying and you're deciding how you fly. Like when you take a full grown hippo into your care, like what happens every day is whatever that hippo decides happens.
The universe and I wrestle for control of how my shit goes.
That's what they should have asked women instead. Would you rather run into a hippo or a man in the woods? Because bears might run away, or bears might just be so full from fish or a kill that they're just like have a stomach ache and they couldn't bear to eat you.
I saw a picture of a bear hugging a man because it had just spent the last week with women. I want to know more.
Like if he's spending all day eating a honey and he sees you, he's just like, oh, I couldn't bear it. I could not another drop of human. But like a hippo, I feel like every time I see a video of people interacting with a hippo, it's aggressively trying to murder them, and it can.
Yeah. And they're just fucking scary looking. Their heads are like these giant things. They're actually mind-boggling.
Yeah, they got
actually. You've seen the ladies at the zoo feeding them melons. Now those seem like good hippos.
Dude. Yeah, they seem nice. That's true.
Stick your head in there.
The hungry
they
hippo
open
game.
their mouth to get their teeth brushed and shit.
But that's what the guy thought who had a hippo pet.
That's what he thought too.
You know what? Maybe he was
hippo.
fucking it. Maybe he was fucking that hippo and nobody knew, and the hippo just had just enough.
Hey, question. Manatees. Where are you guys at on manatees?
I'm pro.
Oh, big time pro manatee. I think those boats I think they should have more and more regions in Florida where the boats can't go, or they should design a new propeller that has a housing or something. So they quit chopping those poor manatees up.
Yeah, I like
you know, what do you think about propagating manatees, spreading them out, get them to expand?
More the better.
Yeah, I like them.
They're called the ribeye of the sea. Did you know that?
They're not called that. And people are called long pig in Papua New Guinea. But
you're wrong. I've heard this so many times. They're called the ribeye of the sea.
Yeah, and they make excellent lovers as well.
Okay,
yes,
well,
that's why I was pro manatee.
That's why Woody's
normally I'm not into fat chicks, but for manatees, I'll make an exception.
I think there's a market for some kind of business for manatees. Just put it out there.
Where it could be like choosing your own lobster.
Something like that. I think they're delicious. I mean, I heard that they're delicious. I've never had one. I think they are actually called. Are they? They're like sea cows, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine you go out there and throw like a head of lettuce in the water and choose your own manatee?
All the kids are
around. We're taking a bath on this manatee project. A steak's only 16 ounces. These things weigh 3,000 pounds.
I just feel like they would be so delicious, and that's like the myth of mermaids is that they're just manatees because they got them like woman pussies.
Oh yeah.
Do they?
Oh.
Allegedly.
We didn't know this aspect of it. We thought it was
Google
like
manatee pussy.
Yeah, that's the thing I'll need to Bing.
That's it. Go to Bing. Make sure you Bing it.
Zach, go ahead and pull up manatee clam.
Pull up manatee pussy. Bing manatee pussy.
Bing.
Turn off blur.
No, I guess I would be a hypocrite if I would say I wouldn't eat any animal other than dog. Dogs are our friends. Can't eat dog. Korea's got to get their shit together on that.
I Binged it. None of these are manatee. These are all humans. I'd recognize it anywhere.
Well, if it comes down to a person or a dog, I would have to eat what person, actually?
It's a random person that's also in the
What if it's like a well-marbled Dan Schneider?
We go down in the Andes. Here's the scenario. Our plane goes down in the Andes. We're not going to get rescued for weeks at least. And holy shit, one of them soccer players is dead out there in the snow. We didn't know him, but man, is he fit. Those guys can run, okay? His backstrap, can you imagine? But there's also a Labrador who's still alive.
Ooh, okay. Well, then
I eat both.
we are going to prioritize the dead guy because the lab will be fresher later. And actually, the worst kind of human to eat would be like an endurance runner or a soccer player, because you know how you can get like rabbit starvation. Like you'd get that
because the
from
fat.
them. They're so lean, they don't have any fat content on them. You would want
to crack his bones open, get his marrow.
You'd honestly want someone who looks probably more like me to eat.
Toby would
eat his nuts.
Taylor would get so good at cracking the human bones open like crab legs and get that cooked marrow out.
Taylor, how are you gaining weight? You guys are so
the marrow
brains.
So good.
Does look a lot.
Aren't brains made of fat?
Human.
Yeah, but I think if you eat human brains, you get prion disease, right?
Yeah, you can't eat the brain.
Well, if they had a prion.
You don't want to take the risk though.
I don't know. The internet's made me believe those are like.
I'd risk it.
Like, pretty common, but I know they're not.
Prions, yeah. Well, they're just it's just a simple protein. That's why they're scary, and they can just kind of like they came into existence. It's kind of weird. They're very mysterious. Prions are very mysterious.
Interesting.
I saw there's a cow in Scotland that recently tested positive for mad cow, and there's a man in Michigan that tested positive for that new bird flu or whatever. So,
dude, bird flu is so much less scary than mad cow.
Really?
Yeah, mad cow's the one that like eats your brain up, right?
I have a dumb question. Does it
bird flu, a little fucking orange juice.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. They have to slaughter the cows.
Yeah, mad cow's also, I believe, a prion. I think
it is.
It's chronic wasting disease.
It's and it's caused by the shitty way agriculture is done. Like they feed cows ground up cows, and they feed cows chicken shit. They like
weird.
They will feed cows chicken shit mixed in with feed. It's regularly done.
I've done it. Dumb question, Kyle.
I've done it.
Well, this is it done on purpose? Like they literally are like, oh, chicken poop is free food.
It because it's expensive to feed cows through the winter.
Sure.
And if you mix in a big bucket of chicken shit in with a whole bunch of hay, they don't seem to mind.
But there's calories in it. There's useful food.
Well, they eat grass normally, so chicken shit can't be that much less caloric than grass,
My grandpa was not feeding his cows chicken shit. He was giving them sweet feed.
Through the hay, he just had through the winter, he just had sweet feed.
Well, a ton of sweet feed. Hay a ton of the time too.
They only get sweet feed when it's time to steal their babies.
Because I think the chickens probably the way that their bodies and brains work, and because they have like they're birds, they have really probably I assume bizarre digestive systems. So their shit probably has some of the nutrients that cows need because they're ruminants. I would assume some genius figured out that you can safely feed cattle shit for a period of time, obviously, and then there's you get some derivations.
Yeah, I don't think it's unhealthy for them. I think you end up with a wet market type scenario. Although I saw someone point this out the other day. No one went back and apologized to the wet markets after we found out that it was a fucking lab that made the coronavirus. Like Chinese no one went back to those poor Chinese wet market salesmen with their like 8 levels deep of iguanas and bats and parrots all shitting on each other.
They do deserve an apology.
They do.
There was so much libel and slander.
There was so much.
I should sue.
They were just sitting there like eating the same shit they've been eating for a millennia. And then suddenly they're like, hey, you can't eat bat wings anymore. And they're like, oh. Oh, Riri?
Oh my God.
They spoke English. That's cool.
In their shitty little market. Yeah. Big shout out to the wet market.
We love wet market.
Do you know that the same cave in Africa? I was going to say the same cave in Africa is responsible for both Ebola and something called like Marburg virus or something like two separate human viruses that are a real problem came from the same cave of bats in Africa, and the cave is still there. We haven't sealed Team 6 in for those bats,
dude.
Let's fill that in.
That shit up. Fill that shit in, yeah.
Actually, what's going on in those? Who's living near those caves? What are they?
We need to hit that one of those vacuum bombs they were using again in Afghanistan. Jesus.
Yeah, dude. Daisy cutter.
Why do we need bats?
There's a
ticks.
That's true. There's always something, except for ticks.
No,
ticks pointless.
Ticks pointless. Sorry, I misunderstood.
They have to be. They're the worst.
Yeah, wasps kind of suck too,
as far as I know.
Yeah.
But some
All
wasps
the
eat,
animals
like,
that eat
spiders. They keep spiders and hornworm, like a lot of things that infect fruits and vegetables and gardens and things. Wasps will kill them.
Interesting.
Ticks, though, I think ticks. We hate ticks. I think we can.
Ticks are a favorite
With no
food source of
consequence.
chickens, turkeys, and the message faded. I'm not going to open it up.
In Reedley, California, have you guys heard about the biolab that was there? There's a biolab in Reedley, California.
Are they getting ballsy with diseases or something?
It was a legitimate Chinese biolab that was operating in a small town in California. And a like compliance officer just saw a fucking hose hanging out of the wall and was like, that's not good. Got the proper permits, went in, and there was like refrigerators that said Ebola and freezers that had like every single disease. And the CDC and the federal government refused to look into it at all. And it was a legitimate Chinese fucking biolab in Reedley, California, amongst like 40 or 50 that have been sort of reported since then.
Holy shit.
It's pretty wild. I made a video about it. If you look up Reedley Reedley, REEDLEY biolab, you'll find information on it.
Man,
Reedley biolab. It's crazy.
All that hullabaloo about masks and stuff, and now we're letting China set these up in California.
This is Obama's America.
This is fucking Obama's America.
Yes,
brother.
I blame Obama.
Yep. Yeah. And the guy who owned it, he got in trouble. He was already wanted for some like fraud shit, and he got in trouble. And it was all shut down because he was buying expired test kits and rebranding them and selling them, like COVID tests and herpes tests and shit like that. Dude was a legend.
Not the herpes test. That could affect
This
people.
guy knows how to make money. This
Yeah,
guy's
a genius.
Wall Street money never sleeps kind of guy. Always.
That's literally a Sopranos scheme. Remember, they were buying those pharmaceuticals that were expired from the Canadians and then repackaging them and selling them in the U.S.
Yeah.
Like, well, that's not good.
Even Tony wouldn't open a lab like that, though.
Yeah, he would.
No, Tony, he'd be too worried about it.
Yeah, he would.
Well, he wouldn't. He would be hands on, but if he just had.
Actually, you know
involved.
what? Paulie and Still would have handled. You're right.
He'd park his assets.
Yeah, and then fucking what Christopher would like get high on drugs and then like leave the door open, like, Tony, I'm sorry. Like I didn't.
You know how many test monkeys escaped, Christopher? 37 test monkeys, all full of AIDS.
Christopher, it's like you think these fucking monkeys are free or something.
How about have you guys heard of
got bit by one of your AIDS monkeys, Christopher?
Have you heard about the fucking AIDS monkeys in South Texas? The 200,000 Japanese snow monkeys down there that are like wild
with
AIDS? In South Texas?
Oh no.
No, I made that part up. I just want to say it in. But there's like a 200,000 strong tribe of Japanese snow monkeys in South Texas, which is awesome.
That's cool. You should buy a couple of those.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome. I've never heard anything bad about Japanese snow monkeys. I've seen them hang out also in hot springs. I can't imagine them being very comfortable in Texas.
They're red faced.
Yeah, Zach, can you pull up a picture? I just Googled it and they look dope.
Yeah,
Japanese snow monkeys.
Yeah,
They're
I would love
so
to
cute.
get more monkeys, more apes in the United States.
They're tiny. Same. I think bring them back. Bring them back, or bring them here.
Wait,
or whatever.
were they ever here in the first place?
I don't know.
Well, you have.
You're really loading me up for bear here.
You have the New World monkeys.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah, those guys are sweet. Look at him. That guy, not a care in the world. Moisturized in his lane.
That dude's high as fuck.
Look at him.
Yeah, I like those guys. But like the monkeys we have here in the New World are like South American, like lemurs, the long tail, prehensile tail monkeys. They're not nearly as cool as old world monkeys and apes, stuff like chimps. I'm not saying to bring chimps over, like bonobos.
Oh, it's like a grandma monkey or something.
That's like
Perlman.
You remember when the Nazi looks into the Ark of the Covenant?
And his face melts like Crayola.
That's what he kind of looked like.
Yeah.
But I'm all in favor. If a politician came out, like if Trump was like, and I've been talking to a lot of people, they say we don't have monkeys. These other countries, they've got monkeys. We're bringing them. That's right, folks.
Japanese monkeys.
Yeah. They're talking about tax breaks.
Crowd.
We need monkey breaks. Everyone gets their own monkey butler in Trump's America. Have any of you seen Dunstan Checks In? I was in that film. Like,
Oh my god.
Was he in that?
I don't know. I thought he was in Dunstan Checks In.
He was in
Great
Home Alone
movie.
too.
Yeah, but
I
I would
do
be.
love
that
monkeys.
one.
Think of the boon to our economy if we had monkeys and they kind of run around, they do their own thing. Not the dangerous ones, the fun ones.
I don't like that we have to borrow pandas from China. I kind of wish that we had our own pandas.
I'm over
here.
pandas, dude. They don't
I
even
am
want to be
too.
here.
Same.
Well, I think we should let them die. But that aside, you did see the one zoo that had Pomeranians painted like pandas?
Mhm.
Yeah, that wasn't good for the panda credibility movement.
Dude, that was so fucking cute. That was so fucking cute. It was like, you know what? I'm not even mad. Those, come on, let's look at them. You know, I
I'm a
didn't
little
care.
curious. Did they try to pass them off?
Yeah.
Or was it just, oh,
Because Pomeranian puppies look like koala or panda cubs if you paint them, and they did.
Yeah,
oh, I thought it was like a goof. Like, I don't know.
No,
I
I
think
guess
Chinese
Chinese
seen
are always
dogs get haircuts to make them look like lions. It's
I
pretty
have this
funny.
idea of China where everything is a bootleg copy or a fake to some extent. Like especially if
right.
you're on the periphery of mainstream, like maybe there's like a downtown nice Rodeo Drive in every Chinese city that's like, oh, all this is real stuff. But look at that.
Wow.
That's fucking cute as shit. Like,
Dude,
fuck a panda when that exists.
I am no zoologist, but this is not fooling me. Like,
You got to imagine you're up on the like raised platform area in the zoo and you're looking down into a pit. Like they're down way below you, like 12 feet down there. They're milling around with real pandas seemingly. I was shocked that real panda coexisted with Pomeranian puppies, but they did.
I mean, real pandas won't even kill things to feed themselves. So, like,
I mean, come on, look
They
at
suck.
that picture on the right. The
Well,
one on
wait,
the left.
don't they eat bamboo?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
do they need to kill to feed themselves?
Nothing.
They're just
No,
sitting
that's
there.
what I was
Dude, did
saying.
you
Like,
see
they're
that
not
panda?
gonna hurt the little fella.
All right. So on
Oh,
Reddit,
okay.
on Reddit 2 or 3 days ago, I saw the cutest fucking thing. So there's this panda that has been raised completely by humans because its mother rejected it or died or something. And so when the zookeepers would break its bamboo for it, because when it was little, it didn't know how. They were teaching it that, you need to break it like this. And the zookeeper was going, "Urgh," because it was hard to break the bamboo. So now the panda does that when he breaks his own bamboo. He goes, "Urgh," and
makes a
no
face.
other panda that makes the face. Only the panda who learned from humans, who
That's
also through effort were making a face.
I
All
saw
right.
a video
I like
of that
that.
panda like effortlessly break it and then forgot and made the face afterwards.
It's
It was
so
adorable.
goddamn cute. It's
Now,
Yeah.
see, now you've got me coming around on pandas again.
that
Yeah.
panda should be the ambassador for all pandas.
Mm.
I
That's a good
mean, China gets to kind of decide the panda ambassadors because they hoard them
That one
like
speaks
like
English
treasure.
because he's from here.
You couldn't teach a panda to sign like or actually what they lied about Coco the gorilla.
Don't look.
Do a
do
deep
not
dive on Coco the
besmirch
gorilla.
Coco.
It's
Do
not.
not deep dive Coco the gorilla the way you ruined Helen Keller for everyone. Don't do that to
I
Coco.
was waiting for it.
They were equal intelligence. Helen Keller
Oh,
and Coco the gorilla. They were both retarded, and there was Don't look into Coco the gorilla if you want to like have a nice childhood memory destroyed.
Yeah.
Because
Let's just
he
say
was a pervert.
if you can fake something to get money and grants for science, it's going to be faked.
Oh yeah,
Let's just say
You
that.
know,
they're
they-
gonna get
I-
that money.
They've
Exactly.
been talking to gorillas since the 60s, I think, with sign language, like various gorillas, and they've never asked a question ever.
It's because they're not talking. They're like, if I move my hands
Gorillas,
in this pattern,
That's crazy. I didn't
Okay,
know that.
I
first
get
of all, that's not
food.
true. They respond to questions and commands that make some sense, but they've never asked a question, which really gives you a look into what's actually going on. In there.
Worthless.
you know what happens when you
initiative.
teach
What
something
you're
to
saying is
speak.
gorillas have all the answers.
They already know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But when
Yeah.
you teach something to speak, it asks questions inevitably.
How do
And
you,
so
no, when
they're-
you teach people to speak, they ask questions inevitably. That's a gorilla, though.
If it has
we
the
should
ability,
redefine the word sentience.
yeah, they're not sentient if they're not asking
This isn't
questions.
Lion King, okay?
You're the one saying a fucking
about-
gorilla is signing language and talking to
You
people,
think-
and you're
you
saying
think-
I'm
yes.
living in
You're
Lion King.
You're upset because it's not Rafiki fucking drawing maps on its enclosure or something like that. That thing can clearly communicate.
Have you seen the
What
gorilla?
about ants?
I think it was actually a chimp that
It asks
you show it a
what
bunch of
flavor
numbers
it
and then it
wants.
redoes the pattern. Do you remember this?
Oh yeah.
Yes, the
That's
chimpanzee
short-term
pattern recognition
memory.
is insane.
Yeah, I love chimpanzees.
Not recognition, but repetition.
Short-term memory, right? Their short-term memory apparently is wildly good, way better than humans, which you wouldn't expect.
They gave it. They basically gave it a bop it, bop it, pull it, twist it, and this thing's knocking it out of the park. It was a board full of lights that were shaped like. Look at that. I mean, he's prepared.
Yeah, he had the screw it version too. So.
but
updated.
So
the
funny.
board sort of flashed like star. It's like broken up into quadrants, and it's like star, circle, fish, triangle, and it blinked out like a 15 symbol code, and immediately the chimp is like, beep, boop, beep, boop, 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 boop. And they give it a little treat. He's like, nom nom nom, and they just keep giving him more, and he just,
the cool study thing with the whole gorillas. It reminded me of the ants and sentience. Have you heard of that? Where the ants were in front of the mirror and they had a green dot. They looked in the mirror, saw themselves, tried to get the green dot off of themselves. So it's like the implication is that ants are sentient. They are aware that they exist.
They recognize themselves.
Yeah,
the idea, because dogs fail that test, I think.
Yeah, it's weird.
Do they?
Dogs are stupid.
Yeah, but I love them.
Well, in that regard, that test in particular, dogs are poor at.
I bet there's some kind of dogs that do well on it, like a border collie, like one of the real smart ones. I think it'd probably do.
My dogs wouldn't do well on any test.
Holy shit! That motherfucker don't know a goddamn thing.
Dude, try sneaking up on that guy with that peripheral vision.
That dude needs like a retard helmet.
Have you ever seen the?
Oh, he's got a twin.
Have you ever seen those graphs where it's like the animals, like how predator eyes look? Like the tiger's eyes, like facing forward, and then like the prey eyes, just like big bulbous on the side. Those are prey-eyed.
Those are prey eyes, yeah. That little one acts like an object, like it's not a living thing.
Which one's the little one?
The little brown one.
The brown one. Okay.
Yeah. They're still cute, and that's their job.
Yeah, so I try to put them to work sometimes, but they don't work real hard.
They're not helpful on the farm.
Strap a mower onto them.
Yeah, they're not good at. They don't plow well. They don't guard well. They're fucking loud. Yeah, they yap, and that is just about it.
How many would you need to connect to like a sled or a plow or something that's pulling you? I guess before, because I always think about in the Hobbit movie when that the brown wizard had the that whole thing of rabbits pulling his chariot.
Radagast.
Radagast, yeah. That seems like hard.
20.
That was a frustrating scene to watch. I really hated that.
Yeah, you didn't like the.
No, I did not like Radagast. No, it was just the CGI ridiculously of it. Like when you.
What about when he was like, "These are sons of out rabbits," and then they cut to a chase scene. Yeah, where he's like hauling ass and he's like sliding out like it's NASCAR, like not NASCAR, but rally.
Like Return of the Jedi.
It was too much.
It was so dumb.
Yeah, it was
really
awful.
I don't like
Hobbit
the Hobbit movies.
Yeah, they did a really bad job. Lord of the Rings rules.
Somehow the wargs looked like shit in that scene where they had actually looked better in the trilogy.
Yeah, the wargs looked awesome in the original Lord of the Rings. They did a great job.
Mostly. There's that one scene where Legolas jumps on the back. He like does that lifty-loo thing. No, not on the warg. It's when he mounts the horse. When I think Aragorn's riding by and he like grabs the horse in a funny way and flicks himself onto it. That scene always looked weird. I don't like them changing movies. I think what George Lucas did over the years was pretty shitty to the Star Wars trilogy, but I kind of wish they'd go back and fix that green army, that ghost army. I wish they'd make that look a little nicer. Like, don't change anything, don't cut it, but like just overlay on top of the green army that looks bad, a green army that looks more real.
If that's all that they did, and there was some sort of legally binding life in prison thing where it's like you can only change the green army, I'd be okay with it. But they'd go in and they'd add in like CGI orcs that ruined the immersion in Mordor, and they'd add in like other Uruk-hai into the end of the first one. Like everything else has got to stay realistic effects because that's what
the Hobbit sucks.
Yeah,
the Hobbit was terrible. Hobbit just because of that.
Hobbit upset me.
Yeah, same. I've watched the Lord of the Rings extended every year since I've been alive, basically.
Yes.
And the fucking Hobbit, I watched it. I couldn't even finish it. I was like, this is ass. This is terrible.
It's terrible.
It makes sense.
When it's on, I'm actively upset. And I'm like, we got to turn this off. Like, this isn't even a background movie.
Oh, yeah. I don't watch Lord of the Rings shit that's not canon. That's why I never even turned on that Amazon show, because they're like, it's Lord of the Rings, but with an Amazon writer room twist. And it's like, fuck you.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't need that.
I'm okay with not canon. Just add to the canon. I'm totally cool with it. Like,
No.
Lord of the Rings universe is a pretty good one. And there's only so many stories, and the guy that wrote it is very dead. So
they're not just adding stories.
Okay.
They're changing the old characters. Now Galadriel's a bad bitch.
Yeah.
that's what I'm looking for. But I like if they were
retconning.
like, hey, here's what happened freaking way before all this happened, or way later. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they
already
could do
written.
that
They could
if they
use that.
did-
They
yeah.
have that to work on. They're making another trilogy right fucking now. Peter Jackson's making his new trilogy, and it's gonna suck. We're not gonna like it, and it's just gonna be bad. It's gonna be too expensive to make those movies again. I think to do all
Has
that
Peter
live action
Jackson
shit.
made any good movies since?
I didn't like any of them. I don't even remember what he made. I didn't like
He
King
made
Kong.
Kong with Jack Black, and that's really all I can think of. Didn't he do District 9?
No, that's
That was Neil.
Blomkamp.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
Neil.
Okay, well
He
then I don't
followed me
know.
on Twitter for like a
Who's
week.
also made some
Really?
bad movies.
Yeah,
You should
I was
have
very
told
excited.
him what you thought.
I did. I was like, I love District 9. I
loved
just
it.
ignored everything else, and he
District
unfollowed
9's
me
really
right
good.
after.
I wish they'd make a sequel to that. That movie on such a small budget. Oh, we were talking about Terminator 1 the other day, Woody, and how you were saying how bad it looked at certain scenes. The stop motion.
Stop motion was terrible.
There's a scene that looks really bad. That movie was $7 million to make.
Wow.
That's
I wonder
think
what
it
that
was-
is inflation adjusted.
Yeah, I mean 14, 20 million? Like still like real low, right? Like I don't know, 80 what was 7 million in 86 or whatever. I think it was made in 86. 88, something like that.
You guys ever
Yeah.
seen The Thing?
That is my
Many-
favorite horror movie. Love The Thing.
That's my literally favorite movie just of all time. I love that movie so much. And
That's
Kurt
up there for
Russell.
me.
I want to be Kurt Russell one day.
If it weren't for
wish-
Lord of the Rings, The Thing might be my top. That's
yeah,
you're a man of
My-
taste.
My
There we go.
complaint with the
Appreciate
thing, I love the thing a lot. I just wish that there was 15 more minutes at the beginning where we got to
Dude.
know those characters before the dog gets there.
Yeah, that's what the second one's for.
No, it's not. That's to watch Mary
Sucks.
Elizabeth Winstead fight CGI for 97
It's
minutes.
terrible. Yeah,
Is it
I
maybe-
do love the end of the first movie where you just don't know. You don't know, and you don't know. You don't need to know. And do they both die? It doesn't matter. It's
Yeah, I
fucking
think
amazing.
Kyle and Taylor love The Thing, so I was
I
like,
love that movie
putting it on my
so
list.
much.
I must have watched the wrong one. I don't think Kurt Russell was in it. Like,
Yeah, you watched the 2011 version that we despise.
Yeah, Kurt
Is that
Russell's
what
such a big
happens?
part of the
Yeah.
movie.
So,
they're
so
like
the deal is this.
in some cold place, like I don't know, South
Well,
Pole or something.
That's
they're
true,
back
yeah.
to back. So one of them was made in what? Fucking
84.
84?
Yeah,
One of them's made in 84, one of them's made in like 2011 or so. And what
Okay.
they did, the 2011 one is a prequel, but I mean right before the events.
they lead into each
of-
other. Yeah,
Yeah, they touch. And so basically the prequel shows what happened at the Norwegian owned
Yes.
Antarctic station. And the thing from 84 is Kurt Russell and his boys at the American station that's like, we don't really know how far away. It's a short heli ride, like a 20, 30-minute heli ride, it seems. So with it, and so like the problem that begins in the movie that you watched from 2011 ends up in Kurt Russell's place. And basically we don't know who's the thing or how many things there might be. And
Yeah.
a lot of paranoia. And you get Kurt Russell looking
It's
real
so
good
good.
with a flamethrower, and
dude, he's hot.
Hmm.
it's pretty cool. Yeah.
He is. He's
And
Big beard.
John
Maybe it's
Carpenter.
bad that I watched it prequel.
I think John Carpenter said there was going to be a third one. I think, but I can't remember. This was very recently that I read or heard that, and I got really excited for a day and then forgot about it. But that would
Yeah.
be if it had Kurt Russell in it, it would be really cool. I think that's what like the intention of the third one would be, at least like tie up the second.
There's
one,
a
or
few
the first
series
one,
where like Conan is another example of where you have Conan the Barbarian, then that was very good. And then you had Conan the Destroyer that was a real letdown. It was a studio
I haven't seen those.
involved mess. But the idea for a third one where he's King Conan and his current like old man look is super appealing. They were talking about doing it before COVID, and I think that fucked a lot of things up. And plus now Arnold's like 5 more years older.
Yeah,
I can't see him doing anything other than Allstate commercials from now on.
Yeah, he's
like
got a
3
lot
heart
of
surgeries.
lot of loose skin now.
Yeah.
You could CGI his
sagging.
like head. We just really need the
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like you don't need him at all. Like, I don't even know that Schwarzenegger does the best Schwarzenegger impression anymore. Like young
true.
Schwarzenegger, someone else could do it better. They
son Joseph Baina probably could do it better. It looks better
maybe.
for sure.
Is that the Jacked Maid one?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
get him in the mix.
His other kid's also an actor. He was in Gen V. Is it Gen V or Gen Z? Gen V.
Generation V, yeah. Yeah. Patrick
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger. He's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Are you guys still watching that? Are you going to be out of the superhero
No.
universe anytime soon?
So look, I'm out of the Marvel universe and mostly the DC
Yeah.
universe, like the standard comic-y shit. I don't want to see the Flash do a new thing. I don't need to see Batman or Superman do a new thing. I know what they're gonna do. Just like I skipped this last King Kong, Godzilla team up movie where Godzilla's got a power glove. It's like, what are you doing? This is a cartoon. I don't want to see.
You're making that up.
No, this is all real. Godzilla and King Kong team up, and King Kong has a power glove.
Okay.
It's on the poster.
like Thanos, like
no, not like he doesn't have rings of power in it, or like gems or anything. He's just got a big like in Fallout you get
the power
big,
glove. He has the Nintendo controller that didn't work.
It looks a bit like that, yeah.
Okay, well that sounds really
So I'm out of that, but the the Boys is a whole other thing, and it really kind of takes the piss out of superheroes itself. And there's a lot of satire there, about corporations and America and politics. The last season ended with our fascist Superman basically laser eyeing a libtard, and like all of the MAGA guys are like, "Fuck yeah!" And he realizes like, "Holy shit! I just let my mask slip, which I always thought was going to be the end of me," and they applaud it. And he has that realization, and then the show ends, and it's like, "Ooh, I want to see next season."
So very subtle commentary. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's a stand-in for Donald Trump, which makes sense because he's all powerful and has laser eyes.
And good
Yeah,
hair.
and is not overweight.
His mom
He's
issues.
not
No.
overweight.
He doesn't fall asleep. He prays in court every day for hours at a time.
Dude, 235 was the fakest news that's ever been faked. When
235? I don't think
you remember
His
that
weight.
when he was at like his
His weight.
absolute peak of he's not as fat now as he was at like peak President Trump fat, but like then he had his doctor
235.
come out and he's like, I weigh 235, like a lot of professional wrestlers, and then like it's like, no, you're like, at the time I'm like, he's way fatter than me and I'm over 235.
his height.
I'm on trend.
Yeah, I'm on trend.
6'8".
I'm 6'8". Oh,
Yeah.
he's got the largest son in America. Good for him there.
Yeah.
His height is legit.
Yeah.
My son is gigantic.
I bet
I
he
got the
sounds
biggest son.
I bet he's jealous. I bet he's jealous. He's like, "Why are you so?"
Oh
big?"
yeah.
Yeah,
He's gotta hate that.
on, right? It's perfectly normal to be jealous of your son's height. That's not weird.
He
all right?
makes him wear flip flops everywhere. Like,
What
are you doing with those shoes? Those shoes have at least an inch of heel. We're not going out like that. Like,
That is the kind of thing he would get like personally offended for. They'd be like, "Your son's so tall," and he's like, "Everyone's talking about Barron being tall. No one's. Where do you think he got it from, folks? This guy.
His wife.
As he's standing next to his 6'1", fucking
Yeah.
Slovakian wife.
Slovenia.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Slovenian,
it's really coming from that giant.
Best camos in the world.
lady.
Yeah, I as we edge closer and closer to November, I gotta say, I'm glad I got my money in the Donald Trump basket. I really feel like he's staying strong. I feel like when I read articles about him, they're grasping at straws these days. It's like Donald like railed against, Donald drug, and it's like by who? Who is mad about these things that you're referring to? Like
Donald Trump.
They'll tell me the article begins with everyone super upset and leaving Donald Trump because he did this. And it's like, well, wait a minute, where are those people that are upset? Because last time I looked at a rally, they're wearing diapers. They're chanting, like his rallies look legit. It looks like there's a lot when there's not enough people there, they would be making fun of that. Remember how they'd show those pictures occasionally of Hillary at a really bad campaign stop that looked pathetic? And I definitely saw Bush at a few of them, not Jeb Bush. I saw him at some pathetic campaigns. We'd have a much thicker crowd. Okay, we can take any major city in this country and have a better crowd than Jeb Bush. I'm telling you right fucking now,
dude. I've had birthday parties bigger than Joe Biden's. like God, like my 30th had more people than like Joe. Do you remember those like sad pictures where he's like, "Oh, there's nobody here because of COVID," and then like the COVID ended and nobody fucking shows up. And nobody even likes him.
I mean,
everybody, the only people who
I'm
like
gonna let
him
the
are
COVID ones go because the left
opposition to
did
Trump.
believe in the virus a lot more than the right did. Well, the white left. I remember the black people in huge crowds around that time. They were really getting together.
Do you remember those articles that were like, stay inside to protect yourself from COVID, unless you're burning down a Walgreens, then it doesn't spread. The heat from the smoke dissipates the virus particle.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I remember
If that happens again, you want to go out there? You want to go out there and get involved and steal fucking cosmetics?
Like Danny DeVito, like
Yeah.
you're walking out with skis.
Yeah, dude. If that happens again in St. Louis, I'm gonna when in Rome it. I'm gonna go down
When in
there.
Rome,
I'm
dude.
gonna rob Target.
No,
What would you get?
like
What do you want?
I don't know.
Like Jake Paul.
There's nothing at Target you can't have.
I'd probably steal a really good TV. Actually, I'd have to wake up early to get there for the TVs. I bet I'd probably end up with like a
Black
fucking
Friday.
Keurig that I didn't even want.
Yeah,
But I'm gonna leave with something so I can tell my kids, someday,
Right.
like your
Diapers.
father- so I could be like, your father's a
No
freedom
reason.
fighter. Where do you think that Keurig came from? Well, it came
I
from
beat a minority senseless for it in the toy aisle of a Walgreens
to fight capitalism
to fight
Yeah.
capitalism and Wall Street.
and
Yeah.
Wall Street.
We took Wall Street
Wearing
down
full
a peg
municipal.
that summer.
These hedge
Yeah, we
funds
hurt
and
Wall Street's
managers,
feelings.
they do not
Yeah.
want me to
So,
walk
yeah,
out of there with an entire display case of Snickers.
I see Biden almost daily coming up with
Mhm.
some new program or like something that's good, like limiting
He does a
late
good thing
fees.
and it doesn't help him.
Yeah, he does a good. I'm glad that he's getting them out of the way because he ain't got
He's
much
doing
time
all these
left.
good things. Like he made marijuana I'm
Class
gonna fuck
3.
This up like
From 1 to
declassified
3.
as- Yeah, all right, Kyle got it right. Thank you. And like airline fees, they have to refund you now if your flight's canceled for
Right
any
now
reason.
they have to give you
Yeah,
the fucking
it could
money.
be weather, and they're just like, you know what? Give them their fucking money back right now.
Right now.
Right now, and the luggage fees too. Fucking all of their
either
money.
overdraft or late fees on credit cards capped at $8.
Okay, I didn't know about that one, but
It's
I
like
trust
one
it.
little thing like that after another. It's
Dude.
like, hey, we can all get behind that,
He's
right?
doing
Like, I
all
don't
this
own a
great
credit card
shit.
company.
Yeah,
And
that's good.
people are like, I don't know, Trump's for the little guy. That's what I want.
Well,
Trump
it's good
lowered
that all the
corporate
little guys
taxes.
get
That's
taken
his
care of,
major
'cause the big
accomplishment.
guys are getting it next year because Trump's coming
And
in.
started
Made
the
a lot of
lockdowns.
promises to a lot of billionaires.
Start of the lockdowns.
Yeah.
Dude, if they tried lockdowns again, actually, who are we kidding? People would just be like, okay.
Oh,
They'd
yeah.
line up
They're-
to their own party like they did last time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It'd be
Out with a whimper, fellas. Out with a whimper.
people in Missouri, no way they're slapping masks back on.
No,
No way.
Texas
Depends how
for
bad it
certainly
is.
not.
Yeah.
Like,
There were
you
times in like
know.
20. I remember talking to people like not from like the Midwest or like redder states and being like, they're like, when's this COVID thing gonna end? And I'm like, it's been over here for a year and a half.
Honestly,
Like-
Taylor, I only kind of agree because I bet if Trump went the other direction, he's like, listen, Lovid is not COVID. Lovid's a new thing. It's dangerous, and I'm masking up. Then it might just
killed
reverse.
Melania.
It might be
Melania-
Democrats drop the mask.
She's dead.
I mean,
She's dead.
Melania has
Everybody.
Lonnie's dead. Good riddance,
Lovid.
I say.
Yeah.
I don't know
Here's your
because
new-
Trump did take
What do
like
you get a new
the
first
whole
lady?
the whole lead up to the vaccine thing. Trump was the one being like, I'm the one behind it. It's the Trump
Yeah,
vaccine.
yeah,
they're
yeah,
calling it. I'm the one
Oh
who
my
pushed
God.
this. I got it done. And then
I just envisioned a hypothetical America where Melania dies and Donald Trump does The Bachelor while in office.
I'd love that.
Oh my
it'd be the
god.
highest rated. Like I would never watch The Bachelor. Like watching,
Yeah.
the idea of it repulses me. I'd rather just take a nap.
Yeah.
But
I like the
If
idea that he
Donald
bones
Trump-
all 28 women and decides he doesn't like them.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The-
Who wants to be the first lady of the United States? And like when he's
Oh, that
taking
would be
time
tough.
away from things he's clearly needed for
Golf. Yeah.
Like you see, like while
Golf.
during the filming of the show, they're whispering in his ear, "No, I don't have time for that." He's like,
McDonald's. He loves McDonald's.
He does.
does.
Him and Bill
Hey.
Clinton, that's what they have in common. They
He's
love
had it
McDonald's.
delivered to
Same.
him like every day in court. He's eating McDonald's. Dude, people make fun of Trump's weight, and I'm not innocent in that either. But it is hard to be fit when you're on the road.
That's true.
It's hard to eat right like that.
If he gets elected again, I think he'll surpass even how fat he was. I want to say like 2018 or 2019 was like peak of his weight because like you would see, like I remember even at the time on the show, I remember us looking at the comparisons and it's like he was never a svelte guy, but he wasn't like fat before
Mhm.
becoming president. And then he had a window where he was like, this guy's fat as shit. Not Chris Christie, but fucking gross fat. Like if you saw Trump naked, you'd
If
go,
he
"Ugh."
trended that way for 4 more years, if he had a second term, he might have accomplished Chris Christie.
That's what I'd love to see. I'd love to see Trump get as fat as he can in office, just a big gross.
He needs consecutive terms to do it. He needs to serve 2 more terms, 12 years.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
He needs to pull a king moment.
Let's make it
Yeah.
happen. Yeah.
Who is
King
it? Is it Roosevelt? Who did a bunch of terms?
Roosevelt. Yeah. FDR.
Yeah.
Was
But
it
he didn't get fat.
12 or 16? Help me out.
12.
I don't know. 12,
Yeah.
I thought.
12. FDR. That was old Prescott Bush. Isn't it crazy that so during FDR, he was president, we had World War II, and then Prescott Bush, the grandfather of a president we had for 2 terms and the father of a president we had for 1 term, tried to overthrow the United States government.
Did he really?
1938. It's called the business plot. How is that possible that you are even allowed to be a president if your father and grandfather tried to overthrow the government? And at some point between your son and grandson becoming president, a president is assassinated and people think it's the CIA. And then the CIA is then headed by the son of that guy. I mean, it's a real slippery slope if you start to like look into anything at all.
That's interesting. That is how things go, where you start looking into it and you're like, oh, I'm learning too much.
Dude, I literally like, and then that whole rabbit hole, I cannot explain it on this podcast, but it goes back to I pieced together ribbons of like this knowledge all the way back to Constantine, the first Roman emperor to convert publicly to Christianity.
Damn.
It's all tied in.
Like an, Adamaxis
Charlie
Bush.
Kelly. Like Charlie Kelly from
The yarn.
my yarn and my cork board. But be quiet. My dog's worried about me.
There is no Carol in HR. She doesn't. Not only are all of these people real, they've been begging for their mail for weeks. I want to know this Bush thing. What was he trying to overthrow FDR? Because he was like, "Yo, you've been in here for fucking 11 years now. We're shutting this down." Or what was his? What was the impetus of him trying to do it?
I don't know, like the full impetus. There's a bunch of committee reports and information into it that I can't remember. I remember like the base sort of points. That's how I can't ever remember like real actual important details of shit. But I know that he brought it to a high ranking person in the Marine Corps, guy named Smedley. I think that was his name.
Smedley Butler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Smedley Butler, and Smedley was like a public supporter of FDR and was an actual real man. And he told them that they blew it all. It failed, but no one, there was no repercussions and no one went to jail for treason or anything like this. But their idea was to overthrow the United States government and instill like a sort of fascist kind of, I don't know, all those words meant drastically different things. And
let me read this. It backs up everything you're saying. The business plot was a political conspiracy in 1933 in the United States to overthrow the government of Franklin D. Roosevelt and install Smedley Butler as dictator. Butler, a retired Marine Corps general, testified under oath that wealthy businessmen were plotting to create a fascist veterans organization with him as its leader and use it in a coup d'etat to overthrow Roosevelt. That lines up with everything you said.
Yeah, I said 38, I think, but yeah, it's been a long time since I've read it, and I just keep adding shit into it. But it's really weird. And then, the helicopter war post JFK being assassinated, you have the Cuban Missile Crisis, JFK gets assassinated, the helicopter war. And then the helicopter war, Lyndon B. Johnson's wife. I mean, there's just like every single possible
helicopter war. This is all new.
Vietnam.
Oh, okay.
Vietnam's like the first kind of helicopter war, and you know how Dick Cheney enriched himself from the Iraq War?
Yeah.
Yes.
LBJ's wife enriched herself from the Vietnam War.
Yeah, LBJ and his group they're pretty sketchy.
Dude, they're all sketchy.
Yeah. None of these
they're
people
all
are like
evil.
Like you look into any of the people who achieve this level of power, and it's like, oh, that's how you got there. You have no scruples.
No, scrupulous.
Is it fishy when they're not wealthy? Like You see these elected officials complaining about the price of rent in DC as if they haven't even mastered the basics of insider trading yet.
I feel like they're faking it. They're like, oh, what are the peons worry
I think
about?
they do need
groceries.
No, I was on their side on that because the way they laid it out is they have to maintain 2 residences, 2 wardrobes, 2 cars, all these things, and nothing. They're not able to write anything off. Nothing's deductible. And if you keep it that way and you keep the pay that way, then, and again, DC is very expensive to do all those secondary things, and especially if you're some guy from a smaller state. But if you keep it that way, then only the rich can even afford to be politicians. If you don't pay politicians enough so that the guy who's coming from Omaha can afford to have a residence in DC or at least an apartment or something.
They're like UFC athletes. They're not supposed to get their money from the company they work for. It's an opportunity to make money outside that cut. Come on, Kyle. If they have a hot sauce, huh? What Conor McGregor has whiskey. What are you doing, Lindsey Graham?
We know what he's doing. And we know what he's probably disgusting.
Yeah.
What'd you call him? Ladybugs?
Oh, yeah. Imagine that as like a pocket pussy. It's the Lindsey Graham asshole.
Ooh, see, business ideas are just coming out of nowhere on this.
God!
I saw Belle Delphine I think she was marketing a real doll of herself, and so obviously she's like getting naked with her own real doll, and it's like shit. Sometimes you can't tell which one's which. It really is well done.
That's outstanding.
Did you order one?
Of course I did. $18,000. It's on the way.
Is that really how much it was? Like,
I have no idea. I would guess they're like 5, 6, 7,000. I think a regular one's 5. I think that's always a number.
How do you even have company over knowing that's in your closet?
Yeah,
like
you bring it out and have dinner with it, like Lars and the Real Girl.
We need to
girlfriend.
And the worst thing
through my closet, they're going to see
did,
some shit already.
Reagan shutting down the
Ignore
asylum
the drill, though.
had vast implications. We need to open the asylums back up.
Daniel Larson.
Yeah, we have more Daniel Larsons than we know what to fucking do with. We got all these Chris Chans bounding about society, doing their own thing. No, we need those Reagan asylums open back up. Throw the crazies in there. We can start just by cleaning the streets of the homeless people. You're homeless. You're clearly not well. Go in this fucking nice facility. We got Candyland and board games without sharp pieces. Like, have a fun time and stay here. And don't scream at me when I'm trying to enjoy brunch. That's the American.
Do you have a homeless problem there in St. Louis?
An unbelievable homeless problem.
I was gonna guess yes.
And you know what's like crazy is like the homeless here, the strong cull the weak. And so there's the homeless here are
Darwinian homeless society.
The first time I went to Seattle and I saw their kind of homeless, I'm like, this is like a different species of homeless. They're like almost blasé about it. Where I'm like, that guy has a decent watch. His shoes aren't even that dirty.
He's an outdoor camper.
Yeah, this guy's like pretending for it. Whereas like you go to like downtown St. Louis after a Blues game and there's just a guy like his voice his gibbers echoing off the underside of an overpass. Just and I'm like, this guy's standing so close to the guy that's playing guitar, and then this other guy who's handing out gum, and I'm like, I'm not going to take gum from you. You're a homeless person. Like,
they're bad in Atlanta, depending on where you go. Yeah. There's definitely 2 different schools of homeless. There's some of them that have they're like outdoor homeless. I mean, they all are, but they live on the sort of the underpasses, and they have these tent cities in like tucked away places where they usually don't get bothered. Sometimes it'll be like this island of trees completely surrounded by fast highway. And it's like, how do they get in and out of there? But it keeps them from being bothered. But then there's like the more metropolitan homeless. I remember we would go to a hockey game or a basketball game, and then they have a smoking area you can go to at halftime on the exterior of the building. But they sort of cage it in because we all have tickets, or they're going to let us out and then back in again, and that's kind of a tricky process for a game. The homeless know that there's going to be people who can afford a basketball game and cigarettes outside, and so they're just waiting. It's like feeding time.
Yeah, Raleigh doesn't seem to have any homeless anymore. Like if you talked to me a year ago, I'd be like, yes, I can tell you right where the exit is that they tend to go. They found a little patch of ground that's not really near any other like commercial or residential real estate. And there was like a camp there. And if you look through the trees, especially in the winter when you can see farther, then you could see like the tents and stuff. Then Raleigh went in there with some over the top amount of dumpsters, like 9, and they cleaned up tons of stuff. And I'm like, you just stole everything from them. I felt sympathy for the homeless, and now I don't know where they went to.
Problem solved.
I don't know
They
where
went south for the winter.
but
Dude,
I
that's
can't
why I like
see them
them
anymore.
Solved.
Maybe it's like just the St. Louis homeless I've seen, but every time I see someone say like, "No, a lot of these people are just a fucking Thai and a Planet Fitness bird bath shower away from working at a respectable business." I'm like, what? Where? Yeah, where are the haircut away? Like, where are these homeless people? Because the ones I see are crazy people who you can't like if you had a young child walking with you, you would get nervous over it because you'd be like, I don't know what this erratic lunatic might do. He might sing at me. He might lash out and try and strike me.
Feces.
He might throw feces at me. He might try and eat my face like that Florida guy. Like,
Yep,
true.
You can't be letting these people roam about. We need to
like that other
get a
guy
big field somewhere and let them run free.
Remember that train accident the other day where they were like that homeless man, unconnected to like the crash, picked up a dead man's leg and was carrying it off and eating it actively,
crazy.
and the police had to take the leg from him.
Yeah, that guy's a future
There's that.
Barnes and Noble employee, just a shower away.
There's
Ours
video
aren't like
of
that, but
they're like, "Hey, give that leg back."
I saw that.
I don't know how you
Dude,
fix
get
somebody's
that.
drug addiction. Apparently, that's pretty hard to do, but that's what they are
Yeah.
from the job. They don't seem crazy or even like that stupid. They're just addicted.
I hope
They're
we get
not
that
that
that meth head from last week to come on and talk to us some more, because we were getting right to the heart of the fun of doing methamphetamine, and I wanted more.
That guy.
You guys
rocked.
had a meth head on last week?
Very
Yeah.
briefly, one of Gavin McInnes's friends is a meth head, and he briefly came on after Gavin was on, and we asked him some meth related questions, as you do. Like, they were all meth related, and he seemed to have his head on straight.
Yeah,
Why did he go to prison?
meth.
Yeah,
I thought it was stealing, but it turned out it wasn't. He's like, it's not a bad guess, but it wasn't stealing. It was something else. Did he?
I thought it was just
possession?
meth related, like probably
Yeah.
being high on meth in public, which is
Yeah.
real. But it's really off putting to see someone clearly on meth in public.
Can you
Yeah, I think you
identify
can-
somebody on meth? I wouldn't be able to.
You can tell because they're jittering about and they're tweaking. Like you
Yeah.
can like a homeless, like not homeless, like a heroin addict, someone who just shot up or is like taking a bunch of bootleg pills.
Sleepy
They're gonna
looking.
do that like where you see the people standing in like those Philly streets where some
And
documentarian
then they
drives
start to
by and
hover.
they're all leaned over like
Yeah.
this,
Oh,
like
yes, I've
almost
seen that.
catatonic. That's a heroin addict. A meth addict is going to be like screaming to himself about something on the street corner, making everyone feel really uncomfortable about it.
Which one's similar to morphine?
Heroin.
Heroin.
Heroin, yeah, both opioids,
Yeah.
Very, very
Yeah.
similar.
opiates.
Morphine does nothing. I get hurt a lot, so they give me morphine, and this is accidents, not like bad back. And I've never noticed any difference from that freaking hospital button. I thought it was a placebo.
Oh, the button is definitely some weak
Yeah.
shit. They,
Okay.
when
These
they were
people
going
are
to rub
loading up. Yeah.
when I was all burnt up and they were about to scrub all the skin off, they
Mhm.
gave me so much morphine. I remember being overwhelmed with the giddy, warm, golden, you're fucked up feeling, and then no memory of the event. Like, it took my memory away. I don't remember
Yes.
them. I don't remember them removing the skin from my hand. I remember like coming to, like, after and all bandaged up. And
one
that
of your
was just
dogs
from
is
them.
humping the other dog.
Yeah, it's been doing that for some time now.
It
They
looks
wrestle.
consensual. It looks
They-
consensual.
They wrestle.
They
My
wrestle.
parents used to wrestle when I didn't knock on the door.
Yeah, it's wrestling, I think.
Man, mom
Wrestling, I think.
sucks.
She's a bad wrestler, dude.
Yeah, it's always winning.
I saw
Yeah.
Shane Gillis'
Anyways.
show got released onto Netflix last night. I watched an episode or two, but it was okay. Some of his other comedian buddies show up, and that's kind of annoying. I really wanted him to be like the only person I know amongst a bunch of actors. And I think Andrew Schultz shows up, and maybe some other people. But it's okay. It's what you think. It's a poorly run tire shop that he's really uncouth in. They're trying to like attract more female business, and so they go about that in the worst way possible, obviously.
Yeah.
You know
Okay.
who I appreciate more and more all the time? Adam Sandler.
Dude, I
Okay.
fucking love Adam Sandler.
I didn't 10 years ago. I was like, I sold out to Netflix. He just makes shitty films that aren't good
I love him.
anymore. No, dude, like his stuff is consistently good and sometimes great.
Have you
QB
ever seen
Halloween was pretty
All right.
solid.
Jack and Jill was literally Jack and Jill might be the worst movie ever made.
And Hubie Halloween's close.
Oh, it's terrible. It's
But, however,
I don't know these.
what I will say is Adam Sandler is a good actor when he wants to be, and he sticks by his boys. Like he made those hundreds of millions, and then he was like David Spade, Rob Schneider, Chris Rock for some reason because you got money. But maybe after his divorce he didn't. It was like y'all are all have. Oh, and then King of Queens guy, whatever his name is.
Kevin
all of
James.
those guys get a part in every
Paul
one
Blart.
of his movies forever. They're always in his movies getting paychecks way more than what they're worth in the market. I'm sure he takes care of them. Punch Drunk Love is his best movie.
Is it
I watched it. No, 10
Dude,
years, 15.
his stand-up is great as well. I don't know if it's an acquired taste, but I have watched his stand-up special called 100% Fresh probably 100 times, non-ironically. Like it's just been on in the background, and like all the songs I know all the words to.
Yeah.
And it's just like a weird happy thing, I guess, that I've associated because I love Adam Sandler. I think he's very funny. I think a lot of his movies are absolute shit. But the thing is what you just said, Kyle, and that is he keeps his bros close. And I think he's not really against all odds because he had the whole SNL thing, but he's just done whatever he wants. Basically,
Yeah, he got that nose fixed and things really took off for him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's very impressive.
Punch Drunk Love has Punch Drunk. Oh, he had a big IDF nose. So and Punch Drunk Love, it's Philip Seymour Hoffman is in it, and basically the premise is Adam Sandler is an unhinged, mentally ill young man, and he calls a sex number, and he really just wants to talk to somebody. But long story short, they start charging his credit card, and they like send goons to beat him up, and the goons like injure his girl, and it becomes this whole thing where he's sort of in debt to this sex phone line mob ran by Philip Seymour Hoffman. And he's this very autistic man who really his main goal, he's discovered that there is a healthy choice pudding scam he's running where he's buying all of the pudding he can and redeeming the tops for airline miles. And he's done the math. He's like, they wanted to push their chicken teriyaki meals. Those are $3.50 each, and you only get 1 mile. But it's the pudding too. And by some crazy measure, they've made each pudding top miles. So you get 4 per package, and you get 4 packages for $1. So and he's got cases and pallets of pudding that he's buying, so he never has to pay for airline miles again. It's true story, that part. Like there was a guy who realized that healthy choice pudding miles didn't scale well, and he just bought as much pudding as he can, and he had infinite airline miles by the time it was over for a few $1,000s. But that's a good movie. Basically, Adam Sandler plays, in like Happy Gilmore or Waterboy, he's this rage-filled violence man who's funny sometimes. Well, that would never work in real life because you'd get like arrested or like people would take notice that you're a crazy person. He plays that person still, but everybody's like, what the fuck's wrong with you? What the fuck's wrong with you?
I guess I never really put the pieces together of how rage-filled he was in Waterboy. And even then, he wasn't rage-filled unless his mother was called into question.
Exactly.
And I don't think there was even a second thing. Like I think it
was
all
the hero's journey.
Yeah, it was the hero's journey. You start out as an Alabama running back, and then you become
Waterboy.
Return to the father, belly of the whale.
That's exactly what it is. It's a tale as old as time. It's what it's.
It's the biblical archetype.
I like it.
I like Waterboy. Waterboy is one of my favorites for sure. I remember watching it on like pay-per-view when it came out with my dad, and both of us dying laughing.
Oh yeah.
Vicky Valancourt's fucking hot. And
he showed me her boobies.
Show me her boobies, and I like them too.
I liked Rob Schneider with his fucked up eye. In the crowd every time. He cracked me up as a kid.
And Howard, Clint Howard. I think he's in there too. He's the one who's like, I wasn't born good looking or rich or with a fully functional brain
or smart. But that was such a sad scene because he is a very ugly man. That was
He is hideous.
Yeah.
He's the ice cream. Isn't there he's a murderer in a movie, right? I think.
Yeah, the ice cream man or ice cream truck or something like that.
I've seen
an
that.
ice cream truck driving murderer. I think he kills children.
He does. He kills kids, and it's not a great movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an L.
Yeah. I wouldn't I wouldn't say 2 thumbs down. It kept my attention through most of it. But if I remember, like the way he killed the kids was like almost like a Rube Goldberg ice cream machine at the shop in the back. It wasn't even like a harsh stabbing. And so in that way, it was like, I just looking for friends.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the movie Thanksgiving?
Yes, I liked it a lot.
You did really interesting.
Yeah,
there was something. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say who the director was. It's
Eli Roth.
Eli Roth. Yeah. Who's done lots of stuff like that. He did the Hostel movies and Cabin Fever, and he was an actor in Inglourious Bastards. It was. I think that movie was one of those fake trailers in another movie, like maybe the Quentin Tarantino movies. It was the Thanksgiving like slasher movie was a fake trailer that he made for another movie, and then I guess 10 years, 15 years later, they were like, could we actually make that Thanksgiving murder movie? And it was good. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
I don't know what it was about it. Like, I didn't even watch enough of it to know whether or not it was good, but it was the very first time I think I've ever put a movie on with the intention of watching it. And I was incapable. I didn't watch any of it at all. I put it on, sat down, and was just like, just started thinking about, I don't know what was going on. It just, I chalked it up to it being just like not good, but maybe I just have TikTok brain or something along those lines.
It's really, really gory. There's lots of practical like skin getting ripped off.
I did see some cool stuff. Yeah.
And the very opening scene, it's like Black Friday, and because lots of people are negligent, which leads to a big like rush and a crush from a crowd, and people die as a result. And so the next year, 1 year later, it's Thanksgiving holidays. And I guess this town really does Thanksgiving big. They have a whole parade and everybody's wearing turkey hats and shit. The killer comes to avenge all those people who died before or something like that. But he does his murdering while dressed as a pilgrim. And he kills people in Thanksgiving related ways.
Like what? Like stuffing them to death?
Yeah. He bakes one lady like a turkey.
That's cool.
He has her in a giant oven, and then I think he force feeds her to like her husband later or something. At the end, they have everyone. They have all the surviving like victims like at a Thanksgiving table, sort of tied to their chairs, being served this dinner by this maniacal killer, and everybody's just trying to get the fuck out of there while awful things are happening to them. He might kill somebody with a carving knife. One lady, he like comes up behind her, dunks her head.
Barely Thanksgiving related.
He dunks her head in the water and then throws her at one of those freezers from a restaurant, and all of her skin sticks to the wall, and so she's got to like tear all of her skin off to get away. It's pretty gruesome.
I think I saw that part, and I also saw a part where a lady got cut in half in a dumpster as well.
Yeah, it's fun. It's not.
I'll have to give it another
movie. But if you like, it's a slasher where people get killed in silly ways, and it's kind of funny by the end.
Okay. I like the Final Destination for that reason.
That's what it reminded me of. But it just like, for some reason, I don't know. My brain just was like, it didn't work.
Do you guys speed past those log cars, like those trucks?
Everyone does.
Yeah,
everyone does. Oh my god!
Were people chilling behind those before Final Destination, or was it always common sense to? Yeah,
that was Final Destination 2. That's the opening scene. That's the big, event that sets everything in motion. Where they foresee the event and they change it, and some of them survive that shouldn't. Instead of where it was a plane crash in the first one, but it's a log truck and a car accident on a major multi-car accident, and the logs are bouncing and like sliding through cars going down the highway. And the CGI's, I remember it being good, but maybe if I watched it now,
I bet it's not if we were to check it out. What was that, like 2002?
Yeah, but it's logs moving through the air, It's not like they have to animate it's not a column.
It almost seems like people are the only bad CGI. Like if you try to get people right, it turns out poorly. If you try
to get polygons in a person.
Yeah.
Or I think people are just really sensitive to imperfect people. They don't look right.
That's true.
In masks, etc. Whereas if you do a shark or a building or some rubble, it holds up.
Yeah. They go so overboard. Like I saw some scenes from Wolf of Wall Street where they're just walking down a pier to a boat, and it's like there's no pier. I mean, there's a pier, but it's built in a blue screen studio. There's no boat. I mean, there's a boat, but it's a fake boat in a studio, and everything was blue. There was no water. There was no water.
I saw something similar, but it wasn't blue screen. It was they held something on site and they decided they didn't really like that site so much. They changed everything about it so that the property had fewer neighbors and that the water was different. And it was just what they played like tennis at a federal prison in the very last scene or towards the end.
Okay.
Nothing about that was real. It was just it was great CGI. You had no idea, but it was also unremarkable. It didn't do much to the story.
Yeah, I've been in one of those blue screen rooms. It's like the size of a basketball stadium, like a high school basketball stadium. It's that big. It's a huge area. And the screen isn't 12, 15, 20 feet tall on the walls. It's like all the way up, like many feet.
Oh.
You're in a big blue bowl, and then they mix in real elements on the
Oh,
ground.
was that for the Call of Duty commercial?
Yeah. That's the Paramount one. I'm sure every studio has one.
I saw somebody like within the last couple months, like they posted that commercial that you were in. From time to time, I'll always see someone online be like, "What happened to FPS Russia is despicable, and it's about time we get him his rights back." And I'm always like, retweet, like that. big fan of this. And like then I have fun like reading the comments also, and they'll be like, "What happened to that guy? I haven't seen him in forever." And they'll be like, "He's doing some retarded podcast with two idiots." It's like how far he's fallen.
He's a big Jew lover now.
You mentioned Israel. This guy can't get enough. Loves it.
I think it's terrible. We're not giving them their weapons in a timely manner.
No, you know what I want? I think until every American citizen starts getting some weapons from the government, we shouldn't be giving them anywhere else.
Like Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
You see that pier?
Where are my artillery shells?
Exactly. Where's my space bombs and whatever
they're
doing?
Get artillery. I mean, they won't.
I want them provided by the government, like everyone else gets.
Woo!
Yeah,
mandated.
Those are loans.
They're not loans.
You know what they're talking about? Taking the Russian assets they have frozen and like loaning it to the Ukrainians at interest. And it's like, whoa, who are the bad guys here?
Right? Didn't the French do that to Haiti or something?
This is worse than that. At least they didn't. They're like steal the money from the Russians, and I mean it is stealing. It's their fucking money, even if they are like conducting this illegal war, this invasion, whatever you want to call it. It's their money. We took that money and seized it, and we're saying we'll just loan this to their enemies.
I wonder if this will backfire.
I bet they're not going to like it.
Like, didn't we take money from Iran in the 70s? I'm making that part up, and give it back with interest 30 years later, 50 years later, something wild like that.
I think we did something like that, right?
That was after our coup failed.
We unfroze some of their assets. Obama did.
We have a good coup record overall, though, I think.
And gave that. I think that $100 million of cash that they, flew over there to the Iranians had something to do with some unfrozen Iranian assets that we've been holding for some long period of time. Seeing their leader get COVID this week. I hope not.
Love interest.
Kobe, the best player?
Yeah, the Iranian president got COVID this week. He got a helicopter.
Yes. The butcher of Tehran.
What is with these powerful individuals and like being like, no, you will fly me into the fog. I'm the president. I play for the Lakers. Like, no, just fucking take a car. You can afford a limo too.
There's no
Stevie Ray Vaughan as well died in a helicopter crash.
They're flying from like Azerbaijan to.
Well, this all started with a Big Bopper.
To back home. They're flying over multiple mountain ranges through this crazy fog for some reason.
Why is it so hard to avoid the mountains?
Iran?
Well, I
Iran
don't know.
Very, very
but I'm just saying you couldn't drive a car. It's not like there's like a.
I just feel like we've mastered low visibility flight, right? We've mastered it. It's called instrument flight, right? What is it, IVR, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Why are these people hitting the land? Don't do that. Avoid the earth part, and you're good.
Oh, helicopters are so much worse than planes. Planes shit on helicopters.
Do you think we killed them?
I wouldn't. I mean, you could. I haven't done any looking into it at all.
I mean, it's just weird timing, you know.
I had to guess. They may have killed him.
Yeah.
If it was the finals, Game 7 was next week, and Kobe went down in a crash, we'd be like, "Oh, what the fuck!" But here we are, like Iran.
Is anyone taking credit for it, or is it?
No. Oh, this isn't the one you take credit for. This is the one you shut up about. This is like some JFK shit. If they killed,
I would think so.
But
So
I
what
can
are the
imagine-
theories? Like us, Israel?
Well,
What
here's
are they?
my theory. My theory would be that the fucking Israelis tampered with the instruments on that fucking helicopter in some way to make the instruments that
No,
Woody's
that's small
referring to.
potatoes. They changed the weather to cause the
They
conditions.
did both.
to
They
make
did both.
Yeah. They're a remarkably thorough people.
I don't know why everybody's against them. They're clearly the winners.
Who else died in the Iranian president crash?
Like a lot of his cabin. I sent you a list, but it's it's people I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I didn't know who those
Right.
Mhm. They're not
Yeah.
that famous.
A lot of similar
No.
names. A lot
I didn't
of
know their
ages.
president's name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just know him as the Butcher of Tehran. That's all I know him as.
It's a good title.
That's cool. Man, I want to be the butcher of something.
You want to feed people?
The Butcher of St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Active.
Man,
That's
I'd have
already taken.
competition.
That's got to be already taken. If you Google the Butcher of St. Louis, and
That's
you
the
might
thing,
find
yeah.
a nice place to get some ribeyes, but you might also find a
True.
hammer murderer.
Yeah, from the 30s.
Some 30s hammer murderer. It's a
They love
story
killing people with
tradition. here.
hammers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's how we kill people.
it's an old Mizzou tradition.
Yeah.
I don't-
Murdered with hammers.
One of my other conspiracy theories, other than the Israelis killing the president of Iran last week, which they definitely did, is that there are lots of serial killers that are like writing letters in to fucking newspapers and shit, and we just ignore them because we don't like to fan those flames. Like the media and the FBI or whoever like learned their lesson from the 90s and the 80s and the 70s, the way you could like if you played into that serial killer shit, they just made it worse, and then it caused copycats because our society would thirst for a serial killer. Like the way that people like true crime drama about shit that happened before. If there was shit
Yes.
happening a lot, if it was like,
yeah.
fucking
Mhm.
St. Louis Strangler, he's taken down 18 women and he's taunting the police saying his next victim will be a redhead. And it's like, oh my God, everyone's dyeing their hair.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
You
I have
go to the beauty shop. We're
nothing
here at Friday Street Beauty Salon where all of these redheaded ladies have saying they've had enough. It's like, it's just not safe. It's just not safe anymore.
You guys are too
would-
young for the last
be
good
cool.
one.
We're
I
Irish a
remember.
little bit now, I
just a
suppose.
little bit. Well, they're redheaded. Yeah.
Are you guys old enough to remember the DC sniper?
Yes.
Dude,
know
I
the
went
story.
to
We followed that closely
Dude.
in my school.
I'm from DC basically. And when I
Okay.
was a baby, we went to the Ren Fair and I went missing at the Ren Fair. And my grandparents and my mom were like, it was at the time of the DC sniper. And that's like, they've told me that story so many times. Like they were fucking, heads on swivels. They thought I got kidnapped by the DC sniper. Not really, but
That's not what they
it was
do,
all
but
at
okay.
the same time. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, that's crazy. Then I'm young, so
Dude, that was, I don't want to call them badass, but they had this big car. Everyone thought they were in a white box truck. They weren't.
Shooting innocent people.
They were in this like 1970s car with a great big trunk.
Really not badass.
And they could pull out the taillight, shoot, they'd aim their sniper rifle out where the taillight used to be, and then replace it. And they just drive off casually. And everybody just knew, in air quotes, that it was a white box truck. Like a couple of these shootings had white box trucks associated with it, like in the area. So they thought that was, correlation. And no one was looking for regular cars.
Yeah.
He was a good shot, and he was shooting people at gas stations a lot. So the
Yeah,
gas
while they were
stations
pumping the
got
gas.
creative and started putting up tarps, like to be a competitive. You need gas. Do you want to go to the station that's wide open or the one that has like tarps
Cover.
hanging from everywhere?
Yeah.
Concealment, right?
Yeah.
So,
concealment.
Yeah. So
That's fair.
so I don't know. It was a big deal, and that
It was
nowadays
John.
would be so much more popular.
It was John Muhammad and his
Mm.
like stepson, nephew, or something.
Lee
Lee
Boyd Malvo. Yeah.
And there was a lot of discussion on whether, because Lee Boyd Malvo was like 15, 16 or something. And the other guy is maybe 35, 40. And there's a lot of discussion about how culpable the young man is. But they had them all sewn up. They had like the bullets from where they'd been practicing. And they caught him with the gun, I think. But yeah, they would do exactly what Woody said. They pop the taillight out of the car, crawl into the trunk of the car from the interior, shoot with an AR-15. They shot one guy maybe who was like just had dinner at Outback Steakhouse or something. I was like, that could be me. But I was in high school. I was maybe senior year, and so we were following it really closely in my computer class, my drafting class. We were all just like, I don't know, following it day to day and discussing it at length, and it was scary because They called him the DC sniper too. Like he had a name, the DC sniper, or the Beltway sniper. I remember that. And I don't remember how many people they kill. Shoot,
I don't know. I'm gonna look it up, but I'm gonna guess.
I would guess 17.
Okay.
Really?
I would guess 17 victims and maybe like 8 or 12 deaths.
17 deaths, 10 injured.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Damn.
You were on the
Way
money
worse
if you
than I
hadn't,
thought.
if you hadn't
Well,
qualified it.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that many total. That's crazy. In 3 weeks. Yeah, it was just.
The one guy's still alive.
Of course.
John Muhammad, lethal injected.
Should have him on the pod.
2009. Yeah, we got to get Lee Boyd Malvo on the show.
Free Lee Boyd Malvo. Hashtag you did nothing wrong.
What was your favorite kind of sniper rifle to use?
It was the Bushmaster AR-15.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
We get it. We get some hate online. We get
I literally remember us being like, so a Bushmaster, that must be a good one, huh? Like we were in high school. Like,
is it now that you're an expert? Is that a good one?
Oh, I don't even know. I know it was a brand
mid
time.
Mil spec.
Okay.
I've never seen a bad one really. Like the difference between a bad AR-15 and a good one. It's like, what are we doing that we need that? It's like the audio equipment thing again. Like, yeah, the cheapest one's kind of. It's like, I don't know. We could do better than this. But the most expensive one, it's like, man, come on, $5,000 for this?
Yeah, it's a very difficult platform to accurize just in general because there's so many moving pieces and it's semi-automatic and it just doesn't really make any sense to,
I can't remember. The guy's name is Matt and he has like Demolition in his YouTube channel name.
Demolition Ranch.
Yes. He got a AR-15 and it was like a race gun. It was red and it was very light. Something about that lit my fire, but I never bought one.
Billeted aluminum AR.
It sounds right. Yeah.
I mean, after playing Tarkov, you probably know how to build like a really good one. Nothing teaches you guns better than Tarkov. Honestly, I learned way more from Tarkov. Like I knew stuff, but as far as like the customization of certain weapon platforms, I was like, you can do this? Like, yeah, this obscure Bulgarian company makes a mount for that. Wow. Like there's lots of things in Tarkov I didn't know existed. I knew about the guns and stuff, but like the little intricate ways to put attachments onto weird platforms, I didn't know about a lot of that. Tarkov's great for that.
Yeah, it's in depth.
I want to find like how many suspected serial killers there are right now. Like if there's actual names, is what you brought up.
The FBI has this.
Yeah,
the FBI has some statement that they think that, like the number they think are actively operating in the United States. Like they've given a number out, but I just got to imagine there's some guy out there right now doing something that would be like headline grabbing, like catchy, like maybe he pees in their butthole after he kills them or something. Like there's some weird demented fool out there doing crazy shit, but we don't publicize it because again, copycats and fanning the flames.
Dude, Mexico is putting up like Gretzky numbers with some of these serial killers. The highway of death. Suspects charged? There's a question mark column. No. 136-mile stretch of Federal Highway 86, where since 2020, at least 71 men, women, and children have disappeared or been murdered. The 18 survivors said they were abducted by armed men and tortured. It's suspected that cartels are responsible for many of the murders, but there's a possibility that lone criminals are responsible for some of them. Criminals. See, now you got a bunch of serial killers potentially.
Yeah, you got to have a signature if you're going to be a serial killer because you don't want to take credit for anybody else's stuff and vice versa,
Yeah. The Jamaican homeless stabbings, that's got to be the like tutorial level of like
a lot of them started. Yeah. A lot of them start by killing prostitutes and yep, exactly. It's just like the lowest hanging fruit.
But you got
to
do something. Like you got to like shave
how about this, Kyle?
When you're done.
The toy car murders, also Mexico. Alleged vigilante who killed car thieves in Sinaloa with a shot to the head minutes after stealing them. Toy cars were found on the body of all the victims. Due to this distinctive mark, the alleged murderer is popularly known as El Asesino del Carrito.
You know what I choose to believe? I choose to believe that his son was killed by a car thief. And so he's putting his son's toys in the pockets of the victims. It's just like that scene in The Patriot.
Let's add that to the wiki.
Yeah, add that to the wiki. Nobody will flinch. It's just like when Mel Gibson was melting down his dead son's toy soldiers into bullets and then shooting them at the redcoats. That was a hard scene too.
Dude,
I love that movie.
I like that. Someone go vandalize the Wikipedia page of that.
I mean, flesh it out. You mean? You
flesh it out with newfound information.
Properly research. You know.
Man, that's the best one of these on here by far that I've seen in my 3 seconds of looking. Fuck, there's one right here. The Kansas City and St. Louis shootings.
Kansas City madman.
Broadly speaking, or
he was arrested and found in possession of a gun with ballistics matching the hunt. This guy's just a run-of-the-mill murderer.
Yeah.
Oh, he needs a gimmick.
Yeah.
You do need a gimmick. Like if you were gonna go and you're like, I just love killing. Like you would want a gimmick. You would want to be able to take credit for yours and keep score.
You know what I would do? I'd go to every state, and on the body I'd leave one of those commemorative state quarters.
Ooh, put it in their mouth.
Oh, that's even spookier. Actually, 2 of them on their eyes, like they're having.
So they can enter the gate. So they can enter heaven. Yeah, exactly.
They can pay
the
Sharon or whatever to go across the river Styx.
Chiron
from HR.
Charon, I think his name is. Yeah.
It is Charon.
Yeah, that's a good ass story. Man, that's
Chiron though.
Maybe, but either way, I think that would be a pretty like classy, I want to say, way to do it, like with coins.
Pretty great.
But I gotta say, I think that the American coins are a little folksy, and we want to rise above that. What if you made them yourself, like you were striking coins?
I need a fucking hobby. Like,
see, that's what you do when you're getting ready for the kill. There's that scene where we slowly move the camera through your house of terror, and you're playing rock music while you make these coins. You're minting them. You're smelting. You're smelting the jewelry of your victims to make the coin.
They're calling him the St. Louis smelter. Yeah.
Rumor is he dealt it.
Mm-hmm. He's clearly started killing before his coins were ready for to be put on the public stage. Look at how murder victim 1, how crappy the coins are, and murder victim 48, the coins are well rounded. He's
I go right after that news reporter. You don't want to insult them either. I would genuinely not do that. Like if I were a reporter, I would be afraid to have antagonizing the killer.
I would only antagonize with fake stuff. I'd be like, you'll never suspect me. I'm Asian. And then they'd be like, is he playing Catch-22? Is he actually Asian? Putting a lot of, headlights on the Asian population of the country, which they...
Would you target a specific demographic or just anybody?
No, we've talked about this before. You cannot be a demographic targeter if you're going to be a successful killer. That's how so many of these people get fucked up. Is they're like, oh man, I'm so in the mood to kill. But
what if it's something? What is your motive? What if you make it
smart? You want to get away with it? The motive is just there can't be one. Indecipherable. You're just
no. There is one, but they don't. But they can't see it. It's like forest for the trees type thing. Like there's something special about each of these people that only and they'll have to be a real Sherlock Holmes to realize to put it all together.
Mm-hmm. These people
don't just kill redheads.
Have like very small heads.
Yeah,
actually funny.
That'd be good. Yeah,
you can do it Gen Z style with like killing people with negative canthal tilt.
Yeah,
you just kill ugly people.
I just kill people with the fucking like perms, like the guy Gen Z perm that they're all rocking now.
The broccoli head.
Broccoli head. Yeah.
Yep, the broccoli head.
This will be like 40 years in the future when I'm like an old man and I have nothing to live for but my killing.
Man, serial killer.
Yeah, and they'll be by then the news reporters will be like, "This is seriously not bussin'." Like, no cap. This guy's fucked up,
dude. Like, I'm struggling with the new language now. I hung in there longer than most. Like when I was 40, I could speak teen. That's not true anymore.
Oh yeah, getting older now. It really is the fucking Simpsons episode where Abe Simpson, Grandpa Simpson's like, "Oh, you're with it now, but there'll come a day when you aren't with it, and what is it? It seems weird and strange to you." And then that is it now. I see those kids like I see the broccoli haircut, and I'm like, man, these kids, that would be the biggest invitation to get bullied. And then
really,
that's like
a lot of the broccoli kids. I mean, this sounds gay and pedo, but like, I see how they're cute. I can see why they're scoring with that haircut.
A lot of cute boys with that cut, huh?
That's all good. We can take that out in post.
No, like these
All right,
Instagram boys or whatever. I'm like, all right. It's not a look that anyone rocked when I was in school, but
Okay, you
the
got your stance. You
fucking
should just hang out there.
bowl
Yes.
haircuts, the surfer haircuts that were popular when I was young are no lamer.
What I don't like is where the Schultz thing, where they just like razor
Dude.
like the straight line on the
Oh.
I
side of
can't
your head.
stand that.
It looks
Like
like
where they-
half of a
Shave apart in,
Yeah.
sort of.
no, where the whole side of your head is like shaved completely clean, and then you just have
There's
like
no
a bowl
fade.
cut up. Yeah, it's
Oh.
that looks like some weird Nazi
Hitler
shit.
Youth. Yeah, exactly.
Hitler Youth had better
What
cuts
about
than
mullets?
that.
What about mullets?
I'm in
The
favor
mullet
of
could
mullets.
come back. I'd be all right with that.
Yeah.
I wish the mullet
I'm-
would come back.
I'm a
I've been
hockey
rocking a
guy.
mullet for
I love
years.
mullet. And
That's
I think
true,
he does
yeah.
a good one. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
That's
want
part
that.
of hockey culture. And like if it gets big, that's appropriation.
Zach, show us a picture of Rowdy Roddy Piper. Now that like I want that, or Billy Ray Cyrus would do too.
Rest
Like
in
the
peace.
mullet
How
came
about
back.
Travis Tritt?
Travis Tritt was the king.
Dude.
I'm a big fan of Travis Tritt. I got his songs memorized, every one of them.
This is his son's merch I'm wearing, Tristan Tritt.
Really?
Oh,
I
really?
fucking love Travis Tritt and
You
Tristan.
named
They're
his
both
son
like
Tristan.
Yeah, I'm a big Travis
Yeah.
Tritt fan. I like him
I
in
love
Blues
Travis Tritt.
Brothers too. When he's there at the end playing. Yeah, look at that. That's a man right there. That's Rowdy
That's a
Roddy
man.
Piper.
Ooh,
All right.
Travis Tritt looks almost Christ-like.
dude,
Yeah.
he's incredible.
He's,
He's a
had that
very
look
good guitar
forever.
player.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
very good singer.
Yeah, he's
Good for
excellent.
him.
Super talented.
Oh,
Dude,
That dude would not last in prison.
Dude,
Oh,
that
my
you're
goodness.
telling me
He'd
that
run
haircut.
prison.
Yeah, but he's
He
got
would-
his
he
ankh
would
on
run
to protect
prison.
him.
He'd be holding
Oh, yeah.
somebody's pocket.
Wait,
When
this
I
is a
was in
country
elementary
singer, and
school,
he's wearing
I-
like an ankh.
I would sing this.
This is the
guy's
early
songs in
2000s.
I sang this guy's songs in the talent show in elementary school.
Oh, he's tougher there.
That's a different guy.
That's
Dude,
yeah,
this
oh,
is,
God.
I'm sorry.
This is 40 years 40 years from now. Wendigoon. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Your facial recognition's on another level.
It,
Woody's like, he looks good there.
yeah, you got way tougher. That's good. That's good.
It's a
Who
different
is
human
this
being.
person?
Totally different guy.
Wendigoon's dad.
Yeah.
Is that Billy Ray Cyrus? Like I'm bad.
It
at
is,
this,
yeah.
But, okay.
He
Yeah,
looks
let's-
good, man. I've got to say.
Let's
I
get
mean-
mullets back.
He looks.
I
I think
like
I think so. Mullets and I don't know about mustaches are kind of weird, but I like them.
No, you just need a angular face to pull off the mustache. You
Right.
have a good mustache face. I've tried to go down to the mustache face. I look like I'm impersonating a police officer. It's a bad look for my big round head.
Yeah.
Kyle, you could have a good mustache
ever-
face.
Do you ever do the thing? Why don't you grow it up and do the little upturned mustache that's all waxed and pointed?
I'm basically there. I just need wax. I don't have wax.
Honestly,
You gotta
yeah, you are.
wax.
I just realized that. Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got a very you could step right into a western or something. I feel like you look like a real cattle herd. Like you
You
could be in
could
the
step into a
background at the
western.
table with
Yeah,
a
like-
mustache.
This is high praise. I feel like Nic Cage right now.
Yeah.
When he said- There's that fucking interview where that woman asked a question. He's like, "That's huge. That's huge."
Yeah.
Oh wow, really? Oh, thank you so much.
I like Nicolas Cage. Anyways,
I like
I'm
Nicolas
a
Cage
really
too.
good actor. I'm not here because my uncle's Francis Ford Coppola. I'm a good actor.
He is a good actor.
I'm not a good
I love
actor.
Nick Cage.
Hi, I'm
Right.
Nick
Pretty
Cage,
good
and I'm
actor.
not a good
The way he
actor.
plays Nic
What does
Cage.
he sound like?
He plays other people. I thought, look, he makes those shitty movies, but he look. Nobody says Sam Jackson's a bad actor. The same
That
thing,
would be racist.
but they're very similar actors. They both do way too many movies. Most of them are shitty, but he has these iconic roles that's and you're like, oh yeah, man, he was good in that one and that one. And remember when he said this, that, and the other? Like they're very similar, but Sam Jackson doesn't get shit on like poor Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage bought
True.
that Tyrannosaurus head from fucking that collector, and Turkey was like, hey, that's our head, and he gave it back. He was at $250,000 for that.
What did he sound? Do a Nick Cage impression where he gives it back, Kyle.
Oh, I can't do it.
Try. I don't even know fully what he sounds like.
Just
You're
the
still
intensity and
Declaration
buildup
of
would be fun.
Independence.
You're telling
He's
me
like
this is
weird.
someone else's head? No, I can't do that.
You're
It's
telling
a
me I
weird
stole
one.
someone else's
It'll take a
head?
lot of practice.
Declaration of
I'm
Independence.
I'm a bad actor.
While holding a fucking Academy Award.
Bad actor. Yeah, he
I
is.
like Nicolas Cage. You saw Mandy. Come on, that is good acting. He is
I know I'm
unhinged.
antagonizing you, but he is a bad actor. Like in the
This is
truest
just
sense of the
not.
word, he's just not very good. But he's fun. I
Tara
like him.
Reid is a bad actor. She's not believable as anyone. She's not. She's
Yeah,
clearly a
that's
person
true.
faking. Tara Reid
Yeah.
looks like a person who's coming in and pretending to be someone.
Her acting's as bad as her tits.
And those are
Damn.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Those are
that's
the
low
worst.
praise.
Yeah,
God.
you remember those? I remember that was my first because that was like mid 2000s, so I was like in middle school, early high school, and seeing like the difference in what those titties looked like with a bikini top on versus off was like, oh, like
Yeah.
How old are y'all?
I'm 33.
38.
51.
51.
Yes,
You're born in 1972. You're the same age as my
Great.
dad, Woody.
Oh yeah.
1973. Yeah, you guys are the same age.
Are you like a 97?
I was born in
98?
1996. Yeah.
96. Okay, I'm a 91.
Yeah.
I'm not that much older than you.
Go back to
I guess.
that picture. It's
Right
those
between
must
you
be
and Kyle.
So-
years and years apart, right?
So one thing to keep in mind,
Photo.
not as many as you might think. So the problem with the photo on the right, it's not that her titties were worse. There was this time where she got them done, and they were like lopsided. Like one of them did a crazy thing, and then the titty fell out on an award show, and everybody starts flashing their bulbs, and she thinks, "Oh, I'm so pretty," but her titties just out, and it was a real bad look because you
Yeah.
could tell that like her
You
titty
remember when,
surgery had gone poorly.
You remember when
She looks okay on
Gollum?
the one on the right? She's just way too thin. Like the one on the right is
Yeah.
from an article where they're like, "Is Tara Reid starving herself to death?"
Yeah.
I wonder if more fat would smooth that stomach out.
Of course it would. Yeah.
Definitely would.
Yeah,
It
she looks
smooths
bit
out
of chunk,
everything.
Ugh, it's not a good
bit
look.
of chunk, some Chick-fil-A.
She just has
Something.
to overeat a little bit. Well, we've been having so much fun. I forgot to do the Blue Chew read. Does everybody out there have a nice hard dick? I didn't think
Mhm.
so.
You knew it.
This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex, folks. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Just the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big ups to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. If you're out there and you're like, man, my dick's hasn't been banging on all cylinders recently, so to speak, you need to go to BlueChew.com, put in PKA at checkout, and just shell out the $5 at checkout. It's just $5. If you can afford to fuck, you can afford the $5. And you get your 3 pills for free, your 3 chewable tablets for free, rather. And go for the tadalafil. That's the only one of the 3 I've tried. And I haven't tried to try any other ones because Kyle let us correct. Kyle has experience with all of these formulas, all these formulations. And he affirmed to us with his expert mind that tadalafil is the way to go. And it's
like
always treated
I took a test and I got a perfect score. What, I'm going to change my answers?
Yeah.
Exactly.
No
What
reason
the
to change
fuck?
it up. So check that out, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. And of course, Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. Are you tired of coming like a bitch, like a little girl, like a nobody, like a nothing? No one wants to see a little tiddlywink of cum spurt out of your cock. They want to see gushing. That girl that you're with or that boy that you're with. We don't judge as long as you're coming hard. And you're both of age. No Jared Fogle stuff here, folks. We don't play that way.
Depending on the state you're in.
Ethical. I like it.
Ethical. We take a stand against Subway Jared and his
they're in-
6-inch.
Well, hypothetically, in Thailand, how old would the girl need to be, Taylor, before they could bust one of those giant floppy loads on her?
Just
Just legally speaking, not. I want this to be part of the advertisement.
that I make up every time.
All right, I
Don't have
want you to
anything
lose
down
your place.
Lock and load. Start coming like a man. Every woman, every man, everyone you're having sex with or is having sex with you, You want them to know you're enjoying it. You're with your girl and she's trying to get you off. She wants to know that she did a good job, and she's not going to get that if you're just a little fucking spider web. You want a big, strong, fucking Peter Parker kind of web all over her, all over the bedroom. You want to have 2 towels, 2 sex towels at any time. And this is how you can tell we're not lying to you. Because if we were trying to fib to you and this was a bullshit product, number one, it wouldn't still be selling as well after years. And number two, we would have done the easiest thing in the world. And we would have been like, take 1 pill a day for a month.
Like our competitors do.
Yeah, like our competitors do. Those shady fucks. Almost at a different word.
I also have nothing to gain from this whatsoever, and it does work. And I and my close friends have used it, and we are viewers of PKA, and it does work. 11 pumps. That's average.
That comes from Oompaville, and he's a man. He's a man of truth.
I'm a man.
He speaks truth to power. That's what he does. That's his brand. He's a bit of a prophet. He's a smart guy. He never says anything wrong. He's astute. And so listen to him on this, and also listen to me on this. You have to take 9 pills a day, folks. This is not for the weak of stomach. This is for people who wake up in the morning and they go, what do I want? I want 5 veggie caps right now. And then at night, you take 4 more. That's what you need to get an efficacious dose. Because when you're working with someone as jacked and mildly autistic as Derek, he knows exactly how to mete out the nutrients needed to get your sperms. Well, it's not for your sperm. You're not going to get people pregnant more often. It's more for seminal fluid, and it'll add a nice pearlescence to it, a little color boost. So check it out. Use code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off over at Lock and Load or over at GorillaMind.com. But it's not just.
Was that your request?
It was your request, and we can go back in the chat because I was saying, like, I'd say something in the chat like, "Hey, we're having out of stock issues," and then Kyle, like, without letting that even simmer, would be like, "And also, we need code Jizz. We need code Jizz right away." And I'm like, "Yeah, but like,
Jizz immediately."
But priorities, though.
Let's get the out of stock.
Let's get the code working, and then no. I mean, look,
every one of these cum splatters on here,
They're
fought
real.
tooth and nail for. Tooth and nail. Kyle and Woody were like, "It's not that important how much comes on the bottle, Taylor." And I was like, "It's so important how much cum is on the bottle because it's funny and it's fun. It adds a little levity. You can give it to your dad. You can show your grandparents."
What if we came up with a kit so that they could keep track of their volume growth over time?
I think we could do that.
You guys should do a podcast episode where you each get fertility tests, and you each get your fertility tested, and you determine how much.
Oh,
that would be cool.
Would
you
mind if Taylor and I mail you some jism?
I've been
How many milliliters do you bust though? That's what we need to know.
Woody, apologies in advance. I shouldn't have used a security envelope. It's gonna be
Would you be
I used a condom and a security envelope.
Cylinder first?
No condom.
Yeah. Woody's just opening his mail. He's like, a little bleachy in here today.
what if I told the audience stack rank, but you by volume? How would you like that?
That could be good. We could all be stack ranked by our volume. We could have power rankings week to week.
That's funny.
I'm gonna send you a Ziploc
And it was a
bag.
big week for Kyle as he surges into first place, as he spurts into first.
I have a suspicion this is 2 loads. I'll get the microscope.
Sure, you need to video it.
We have like our
proof.
own.
I measured
UFC
mine.
testing.
I did keep track and measure, but I don't remember the numbers. And what I did was I came in a condom, and then I took a syringe, and
he was like, "Oh, that one was a 2-gulper."
I drew out all of the cum with a syringe into a 3 milliliter like syringe, and I think it took like multiple syringes. I think it was like 11 milliliters. It was a huge amount. It was like maybe 11 milliliters or something. It's been too long. I said
Stay
whenever I said on the
hydrated
show.
when you're taking it, and you will be blown away, as will your lady or man friend, at how much you bust.
It's
Take us
awesome. It
direct.
really is. Yeah.
The official load stack of Joe Biden.
You need to do it.
Lock and Load is not the official load stack of Joe Biden. Lock and Load is no affiliation whatsoever with Joe Biden. Can you say anything is endorsed by anyone as long as afterward you do a silly joke like that?
This
is not endorsed by the Trump administration.
Yeah.
That's
How
awesome.
do you think Putin stays in power? I don't know.
Actually,
that
that
could be
sunflower lecithin takes a lot of capsule space.
It does. The sunflower
For an
lecithin.
efficacious dose. Yeah.
Yes. See, this is a man who knows
Dude, it's
loads.
based. I love it. Yeah, I love it. I mean, I remember when you guys were talking about it, and my cousin Clint and I bought the individual ingredients pre-lock and load, and we're rocking that for months.
Oh yeah, that was like the funniest realization. Like when Kyle and I were in that chat that day, and someone was like, "Oh, what do you think of your load stack?" And immediately, Kyle and I just were putting out full ingredients and doing a melding of the minds.
Dude, I was there for that, if I recall, and it was like, you're doing it, like the two Spider-Mans pointing at each other. Sometimes you put peanut butter in my chocolate moment. The two of them had something together.
That's such a good. The peanut butter in my chocolate. That's one of my favorite Family Guy clips from like the old episodes. You know what it's Oh, you didn't know what that was referencing, Woody?
Oh, I know the commercial. I don't know the Family Guy.
Oh, it's when there's a guy driving and he's like, I sure love eating peanut butter. And there's another guy who's like, I love chocolate. And then they have a head-on collision and both get in a horrible accident and it combines. And then an officer who's like, I'm Officer Reese's. What's going on here? And then he eats it and kills both of them. And then so he can have his secret. Reese's S-tier candy. I'm not that big of a candy eater, but if I was, I wouldn't be a sampler. It'd all be Reese's and Twix. As far as the common
only eat candy when I'm on the road, right? Like the scenario is usually this: I'm on a motorcycle and I need to walk a little bit, like get off the darn bike while I gas up. And the most tempting things are whatever Reese's cooked up this week. They are just finding new ways to combine peanut butter and chocolate every month, and I need to know what's up.
Speaking of low quality snacks,
Take 5, dude.
Oh, I've had Take 5. They're good.
I fucking love Take 5's.
I haven't had one for. Oh, you're you a fast break guy, Caleb? Reese's fast break.
Yeah, the Reese's fast break. There's like 2 sizes though. One of them I don't like, and one of them I just eat, swallow it without chewing it.
Yeah, I used to get the big one at the. I gained a little bit of noticeable weight after I turned 16, and it was like I can just stop at gas stations anytime.
Oh, same. Yeah.
I could just have a Reese's fast break candy. And then that was that same phase where I'm like, all right, I'm getting a Reese's fast break, but I'm going to stick healthy on the beverage side, get myself a nice 24-ounce Arizona iced tea, with ginseng, Woody. It has ginseng in it.
I know. I don't know why I laughed.
Yeah, that's a medicine effectively. And then you I don't even want to imagine how many calories are in one of those, because it's just soda. It's just an uncarbonated soda. In the Arizona ginseng green tea,
I would guess because it's like 24 ounces, like you said, it's big. I would guess like 100.
It was very. Okay,
I bet it cracks 200 calories.
24 ounces, 100%. 100%.
Probably 240 calorie servings, I would assume.
Oh, I went for the can, right? For all, I don't want them to pull that 2 servings in a can trick. I'm not falling for it.
All right, someone's gonna have to do some quick mental math.
That's a cute dog.
But a 16.9 fluid ounce serving is 130 calories and 34 grams of sugar.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you were to add up to 24 ounces, Kyle, off the top of your head, what is that?
I wasn't listening.
That would be 210.
It's about
210
5
calories.
times larger.
Yeah. Okay.
So, what was it? 160?
130 for 16.9 fluid ounces.
Yeah, it'd be just under 210.
It does have
5 or something.
120% of your vitamin C. So you take the good with the bad.
I'm getting 195, but I'm not sure I'm right.
Ooh, right on the cusp. Either way, those were good, and I thought that they were like a healthier alternative to like a Diet Pepsi or something at the time, which they are not. Although people are always talking about aspartame.
Mm-hmm.
If it were that bad, Kyle would be dead.
I'd be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you've gone significant periods of time without water passing your lips.
Years.
Years.
Yes.
Years.
Unless
you count ice in soda. Sometimes the fridge can't get them cold fast enough, so you gotta put some of that disgusting ice in there and get a little water.
Water's down your soda.
Every now
drink
and
it double fast.
And sometimes you jump in the pool, you swallow a little accidentally. Other than that, no, not drinking any water.
No. Fish fucking it. It's disgusting.
I used to drink even just for hydration. Like I would carry around like a half gallon of tea, like because it's
for hydration.
Yeah, why not? It's got
That's
some
awesome.
caffeine in there.
Not even sweet, like sweet tea or
No,
regular?
unsweet tea, artificially sweetened tea. With
Yeah.
like a big scoop of sweet and low in there and
You
lemon.
guys basically hydrate with diet soda.
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
drink a
drinking right
lot
now.
of water, but I'm a fancy
drink a
man.
ton of water.
I drink sparkling water. Yeah.
If
I
I'm
have a
doing something
big
that's gonna make me
like-
sweaty, I'll have like a Gatorade or a water. But as far as what I drink continuously, it's like zero sugar soda. It's Mr. Pibb Zero over there. These new Sprites are real good. It's like cherry lime zero sugar Sprite. That's good.
Zero Sugar Chill. This episode's also brought to you by Sprite Zero Sugar Chill.
Shout out to Sprite Zero
The
Chill.
official soda
Dude.
of Hamas.
That can
Cherry.
doesn't look like
Oh.
a Sprite product.
Do
These
you
are
guys like
great.
Dr. Pepper?
I used to.
Yes.
But not,
Yeah, but
not
this
much
is
anymore.
better. Like this, I've
Oh.
switched to Mr. Pibb because they've got Pibb Zero and it's really fucking good. It tastes like cherry.
think-
It's good.
I think Mr. Pibb is very good. I think Mr. Pibb is a close second to Dr. Pepper. But I just love Dr. Pepper. I don't know why.
Dr.
So
Pepper
good.
Zero is pretty
Do you
good.
only
too.
drink regular or do you drink diet?
I drink regular. I feel like the zeros give me no energy and the normals give me energy, and I use it for energy. Like whenever I record or work out or something like that, I'll drink a soda.
I like that. Fueling up
Yeah.
with sugar and a little bit of caffeine.
You work out home gym or
Little
you
bit.
go to a place?
Right now, I just have that fucking little body dip thing. I'm a big calisthenics guy. I've never been to a gym.
I like dips.
So you do
Yeah, I
like
love
dips,
dips.
pull-ups, that kind
Wildly
of stuff
good
a
at
lot.
dips.
Yeah, dips, and my dad is a god tier. He can do like 40 pull-ups, and he's fucking shredded still.
40
I'm trying to
pull-ups,
get
no
him-
stopping, just 40.
40 pull-ups, no stop. There's a video on my YouTube channel when he turned 40 10 years ago of him doing 40 pull-ups, which is insane.
Good for
He's
him.
fucking
That is
jacked. And I'm trying to get him on TRT, but he don't listen to me.
He's way better than me. I think of myself as good at pull-ups. I could do 4
He's small.
10.
He's
but I could
short,
never do
so.
40 in a row.
He's got the
Now-
Olympian build, so there's no
Hmm.
no comparison. He has a unique human. He's a 5'5". He's very small
Oh, wow.
and light. He weighs like 135. Can just fucking crank out pull-ups.
He's cheating.
Yeah, he's cheating. It's basically cheating. Yeah,
That's me without
He-
legs.
yeah. He can do the like the human flagpole and all that. I just was always so jealous of his like physicality because I was in great shape, but he's just short, so he can do anything. He can like stick himself
Flagpole's
straight
so
out of
hard.
the fucking.
I
so
tried
hard.
to do that. I
But-
thought I was going to be strong enough to do the flagpole thing, but I'm not. And I've
No,
never
it's
had
crazy.
Like my legs are also so long. Like I'm.
Mhm.
It's.
Yeah,
I
you're
can't. I can't
not built
imagine
for it.
doing that.
I mean,
No.
Caleb, you get the last laugh because you're not short. And so you can always like mog your dad that way.
I do mog him sometimes, yeah. But he's awesome though. He's fucking shredded. It's really cool to have a in shape who's not on the internet at all. It's just like he's an old farmer guy with fucking. He's got the wrinkliest neck in the world from the sun, and he's just takes his shirt off. He's got a crazy farmer's tan. He's alabaster white, and he's just got an 8-pack. It's fucking awesome.
That's
Dude, I
wild.
love people like when you come across someone, especially close to your own age, who is just so not online at all. It's so refreshing because it's like a little reminder of like, oh, all these things that like seem not to
Yeah.
be like the internet's not real life because some of it is, but like they'll be like, oh, really? Fucking Kanye said something? Really? I thought he was just kind of a music guy. And I'm like, I'm not even going to tell you. You enjoy, friends.
Yeah.
Just listen to, graduation again. Like, a good time. I love that. That's a
Same.
good trait in like girlfriends, wives, like as
Agreed,
a
yeah.
content creator. Like every
Yeah.
time I see like that iDub situation, which like I follow like Sam Hyde and his stuff much more than I ever followed the iDubbbz thing. So I only kind of saw his downfall through like Sam Hyde trolling him through it.
Mhm.
But then I would see those clips of like him doing a podcast like with his wife, and like both of them are like they're not just doing like a what did you do today? Like it's not like an independent show. They're like having beef with people together, and it's like well that doesn't seem like a good idea. Like starting
Yeah.
fights with your significant other on a podcast.
I'm,
isn't good for longevity.
My SO is a content creator, and she is very much just not online, and she's extremely has her head screwed on fucking great. She's got 50 million followers on TikTok, which is like another level of internet success. But she's so far eclipsed me and like the world that I'm in, and it's just nonsensical. Like she doesn't have to be involved in it in any way. So she's like kind of gone past it, which is really cool to see, because it's important, I feel like, to have someone who just does not give a single fuck about stuff that you are bombarded with that is supposedly important and not
So she's like a post only kind of person where she's like, all right, here's the post, and then now I'm going outside, enjoy my day.
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
Smart.
What about current events, like what's going on in the world? Because I had a repairman over October, maybe 8th, right after the Israel thing, and I'm of course watching it on CNN, and then going back to Fox News when it's commercial break, like back and forth, and he's back behind me working in the kitchen, and he's like, "What's going on over there?" I'm like, "Israel was invaded. By who? Why would they do that?" I'm like,
Germany again.
How do you know? Aliens invaded Israel. Like he had no idea, no concept. He didn't care. I was like, yeah, they invaded Israel. I was like, this is a big deal. We're going to help them. They're about to kill some people. Nah. Anyway, stucco. He didn't care at all.
No, that's for the birds. For that guy.
I try not to. I guess I draw my own lines about the online shit I care about and what I don't. Like I care so little about the Kardashians and like certain groups and people like that, but then I care way too much about, I don't know, video game drama and shit like that.
I'm the same.
I've given Terrance Howard too much attention this week. Probably
same.
That guy's so funny. Like
awesome.
the unshakable confidence to be that bad at math.
His first memory.
What did he do?
His first.
I know that Terrance Howard went on the Joe Rogan Experience. I also know a little bit about Terrance Howard. He's the guy who fucked up and lost the Iron Man role. Yes. He's the guy who from Hustle and Flow back in the day, very good movie. And I think I've seen him like dressed as a preacher. Maybe he's got those green evangelical black preacher robes. Maybe I saw him one time. But so I knew he was a little out there, but he made an ass of himself.
You've got it all wrong. He didn't fuck up. He didn't fuck up Iron Man. That wasn't his fault at all. He had nothing to do with that whatsoever. That part, I'm doing a big video on that whole podcast episode. It is such a fucking crazy rabbit hole. Dude, he talks about his first memories like most people. It's just like him trying so desperately to seem like a genius that it's like watching a train wreck happen on live. If you think watching Kanye West perform in front of cameras is funny, this guy is like a different type of that. It's fucking awesome. He's figured out the periodic table. The periodic table, it's not just simply elements in physics. It's octaves and the key of E, and it's like
he tries to explain that you can change the elements from one to the other because they are the same frequency. And but not the same frequency. They're like, just take that other frequency, double it, and helium becomes fucking oxygen or something like that.
Yeah.
And then he's like, because helium and oxygen are both at the same frequency, which means they're blue. I'm just like, what? like all the sounds have colors in his world. I can't explain why 1 × 1 = 2, but I do know that part is probably incorrect.
I'm so sure that's wrong. I've never been more sure.
Dude, he's like, Taylor, the square root of 2 is 1. Therefore, 1 × 1 = 2. Duh. And I'm like, wait a minute. I think that isn't the square root of 2 like 1.41?
You're like, all right, if we take 1 time, how many?
This is hurting my head already.
Oh, dude, I can't believe you invaded this.
My problem is there's going to be a little bit of
I've only seen short clips. I saw the periodic table thing. That was very funny.
There's gonna be a little bit of truth to his madness, which is gonna make me even more upset. I'll have to check it. What was Joe doing? Was Rogan just enjoying this?
Oh yeah, he thinks he's a genius. It's the Nikola Tesla. It's the appeal to Tesla. It's the appeal to the shamed masters, the shamed geniuses, the underdogs. Like that's his whole thing. Like, oh, we've known this for so long. I was born with this knowledge.
He claims his memory starts when his mom was about 4 months pregnant. That's when he first remembers zooming in.
Get this guy out of here. Look, that's called mental illness.
You guys did?
It is. It seriously is.
Yeah, I think it's weak sauce because I remember being a sperm. It was the first swimming race I ever won.
First of many.
race.
That was when I got my competitive swimming started, and I beat all the other sperm.
Wouldn't you need to remember being the egg as well?
Yeah, you sound kind of gay.
Well, that's where the principle of bifurcation of memory comes into play.
I mean, how many chromosomes do you have, Woody? I think you're
more than you, huh?
More than you,
Fuck you.
Retard. Probably 60.
You got me there.
Yeah. So what did he say anything that you heard, Caleb, where you were like, "Oh fuck," like that part actually makes a little sense?
I do think some of the frequency stuff is very interesting because like the Earth has a provably resonant frequency, and Nikola Tesla's experiments with like wireless transmission of electricity. There's a guy, Dr. Parkenstein, that we're going to tie into the video, who's on TikTok, and he's like this, different Parkensteins.
Yeah.
He's a young African-American fellow who lives in Texas, and he actually transmits, he built his own magnifying transmitter, as he calls it, and he transmits electricity. You can build a thing that he has like a fucking blueprint for that you can download, and you can build one, and every night, if you tune it to the right frequency, he will transmit electricity and light up your fucking light bulb, dude. So like there's some stuff going on for sure in terms of electricity, but I'm not sure about the color of oxygen and how there's harmonic differences in elements.
But if you're using enough power for electricity to move through the air, then
it's moving it through the earth. It's moving it through that's the Dr. Parkenstein. I can send you some video. I don't understand it at all.
That sounds pretty cool though.
He was explaining,
but there's a reason we ground things.
Exactly.
Doesn't move through.
Well, if you send it through the earth,
we need to get that frequency though. That's the key.
It's the resonant frequency. It's like he built a giant grounding rod and like the certain voltage. I mean, you guys seriously need to look up Dr. Parkenstein if you haven't already.
Right, let me ask you this: am I going to be like, Dr. Parkenstein, he's the man, he knows everything, or am I going to have some fun? And
you're going to be very fun.
Okay.
You're going to have a lot of fun. I don't want to walk away and halfway believe him and become like a Parkenstein groupie or something. I see those people get swooped in by the flat earthers. Like they'll see one presentation that's poorly presented science. They're like, holy shit, they're hiding it from us. One of my favorite things is like, during an eclipse, why is the Earth's shadow round? Like it's clearly round on the moon. Like you can see it, when you see a crescent moon, it's because there's a round shadow over the rest of it,
Mm-hmm. Well, what does that have to do with grounding the electricity?
I'm on the flat Earth now.
Oh, you're on the flat Earth.
Just
we're
people who believe in nonsense. Yeah.
Well, they would just say that it's flat, but that it's a disc, right?
Disc Earth.
But then the disc would always have to be angled the right way, right?
Yeah.
Like exactly the right way.
I'm not gonna. It's silliness. It's just all.
Kyle,
silliness.
if you click on that thing I gave you, listen for
sir.
15, 30 seconds, whatever floats your boat, and just get a vibe for the kind of like scientific word salad he likes to put out there. I wish we could share videos.
Look, I'm a genius.
Yeah, he's like, shit. I almost, Kyle, can you say it while he says it so people know the words?
1 sec. He says
he wants to be a god, it seems like.
I've been nominated for Golden Globes and SAG Awards. Those things weren't the things that moved me as a child. I studied chemical engineering at Pratt Institute. I was there for 2 years until I saw that there was an inconsistency with the math there. And so I went out to explore a new way of understanding how the universe worked. And I was able to define the grand unified field equation they've been looking for. And I put it into geometry. And then with that geometry, I was able to put props on that. And what I'm saying is now we have invented a new form of flight that I would like to bring here to Uganda to replace the drones, to replace the helicopters, to replace the planes.
Are you sure this isn't like a Biden speech?
We have funding necessary. What we need is just a fertile ground in which to build this now. This is the geometry of hydrogen, of hydrogen. This is the proton itself. All right, he goes on.
Kyle, you did that so well. I'm so thankful that you have that talent. I didn't know it was back there, but
it's ramblings.
It's like the geometry of flight replacing drones. I
Huh?
think that
Yeah.
whole thing leads up to a
Huh?
perpetual motion energy source for Uganda. Is where he's headed on it.
Yeah, 0 point.
And
How many countries do you think he pitched it to before Uganda was like, I suppose you can come
Taylor,
on television
Taylor,
and
he
share
went
your
alpha-
theories.
Taylor, he went alphabetically.
Oh, that's funny.
He's getting turned away by pygmies.
So he did like 3 or 4
Sir,
hours
Algeria
of
is
that.
laughing their asses off at you right now. We got to do something else. This isn't going to work.
On the JRE, he did hours of talk just like that. All sorts of just. It mostly starts off with how extraordinary he is, his resume,
Yeah.
which we don't know anything about. And then it leads to things like the geometry of math, the geometry of flight, the resonant frequency of helium. And I'm just, it sounds like a thing I don't understand, but I think it's just nonsense.
It's-
Yeah,
it
it
sounds
seems
nonsense.
like it. Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems like
And there'll be-
nonsense.
What does
all
it
right,
mean
so-
to? He's like importing it into geometry. Like that doesn't mean anything. Like
because
I
he doesn't have the words. You can tell when
geometry.
someone doesn't know what they're talking about. They don't have the words to even
But
explain
then
what
he's
they're talking
successfully
about. Like, he
filed
doesn't
for,
have.
like,
He
dozens of
can't put those
patents.
things.
You can get a
Theoretical.
ton of patents as long as you
Yeah.
pay the
You can
patent
get a bunch
office.
of theoretical patents. There's that one guy. Who's that one guy? There's a fella with like some kind of Salvador. That's his last name or something. He has a theoretical patent for those UAPs to move them. The Navy, the Department of the Navy has a guy
He has
named Salvador.
he's like an anti-grav, like gravity
Yeah.
drive.
Yeah, shit that just can't exist like physically. They've got
But
patented.
maybe he's drawn up like specifications for something, and
Yeah,
the missing
he has.
the X in the formula that he's got
Right.
is some unobtainium. It's like, yeah,
Element
you just need the
112.
thing that is able to levitate
Yeah.
things at room temperature instead of at negative 275 degrees Celsius.
And he doesn't have any accomplishments in this field, but he has a lot of ideas, and he wants to be treated as if he had accomplishments. And
Mhm.
it's wild. He's all over the internet today, or this week, I should say. Off the
Terrance
Jerry.
Howard.
Jerry is like, if he's right, this will change the world. That's how he led with the I just finished talking to this guy. If he's right, he'll change the world. Well, he wasn't right.
That's such a funny way to boost up an obvious kook. Like,
Yeah.
oh, if this
I
guy's right,
True.
it's going to change everything. And then
This
he's
is
like the
huge
lizard.
if true.
Yeah, you could
Yeah.
intro Alex Jones like that. You could intro any number.
That's funny.
Of silly
Who
billies.
was Tucker Carlson? Tucker Carlson was on the JRE the other day, and he was talking about Alex Jones and how he thinks that he's prophetic. He was like, because he called 9/11, I guess, like live on the air, like years before it happened, and he's like, there's no way you just have those details, Joe. There's no way you could just guess that. And I'm like, he guesses something different every week, you know.
Yeah, Alex Jones
Yeah,
is like,
right.
he's got, if there's a guy who's a broken clock who's right twice a day, it's got to be him, right? You throw
my
so much
favorite
stuff
saying.
out there.
But
that,
only
like,
about 9/11 and
inevitably
people in
he's gonna
high
get
power with
something right.
pedophilia. Only about those two things. Just
Exactly.
9/11 and the people in power and pedophilia.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
think,
funny how like 10 years ago, if it were brought up, like, hey, a lot of these powerful people are fucking creepy pedophiles, I'd be like, shut up. And now
No, they
it's
have
like,
an island.
yeah, well, what are we gonna do? Like, what are we gonna do about these creepy pedophiles?
What's the deal with Tucker Carlson on Russian TV? Do you
Oh,
guys
he's
know?
got his own show on there now. Yeah, on Russian state television.
What's he
I'm
doing?
trying not to get it wrong though. Like, is it approved? Did they just take his show and start broadcasting it because he has a lot of pro-Russian?
Oh, that's interesting.
Ideas?
Or is he doing his own a different
Or,
program for the
Like, are they
Russian audience?
paying him? It made it
Yeah.
sound like Tucker Carlson moved from Fox to Russian state TV.
That's
He's
the
on
case.
X, I know.
Yeah,
I thought
I mean,
he
he's
was-
on Twitter.
I thought he had like an exclusive thing with Elon, or is that not? Was that not?
Elon.
I don't
music.
think it's exclusive.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I didn't know.
You know, you would say it is up until you had it up somewhere else to go, maybe. But yeah, I'm only working at X because I have this exclusive thing with Elon. But then as soon as Putin is, it's not a great look that he went
It
and
looks like
did that.
According to
piece
The
in
Hill,
Russia.
conservative pundit Tucker Carlson's media company says a Russian state television agency is airing portions of his show without legal permission.
Oh, okay,
well,
so
that's
they're just showing his show.
a whole
Okay.
different thing then.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't want to get it wrong. Like, I just like
Huh.
I get things.
Those
wrong, but I
articles
try
lied
not
to me.
Yeah,
The Russians are stealing his content? Shame.
The Kremlin propaganda
Tucker
machine has
Carlson.
made Tucker Carlson its newest star, whether he likes it or not. Oh, okay, it's called Tucker Roycia 24.
That's it.
That's pretty good. Everyone can do accents but me.
You just gotta practice in the shower.
You got to look in the
This
mirror.
is my
and
Mexican
believe it.
accent.
Yes.
Hello, senor.
And if you can't get it right, you just go real offensive with it.
Bebe de Perro.
Yeah.
Woody, did you see those surfers in Mexico got murdered and thrown into a well?
No, were they good at surfing?
I don't know.
That's not funny.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Don't know how big a loss it was.
I think the cartel caught the guys who did it and delivered them. I'm pretty sure I read that.
I love it when shit like that well, I don't love the whole series of events, but
when the cartel is like, oh, you can't do that, and they just turn the bad guys over to the cops. Yeah.
The cartel's like, look, we do a lot of bad things, but we don't want to be associated with that one. Right?
We don't kill American surfers, though. We would never kill an Australian and American surfer. And that's what it was, maybe. Definitely Australian and maybe an American, but I think there were 3 people maybe murdered in Mexico, and there was a big who did it kind of thing.
Do you know what coast it was?
I don't. I have no.
Okay.
Even if they said the name of it, it wouldn't ring a bell to me because I don't know the names of geography in Mexico.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they're mostly on the east coast of Mexico, but I'm not sure.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
I had to take my dog to the vet today. He's got an earache that keeps coming back, and now he's got a nosebleed. So he's fucking like
which one?
The old dog. So like he shakes his head and then like flicks these tiny flicks of blood all over the goddamn wall. And I swear to God, Woody, the day before he got the nosebleed, I had cleaned the baseboards and I went hours of work for naught because he's just gone behind me and like she shakes his head. And it's not like it's pools of blood, but it's just enough that when he shakes his head, just flicks blood all over the goddamn floor and the wall. So I'm walking behind him, cleaning up after him constantly. Now they're going to have to do an endoscopic examination. They have to like go in his mouth and into his nasal passages while he's unconscious.
Is this the one that's husky a little bit?
Yeah.
Dude, free dogs are by far the most expensive.
Oh, he's so that dog costs $20 maybe tops.
I've traveled this road. Free dogs are so costly.
Yeah, probably $1,500 into him at this point, something like that. Meanwhile, the expensive dog is like no problems, just never been sick, just got him fixed. I'm loving my dogs though. I've got my little Pomeranian sitting over there right now watching me. He's Murphy. He finally got the cat.
Murphy's adorable.
Yeah, it's a cute fucking dog.
I made a good financial decision today. So here's what happened. Lightning struck and totaled my wife's car. All right. Big lightning. It also took out our
your wife's car
opener. Yeah.
Holy shit.
It broke our garage door opener. A couple other little things we like keep discovering that are bad.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, we're going to rent out the guest house soon. It's the friend that we pay for Colin. He's going to move into that guest house, like well below market. We just want him here. So when he needed a place, it was a fit. So anyway, turns out the internet was busted. So we have a cable that runs from the main house to the guest house, and the internet, if you look at the little port on the wall, there's like soot on it and it doesn't work. So I hired an electrician. Well, I had an electrician come out and give me a quote. It was like $5,500 to replace 2 cables and run them underground and through the driveway and all that stuff. And I was like, $5,500. Like I don't want to. That just hurts. So I hired like a TV installer type guy, like low voltage dude, for a couple $100. And I was like, maybe it's just the end. So he's going to come out here and like, he's like, I can come on Wednesday. And I'm like, cool, that's a fit. He doesn't reply. So on Wednesday morning when he's supposed to be here, I'm like, should I be expecting you? And he's like, oh, I didn't see that you replied. And I nearly wrote, don't bother coming, you're fired. that was what was in my heart. But he said he could come today, which was tomorrow. And I'm like, all right, that's fine, whatever. I'm not in a hurry. I was just mad that he didn't reply to my text and didn't show. It just like, he kind of ghosted me. So he shows up this morning, super nice guy, fixes it. Instead of $5,500, it's like $300 and it's fixed. Ooh, and nice. I was like, oh, I'm glad it worked out like that. So
yeah, that's good. Sometimes you get a quote from someone and then you realize they were just literally trying to scam you. Although electrical can be different. I don't know. It depends. Maybe for what he was doing, that's a good price, but you just didn't need that done. They'll do that too. we got this crazy quote from an AC guy one time that was like tens of thousands, and then a second guy came and fixed a $80 part, and it was like, what was that first guy doing to it?
Mm-hmm.
Like capacitor or some shit.
Guy doing? Yeah. It was a capacitor or just a compressor motor or something like that, like some minor thing.
Some shit you could do yourself.
Yeah, and he was like, "Oh, you need a whole new unit here, but a different, bigger one."
My dumb ass
with me right now.
I made that exact mistake on the second floor of this house. The AC in this room wasn't good enough. So we call them up and we're like, this room's too hot. It has a unique problem in that there's like 4 monitors in here, 2 computers, this, that, and the other. It generates its own heat. So it needs some better AC solution. So they're like, all right, $18,000. We're going to replace. We had like an old mismatched AC heating thing going on. It's like, we're going to replace all that. We're going to replace your ductwork. We're going to make it great. And I was like, that's a lot, but I won't tolerate this room being like 87 degrees during the show. That's not okay. So they do it and it's not better. And it's like, this super blows. And they're like, well, what if we put like a mini split in just that room? And they did it at cost, no labor fees or anything because I wasn't happy.
Yeah.
And now I love the mini split. And we did have a very old AC unit, but I don't feel happy.
I've got that I've got that AC unit from that I installed in my last garage to make it a gym, and I ordered it off Amazon and installed it myself.
Mini splits are awesome.
It's very good.
They're sick. Yeah, it's like $13,000 to get them installed and like the labor and all that stuff. You can buy one for $800 and just do it yourself, and it's easy.
Yep, it wasn't that hard. I did it in maybe 3 afternoons. I have this thing where when I get too frustrated with something, I have to walk away or I'll start breaking shit. I'll be like, "Oh, you don't want to open up, huh? I own you." I start grabbing.
Where's the hammer?
Where's the bat? I'm not even. I'm just wanting to break stuff.
I broke an IKEA shelf for that reason. Yeah.
Growing up, we
put the backing on reverse. Looked like shit, and I just broke it. Dude, you feel like a big man when it's you versus an IKEA shelf. It folds like
I could break MDF.
It's like sugar glass. It's meant to break.
You have to break it.
I've definitely smashed some shit before because I was just so goddamn mad at it. And I've definitely said, okay, well, we're just going to cut it all off with a blowtorch or with cutting pliers. I remember I was trying to get a spare tire out from under one of my dad's trucks growing up. I had gotten a flat tire and I couldn't figure out how to drop the tire from underneath the Silverado. I think there's a thing you pull and there's a cable back there and that cable unlocks and then you're able to remove it or something. But I just cut the fucking cable that was holding it. I was like, give me that fucking tire. He was not happy about that, but I didn't think it mattered. And the acetylene torch was always the easy switch when any project started giving you any shit because nothing stands up to an acetylene torch.
Sometimes you can heat a nut and get it off with acetylene torch too.
Bearings too. You'll heat up bearings; they'll start squirting grease.
Your like investigative journalism, I'll call it. You've done, Caleb, on your channel. What's the most like fucked up person or tale you've studied? Anything that kept you awake at night?
First off, I definitely wouldn't call it investigative journalism. I would say the most bizarre one, though, the biggest, strangest one was probably Daniel Larson, because I made a video about it like 2 years ago or a while ago, and it was kind of not. It was just like a lot of people were like, "You're just making fun of a guy who's got mental illness," and now he's in jail and is a pedophile. So it's like I can do that, right? Yeah. And so I would say Daniel, though, because it's a really long story that I've kept up with, and I've watched him just be literally manipulated by the internet and go to jail. I would say because of the internet. I don't think he's at fault really when it comes down to it. Like obviously, it's past the point of no return. Throw him away. Like he's not going to be a functioning member of society. But I think that the internet 100% had something to do with it, or everything to do with it. And I think that's fucked up.
Yeah, not everyone Not everyone should be online.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of people should. Probably the majority of people shouldn't. Like, it's a dangerous, poisonous place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would say
fine until we started talking to each other. Then it got all fucked up. Like when they let us have a voice, that's when shit got messed up. When it was just like downloading instructions for your hard drive to how to install it, everything was fine.
Everything was fine.
When you just wanted to know the weather, the news, whatever, the internet was fine. And then we started talking to each other, and now it's a mess of misinformation and lies and tricks.
It's like those memes where it's like someone who I think it's like an old 4chan post where it's like, you know, in 1980, some dude's like, I want to fuck toasters. And they're like, you're retarded. Don't fuck a toaster. You're going to ruin your life. And then like do that in 2024. And it's like, I want to fuck toasters. Oh, there's a whole Reddit called toaster fucking. And a bunch of people who are already halfway down this despair hole will encourage you down it as well. It's like, there's no breaks for some of this stuff. Pretty scary, which is definitely a problem. Like, you get more of these like weird maladaptive behaviors when you facilitate entire communities around that. Like furries, for example. Like, you wouldn't have conventions of those people if they just would have been bullied out of it early and often. But now they go to their little spaces and they hang out in their stinky, sweaty mascot uniforms and they take over parks. I haven't actually seen them take over a park, but I've seen pictures of their conventions online, which is a bad thing for me.
I like furries. They seem like nice people, right?
I have no idea. I just picked them because they're an easy group.
Imagine furries to be a really loving, fun-having group. They're not much different than like Star Wars fans or something.
For sure. That's how. Yeah, there's a lot of. I've done a good bit of research on furries as well, and they're pretty nice. I know a lot of them. And I took like a very middle ground approach in spite of me wanting to just relentlessly bully them, just because they're different. And they were very appreciative of me doing that. And they showed how nice they were to me and invited me in their circles. And someone sent me a furry mask and stuff.
So you got laid. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
No, no, unfortunately, it was not worth it.
Do you still have the mask?
I do not. I sent it back.
Oh,
that's a smart move. Yeah. You're furry adjacent, but not one of them.
I'd say I'm furry adjacent. I do have friends that are furries, that are known furries, but I relentlessly bully them though. Still, I'm not like a defender of furries, but I will admit that they are good people.
You know what's funny? The only furry for real I've ever talked to and met is the guy from The Hangout, who hasn't been there in a while.
Yeah.
And he's cool as shit. Just a good dude. I like him. It's like 100% of my actual furry interactions have been with a guy that I like.
I remember he had a furry convention coming up. So he got like a little extra lean and fit. I guess he likes to bottom and be, just a lightweight sex toy.
He just likes to be gay. And we say, go for it. Take lock and load.
Yeah.
Like take lock and load, absolutely ruin your friend's squirrel outfit with your big loads.
I want to be a furry defender. I imagine myself with a shield, but it's big and blue like the guy from Monsters Inc. Like with the fur. And...
Sully.
Yeah.
Sully. Yeah. Thank you.
What a good movie that was.
That's what a furry defender would have.
Yeah. Monsters Inc. was great.
You know how Blame Truth has been railing against the skill-based matchmaking for years now with Call of Duty?
Yes. Is he still doing that?
Of course. There's a new game called, I think it's X Defiant. Maybe it's in beta right now. And their whole thing is no skill-based matchmaking. We prioritize ping. And I think that it's made by, Zach was maybe telling me about this last week. I think it's the developers from maybe Black Ops 1 or 2, something like that. And I think they have access to a bunch of Ubisoft assets. So I don't recognize the maps, but they're from games that people would recognize. And it looked like Call of Duty, but with wacky shit going on. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but there was
fireworks going on. And like confetti deaths.
Sure. Like players all looking pretty silly, like lots of different player models, but the guns look cool. The gunplay looked like old school COD with like when you could slide, but into people and stuff. And what was the other thing? It looked like you could spawn trap. Maybe it looked like old COD, but 2024 model of old COD.
Is old COD a good game or just the best game so far at the time?
The gunplay. the gunplay just felt good, and I
Modern
think it
Warfare
felt
2?
good. It felt good without the skill-based matchmaking because you'd go on those runs and there was all that camaraderie that you built up with your teammates. It's like, man, we are unstoppable, and it's like we are unstoppable, unless we join a tournament that's like cherry picked by an algorithm to throw us up against tough competition. Like, are you trying to win a tourney tonight? No, you're trying to like pub stomp with your buddies. And so I don't know. We've talked about that ad nauseum, but I just think it's for the user, it's definitely better without skill-based matchmaking if you're the kind of guy who's good at games or wants to be good at games or has friends to play with. But for the game to have player retention, it's clearly better to have skill-based matchmaking.
Do you get break enough from the farm life to game much or not so much?
Oh yeah, I play RimWorld though. I don't I'm not a big first person shooter guy. I used to really like Halo a lot. I still love Halo. I'm sitting in a $1,700 Master Chief chair. So big fan of Halo overall, but like haven't played it since Reach really. COD never really played much. Sometimes I'll play Tarkov occasionally.
What's RimWorld? I imagine it's not as
RimWorld
sexy
is.
as I imagine.
Have you ever heard of Dwarf Fortress?
That's a VR game.
Wait, Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld?
Dwarf Fortress.
I think you're not getting the rimming jokes, but okay.
I get you. Yeah.
It's a top-down game? I Google imaged it real quick.
It's ass. It's like a top-down story generator game. Exactly.
He walked into it.
I did it on purpose. I held it out there. RimWorld's awesome though. Dwarf Fortress is one of the longest developed games of all time. It's like you can live 17,000 years in the fucking game or whatever. Like it's crazy. There's just, you can do anything. And RimWorld is a sci-fi non-dwarf version of that. I love it. It's very fun. You have these little creatures and you can, I don't know. I got problems.
Is it an RTS or real-time strategy?
Basic, kind of, yeah. It's hard to explain, to be honest. It's fucking weird. Because like you can have you have these people, you have a level of control of them, you can micromanage them, you can make them have babies, you can put the babies in vats to grow them faster, you can create an entire like theology for your people to proselytize and evangelize. Like you can do a lot of shit. You can capture wild men. And you can traverse the entire world as well because it's 2D.
Last a really long time. It's not like
they can last indefinitely. Yeah.
Is this
so? It's not like you play for 15 minutes, win or lose, and then play again.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. You can give yourself very difficult parameters, and it'll be like a 30, 45-minute playtime. Like if you can only eat insects, you make your characters where they can only like their religion prevents them from like they'll kill themselves if they eat anything but insects.
Shit.
It's fucking awesome. I love it.
Are you always in it by yourself, or is it competitive, or just a?
It's just me, buddy. It's just me. It's sad.
What is this game?
No, this seems a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I've never even heard of this.
RimWorld. I love RimWorld.
I like the 8-bit, not 8-bit, whatever that graphic style is. I don't mind that at all. I like it.
I also have 140 mods installed as well.
Like bug eating mods and anti-suicide prevention measures.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. I have a massive compound right now with my little world, and I have 9 people, which is a pretty large amount. Usually I die before that or something goes wrong. I play on a very hard difficulty. So
how long is this game going? You've been rolling?
This game's probably 6 hours so far.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about 6 hours in.
I was picturing like you were. It's like, yeah, this is my world, and I've been doing it since 2012.
No, you will die. Like there are points to where the game will be impossible at some points. Like I just had an instance where I thought that was going to happen, where spaceships got into space combat over the specific hemisphere of my planet, and there was like debris from the ships crashing down and smashing my shit, and like stray blasts from their lasers were blowing my shit up and starting forest fires. And I had to I was getting stressed. I started sweating. It was really funny.
Are you having to quickly in real time be like, okay, you go over here with a bucket and dump.
Exactly. Yeah. And just hope that they, they don't get too hot and die while they're putting out the fires, and hope that they're motivated enough to be able to effectively, cross the map. And like sometimes they won't go through water if they don't feel good. So,
yeah. And so this is the only thing you play. You're just a
this is the only thing I've played in like 3 months. Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
I love when I find a game I'm so into, I just lose interest in all other ones.
Yeah. I do love games though. I love gaming. I love gaming.
I've been playing a bunch of that Arena Breakout game, the one that's the Tarkov copy. I really hope that game ruins Tarkov's market when it comes out. It's in beta right now, but it's really good. It's really good. They copied Tarkov and they made it better. Honestly, like when you putting your gear on your character, buying and building guns, it's all just streamlined and easy. And
that's cool.
There's nothing that's hard to understand about it. There's some shortcomings too. I don't think the missions and the the storyline are as rich, but the gunplay is excellent.
How about the maps? The size of them compared to Tarkov's sizes, how would you compare them?
Smaller, smaller probably. I've only played the first 2 maps. I think you have to unlock the maps as you go or something. The second one's big. I'm not even quite sure how big it is. Probably it's Tarkov size, I guess.
Okay.
But I would say smaller, and the spawn points are probably something they'll want to work on, because once you have the spawn points memorized, both teams sort of know where each other are, and they either run or like it's a fight right now that we've had before, and then, like, that happens. Like right when the game starts, sometimes like there'll be a huge firefight, like almost immediately, like a minute or 2 into the game.
Factory.
Yeah, but you're out in an open field, wheat field with like buildings and a town, or
that's cool.
Second floor, first floor. I've been having a ton of fun using the shotguns. The shotguns are so fucking strong in that game. Just
like they would be in real life.
Yeah. So I'm just running around with a double barrel with AP-20s in it, just being a menace, because you can one tap people to the chest with that thing. It's fun.
How much time are you putting in a day?
Not that much. I'm only, I'm probably playing 4 or 5 games a day or something like that. Nobody else has it. I don't know anybody else who has the beta, so I have to play by myself. And so last night, I log on at 10 p.m. Eastern time, and everybody's Chinese. All 3 of my teammates are Chinese, and they're going back and forth. Shuo shuao, shuo shuao pao, shuo shuao pao. A for Pierre Kyle Ru. And I'm like, hi. People Shaw. It's like, fuck, I have no.
Did you say hello?
I got hello.
She's broke in English.
Oh, hello, my Pharaoh eyes.
Oh my God. Like, I don't want to upset him because I need him to be on my team. Like, I need them.
That was good.
You say ni hao. Ni hao.
Ni hao.
Tell him ni hao, and then say, 我是 Chonghua. I forget how to say it.
What is happening?
I'm speaking Chinese right now. 我是 Chonghua Ren Ma or some shit. I don't fucking know. Chonghua means like common language or some shit like that. And then if you say a little bit, it's EDR. That means like a little bit. EDR, Chonghua Ren Ma.
That's good. You know, like 3 things to say.
I did a month.
FPS
I did a month Pimsleur.
Please do this or that.
How do I tell him there's a bad guy behind the windmill?
You say Nisha Tongshonen. That means you are gay.
Nisha Tongshonen. So you know like 3 phrases.
Pretty much.
You are gay, dude. That's a great way to learn a language. You're just like, say you're gay in Italian. All right, I think I got what I wanted out of this.
I learned it seriously for about a month, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna Google Translate. I'll say you are gay, and that's it. I'm done.
Now I can at least shit talk the Chinese.
Yeah.
Can't you like say stuff like against their government on the chat?
Oh wow!
Or actually, no, it's a Chinese game. You'd get the X.
Oh yeah, maybe maybe you're not allowed to start talking that there.
Say God.
I'm gonna mind my P's and Q's on the Chinese game with the Chinese players.
You've been minding your R's and L's. Yeah,
it's a fun, free to play game. I didn't have to send them any shekels, so I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. And so far, it's really fucking fun.
Have you been like clearly way less skilled than your Chinese compatriots?
No, I'm pretty good at the game, honestly. Not
as good as a hacker.
Not as good as a hacker. No, I'm okay at it though. Like I win more of my gunfights than I lose, and the gunfights are very Tarkov-like. So it's, I don't know, I kind of used to the recoil and everything. And
Did
it's,
they bully you at all for being or bury you for being?
I didn't talk, so I don't think they knew.
Oh.
Like they were definitely in a like maybe they weren't even buddies. They were just talking because they were talking in game, not in a like a private chat, a Discord or something. Obviously,
Oh, okay.
I think it's just a lot of Chinese players because it's a Chinese game.
Probably.
That's a scary thing in
Checks.
gaming. Like if I'm in
Chinese?
the ranked AOE queue and I see a bunch of fucking
Pound signs,
a bunch of glyphs,
yeah.
there.
Some pinion.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm in trouble. I'm in serious trouble here.
Is it because you think they're very good or they're cheating?
It's because I think they're probably very good. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, that they're known for their gaming prowess. But I
Isn't
guess
that
also
the
known for
Koreans to
gaming
me.
prowess.
Where was it where that guy got stabbed in Counter-Strike, and so he made it his mission to track down his killer and stabbed him in real life? Like that, I think
Damn.
that was Korea.
I think that was a Korean thing.
It sounds Korean.
I think I know
That's
that
so
because you
hardcore.
told me. Yeah.
Dude, that's so hardcore.
That
Because
is.
like
That's
I
gaming.
always heard that he got stabbed in Counter-Strike, which I think is like a humiliation kind of. It'd be like getting stabbed in Tarkov. I think it's like it doesn't happen too often. If somebody does it, they kind of styled on you.
Okay.
So like if that happened, he was just so red-assed about it that he made it his mission to track the guy down. I don't.
My
now,
life is now over.
I've seen a video of someone coming into one of those internet cafes and start stabbing the guy up,
I've
but I don't
seen
know
them.
if it's that video. I just remember the blood on the floor. Like that's the thing you see when you see a video of someone being stabbed, blood goes everywhere. There's so much blood. It's awful.
Well, your skin's
You
kind of
seen-
keeping that in. You know.
Have you seen the video of the guy who jumps across the counter and the clerk stabs him and the guy's like, I'm dead. And the guy
Yes.
Yes, I've seen that.
It's a smoke shop.
crazy.
Dude,
like a smoke
that
shop.
that
Yeah.
guy was so it's like that was
Oh.
his 11 a.m. stabbing.
Yeah.
Like he had, he had that
good at
slated and he was ready to handle it. Oh, and also
He's
like
fucking good at it.
the knife went in so much smoother
It
than
was
I thought
easy,
it would.
dude.
Just
Looked easy.
right into the back.
Yeah,
And I mean, you
Yeah.
get what you pay for, or you get what you don't pay for in that circumstance. He was trying to rob
Mm.
that Asian guy's. I don't know what kind of store it was. What
Smoke
was it?
shop.
Smoke shop.
Smoke shop. Okay.
You ever
Ah,
stab an
I-
animal?
Yes, once when I was like 6 or so.
What
I
animal
went
did
through a
you
phase
stab
where
at
I was
6 years?
killing cats and no,
Who will
No,
get
I
this?
was, I was on my grandpa's farm and he had like a huge issue in one of his ponds of like turtles, and they
Oh.
were causing problems for all the fish and other animals. There were so many of them, and I had in like my 5. I was probably 5 actually, and he had given me a knife, and like I had in my head Ninja Turtle style that like you could do anything to a turtle shell, it's not going to kill it. And that was wrong. He told me that I was like, if I stabbed, like what would happen if I stabbed this? And he was like, well, give it a go. And then and so
Okay, Bill Cosby.
it just went right in and killed it. And I was like, I remember just being like, in my head, I was like, it's gonna glance off harmlessly. This is
Dude,
a
yeah.
protective
I had
shell.
the exact same scenario.
Man,
If
what
I
a
was maybe-
terrible memory.
You know what a frog gigger is?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it's like a trident basically in the way it's shaped. You have a long wooden pole, and on the end you've got this like forked, tri-forked thing to gig frogs with, stab them and eat them or whatever. And I stabbed a turtle with it when I was like 10, and it's barbed, so now it's stuck inside the turtle, and I feel awful now, and I want to put the turtle out of its misery, so I'm just smashing the whole thing on the rocks as hard and fast as I can.
No.
I'm just trying to end his poor little turtle life because I've ruined it. I was crying. I felt awful.
Yeah, if
I've
I
killed
recall,
so
that
many
really-
animals.
that really ruined my day.
I stabbed
Feel bad.
that.
Today or back then?
No, back then I was like
Back
5,
then.
and I thought that it was going to be fine. I
Yeah.
really thought like
It's
turtles wouldn't have shells if they
Franklin.
weren't effective, and it was not effective. My grandpa's pocket knife, my great grandpa's pocket knife, went boom right through that thing. Fucked it up.
Like
Kittens
that.
don't last around here. We have too many hawks, falcons, whatever they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's red-tailed hawks in the
I
south.
think they are.
Did you guys
Yeah.
know any kids growing up that actually like burned ants and stuff with magnifying glasses?
I would do that to ants. Yeah.
I remember specifically I started to do that once because I must have been watching fucking some cartoon show where they were having fun. It might have been The Simpsons and I was a little kid and I was like doing it on the back patio and I could like see the little burn mark and there was like a procession of ants and I think I literally only burned like one and then immediately was just consumed with like, what are you doing?
You're like, let that be a lesson to the rest of you.
Yeah, you're just killing an animal for no reason. Anthony Cumia in like an old O&A has a fun. It reminded me of this because we're talking about horrific animal deaths. He was like, yeah, he had the top of a soup can lid, like that the very sharp after it's been taken off, and he said there was a lizard in his backyard and that he like rolled that over the lizard and he's like, and I can still remember at the time he's telling the story, he's probably like in his late 40s and he's like, and I still remember rolling it over that lizard and I'd never heard a lizard make a noise and it went he screamed at me and I cried and I cried and I was like, why? What have I done? What have I done with this soup can lid?
Jesus Christ. That's awful.
It's
Yeah,
terrible.
Everyone
Leave a comment about what animals you've killed.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And
I'm
what
like
noises
thinking about
they
that
make.
shit. I might have to ask you guys to cut that out. Holy fuck. Does that make me look like a crazy murderer?
No,
no.
Like,
You were following orders.
You're following orders. You can't be blamed any more than the Nazis
That's
were.
okay.
I know. I would like to explain who it is, but I'm not. He's a famous guy. He's a famous cowboy.
I've got one that's not
Famous farmhand worked for you.
Cowboy. The farm belonged to a famous cowboy. It was his farmhand.
Oh,
Cowboy Cerrone.
Were you on Cowboy Cerrone? Was it John Wayne?
No, it was way
Cowboy
worse.
Cerrone's riding bulls now. Have you seen him riding bulls?
Yeah, he's cool. I like Cowboy Cerrone.
Oh, Cowboy Cerrone?
Yeah.
I've seen that he got on the juice and he looks fantastic.
Yeah, he got on the juice for sure. He hurt his arm on the bull and it like jerked his arm. It's one of those things where you're tied to it and he couldn't get loose. And he asked the cowboy, he's like, how long does it take for one of them to heal? And the guy's like, oh, it never heals. It's just like, what are you doing to yourself? That sport doesn't appeal to me at all. I know Taylor's grandpa likes the bull riding.
Grandpa loves.
I will tune in when they do. There's a bit where everybody sits at a poker table and they let a bull loose, and the last man still sitting at that table wins the prize, whatever the fuck it is. It's cash, I think. That's kind of interesting to me. But the idea of getting on that motherfucker,
scary.
That's not for me. That's not.
It's just the injuries. I think I'd really enjoy trying to ride a bull. Like that part, I'd like.
Sure.
But there's 100% chance I get hurt. Like I don't. At my age, I can't even fall off a bull. I'd post up my wrist or something stupid.
What about that motorcycle gear that inflates the airbags around you?
Ooh.
You look
Exactly.
Like Uber.
Like every time you follow
I
a
wouldn't
bull,
want to look uncool. I'm sure if they
and
saw
we
me
got
ride a bull
pissy
without it,
pants
they'd think
Woody
I was-
coming out. And you're like, you got all your shit on.
Dude, the
They
problem
should
with
have-
bull riding is there's no payoff. I mean, unless you're like the guy. It's like, oh, this is Johnny Stevenson. This is his fourth ride of the day. He got noticeable brain damage in the last one. And now we're seeing if he wins this one, he qualifies for the Montana Open, which has a first place prize. Tony, what's the first place prize on that? $11,000. And it's like, it's so not enough money to ruin your life.
The best in the world spend they make like 150 grand a year and spend 90,000 driving around.
Yeah.
It's JB Mooney is like the only bull rider to ever have like actually made a lot of wealth from bull riding. There's a few others, maybe Pepe and etc. Sorry, go ahead.
That's the problem. If the Michael Jordan of your sport earns 200 grand, then good luck.
I was looking at bull related sports, like on Wikipedia. I got on some
bull related sports. Okay, we're back to furry talk.
It's like that and matadors.
Yeah,
and
bull
like
fighting.
Every single famous matador, they'd be like, and he was the best in all of Spain. And I would like click his link, and it'd be like, he fought 300 bulls and he was born in 1970 and died in 1994. And I'm like, oh, none of those guys live a long time. None.
Really?
They're all getting like, and these were not like we make fun of him for being ridiculously bad at fighting the bull. It's like, no, this guy's really good at the fighting of the bull, and he still gets every single death. It's like he sustained a serious head injury and then died in the hospital 4 days later.
Like the bull riding doesn't seem to be that cruel to the bull. Like maybe I got to imagine that bull.
I mean, the bull's not like pleased with it, but like,
he's not having a. Maybe he's not having a good time. Maybe he's having a great time. It's hard to tell, frankly, because he's a bull. But I know that those bulls that the matadors fight when they're setting their horns on fire, and they have these I don't know what to call them, other than a javelin, but it's this short throwing spear that has barbs, and then it has like this flowery decorative shit on the end, and they're just like torturing that bull slowly over the course of hours.
Yeah,
and like
hours.
I also the ones they kill them in the streets sometimes, and they're like they have like
in a stadium.
So they have the big stadium ones, but I've seen in smaller cities where they have like an outdoor arena, like they take the city square and they just have a crowd around, in a big circle, and they're just torturing it to death out there. That's the same place where they used to throw like goats and chickens off the towers on like holidays and stuff. They enjoy.
Well, no one culture is better than another.
Hard to disagree on that one.
What like the Japanese do to whales is like what the Spaniards are doing to bulls.
Yeah,
just fucking with them, no reason.
Is there anything we do like that? Like as Americans? Like, I mean, we do it to like Afghanistan and Iraq, but
countries, coups.
Yeah,
coups.
We
do it to governments
on coups,
but we don't fuck up animals like that, Like
no,
we're pretty
just governments.
Factory farming.
I mean, factory farming is reprehensible. Like
that's not just us though.
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't want any ribs?
I want the ribs.
Yeah, damn, Taylor, why'd you
Are
bring
you
it
gonna
up?
check the no ribs for Taylor box?
No, I'm planning on cooking ribs this
All
very
right, well,
weekend.
Don't disparage an entire industry, okay? Don't spit in the eye.
I'm gonna make one rack that's sweet and one rack that's vinegary, ideally.
Yeah. That's right. And you can have as many racks as you want.
what?
There's a farmer out there. They're keeping those pigs in a dark fucking building.
Cave
piled
pigs
in next to each other. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know. What else? Yeah, I guess we really don't torture animals for fun. We have that over the
must
Japanese
do something
and
that
Spaniards.
other countries consider cruel and dumb.
Yeah. What do we do? Are we just the best or?
Nah, that's a distinct possibility.
I think they look down on our school shootings as if that's part of our culture.
They look down. They look down on our school.
They're very judgy about it.
Nobody likes that.
True.
No one sees that and is like,
no one enjoys
American culture.
What's with school shootings though? Like especially if you're like an adult going there. Like Sandy Hook, I think was that situation. That Uvalde, I'm not sure about that one. But like if you go and Columbine it, where you're shooting your classmates, it's horrible. But at least understand that this maybe was pent up frustrations or something. If you're an adult and you just go to an elementary school like Sandy Hook, what is the motivation? Why are we mad at the kids?
Usually they have manifestos. And when someone has a manifesto, like already I'm like, this person's probably a fucking kook.
Catching strays.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't like that take either.
About being crazy?
About manifestos. I have some writings.
Everyone has some tomes, some writings. Some
I just wanted to jot a few things down. That's
some
all.
scrolls, dude.
I just have some ideas on how things can be better.
All of a sudden, it has a
sometimes you read a manifesto and you go, "This Ted has some points."
Yeah, Taylor's the kind of fool who doesn't know anything about the color of sound.
That's true. I don't know anything about the magnetic resonance frequency of carbon or whatever.
Wait till you hear about it.
I haven't listened to a Rogan in forever, but I think I'm gonna tune into that one. It sounds fun.
Terrance Howard,
he sounds like he's mentally ill. It's what it what it actually seems like. Like
if he's right, he's gonna change the world.
Well, he's not though. He's mentally ill. Like you could say that about tons of. You ever see like the scribblings of a schizophrenic? Sometimes it'll be like, oh shit, damn, I'm not qualified to tell if this makes sense or not. Like there'll be a lot of geometry and a lot of equations. Maybe there'll be some physics equations, and then there's like scribbled out, "This is it. This is the solution," in big circles, and you're like, "All right."
I think I made this joke already, but like if I like ever was like I was going out in a blaze of glory, like I'm not smart enough to have a manifesto like that, and so it would just be reams of paper of like simple math. It'd be like 5 plus 7 minus 4 times 3 divided by 2, add 6. And they're like,
you got some order of operations stuff in there. Slow your roll, baby.
Like not even division.
Right at the top. Right at the top. E equals MC squared. Big circle around it.
Yeah.
But like I like have like bits scratched off.
That's fucking funny.
It's just carbon plus nitrogen equals carnitrogen.
Carnitrogen.
Retardation.
That's what killed the dinosaurs.
What if the sun isn't real? What if it's
the problem when a celebrity goes mentally ill is because their whole thing is being in the public eye and being entertaining or whatever. Nobody rushes in to help them because it's like, hey, this is working. This is working. This new thing. Y'all getting a lot of buzz. And they're like, buzz, buzz, buzz. Woo! And it's like, you're out of your mind.
I'm not going to say who's creating the buzz. It's Jewish people.
Yeah, it's because with Britney Spears, you're seeing it again. You're seeing her. They gave her money back. They ended that conservatorship that she was under. And now we've slowly been seeing her get kookier and kookier on social media. And I was defending the knife dance because it's just choreography from like a music video, most of her dancing. And the knife thing, I think, was from a Lady Gaga video or something like that. Like she was kind of parodying something, but she's also a nut. She's definitely crazy.
Clearly, I bet she was abused 6 ways from Sunday as a young starlet. Because they tend to do that. They tend to. Yeah.
What's up with that? Why do they do that? Why did they do that?
They can get away with it.
Are we questioning why someone would sexually abuse a young Britney Spears?
It's because they were horny and they knew they could get away with it.
Just got here.
I mean, I still remember like going to that Taco Bell and they had her poster with her big titties and my dad going, "Wow." And my mom going, "She's 16, Lamar." And it's like, I don't know. She's 5'8" with giant titties poking at me at Taco Bell. I didn't know she was a child.
Oh, classic Lamar. He's a rapscallion, that guy. You can't stop him.
At the peak of her career, Britney Spears went on CNN and they asked for her opinion on the Iraq war, which was raging at the time. And she's like, I don't know. I'm 17 and I sing "Oops, I Did It Again." I have no idea. It was funny.
I think it's bad.
Good. I don't know.
I don't like it. I do like it. I'm getting a nod from my publisher.
Well done, the US going to want to get air superiority over the Gulf. I'm going to tell you right now, the 5th Fleet has moved in and they are wreaking havoc with Iraqi air support. Like, what if she had a technical explanation? That would be beautiful.
That would be so funny. Yeah. Oh my God.
Well, I don't think that we understand the complex geopolitics involved in these different groups.
Well, you've got this with the Sunnis and the Shiites. Iran is just going to eat our lunch on this one, Mike. We're going to throw $1 trillion away. We're going to lose influence and favor in the region. It's going to be a quagmire. Wow, thank you, Britney Spears, everyone. Check out her new album this summer. I'm a whore.
So I guess they're gonna put her under. They're saying she needs a conservatorship again. Remember 3 years ago when
they is us.
Yeah.
Well, I guess she's going. No, well, I saw it on the internet, but a couple of years ago, her father controlled all her finances, and it's like, this is ridiculously wrong. She's a grown woman. Leave her alone. And now that no one's controlling her, she's just going wild and needs help.
Yeah, they are saying she's going through her money, and like. If you blow through 50 million, that's kind of. Although I gotta imagine she could go on tour and make as much money as she wants. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like all she's got to do is work, and it's not hard work, and it's a lot of money. I just feel like a Britney Spears tour would do well.
A little reunion tour, I could see that.
Yeah,
that would be huge.
She could do a knife dance.
Oh, I'd love the night. What if she's like she's got somebody tied to that big pinwheel spinning, and she's throwing the knives at them, but she hasn't practiced at all.
Like that.
They're just clanging off, like missing way wide, and the guy's getting scared and scared her.
Yeah,
that's one of the scariest things. That's a real performance when you see someone throwing the knives at the dude on the thing. Like, there's nothing fake about that at all.
That's real.
Dude, there was
There's no way to fake it.
I
there's
thought
a
the knives
video-
popped out from behind the guy.
No, they throw in those fucking knives.
I thought it was like the little turny thing was like it had
The
knives
gimmick.
ready to like pop out.
No. When you see someone throwing knives at a person, especially when they're on that board, like they're just throwing knives at them.
Yeah, here you go.
Because I saw one where the guy gets hit with a knife.
Here's
Really?
the video from the. It says 40s, but I think it might even be a bit earlier.
Oh shit!
It's this mom who has her own kids standing like in a
Oh wow.
cutesy pose and like
Me if I was a dad.
like 30s bathing suit.
Oh my god, that one almost didn't stick.
Yeah, one of them didn't stick and like fell down right on the little girl's arm. And she's doing this for not a big crowd of people.
No, it's more people are going to watch this.
Oh
my
many
god,
more.
that's and it's children. Those people are if they that's pretty terrifying to see. It's you could probably show that. It looks like it's from 1903.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get claimed for this. It's 1940s. No way, it's 40s. It has to be before that. Luella Gallagher, that's her name. Let's look that up.
That was crazy.
She's a fucking legend.
And I googled it. Kyle's right, of course. The vast majority are real. Sometimes there are magicians that do tricks.
Wait, hold on. Rewind it and turn the sound up so we can get this.
5 years old and Colina Sue, 2.5, are a big help to Mother Luella, who is no mean hand with a handful of knives. Connie Ann is a veteran at being a target for her mother's cutlery and doesn't turn a hair at Ma's cut-ups, even though Ma's pretty sharp with the cleavers. But Connie's ready for a stand-in, and evidently Colina Sue...
Have y'all ever thrown knives?
Bone in sight.
Not successfully.
So, I mean, you can be
so
real
crazy.
She's very close to it. She's spinning the knives once. You can be real accurate like that, but I would never throw at a person. Like we've done trick shots with people holding targets up before, but like with guns, like
They go in straight lines.
Yeah,
they go in real straight. You know, their whole thing is that they're accurate. You know, like holy shit, she's throwing those knives, and she's clearly not good enough at it to do that. Like the fact that some of them didn't land completely perfectly flush, and she's not like drawing a perfect circle around the kid. That they're just kind of like
two of them practically hit each other, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not what she was trying to do. All the knives were spaced by like 6 inches, except two that hit each other almost. So one was off by 6 inches.
Yeah,
it didn't look good.
I was wrong. That was a 1950 clip. 1950. It feels like that's so more.
It felt like the 20s or something.
After the night show, Luella Gallagher sends her children to an all-white school. That's what was happening. She does it for a crowd sometimes numbering in the teens.
A crowd of 4 people.
Crowd of 4 people, 4 other knife-throwing families, all on a compound.
Why did he use that voice back in the day? Like,
the transatlantic.
Yeah, that is like the transatlantic accent.
It was supposed to be like a mix of everything, so people could hear it clearly. And
oh, really?
It's like a put-on accent. Like nobody sounded like that.
Right. But I always thought it was some sort of like microphone limitation. Either that was always my guess. Like maybe the mics weren't as good, or it couldn't get picked up. But you say it's because British people and American could all understand it well.
Yeah, the transatlantic accent.
It
was like a.
Look at that clip.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. Not everybody's qualified.
I've seen this.
Knives at people.
Is this guy gonna get knifed? I don't want to see this. Oh fuck! If that guy hadn't moved.
Kyle linked a video. It's on Reddit, and the knife. It's gonna go like between the guy's eyes, and he dodges it, and then the knife is right where his head used to be.
And then the dude throws another fucking knife, like that last one didn't almost kill him.
Yeah, and the guy who's having the knives thrown him is like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "Oh shit!" He looks very upset.
Yeah. Where is that happening? Somewhere in South America?
It's on some stage in Vegas, probably, or something. Everybody does that trick.
It's evergreen.
If you Google knife thrower accidentally hits, Google will help you out with the rest. I promise.
Yeah.
Like it's happened plenty of times.
I mean, I wouldn't put my daughters on the stage and throw knives at them. Maybe I'm just a different.
That's where we're different. I'd put
You're a puss.
Man, a different time indeed. what a bizarre, like that. I feel like I'd be such a stick in the mud if I was back there. It's like that. So like someone's birthday party, and I would be like the annoying.
Oh, what are we doing?
I'd be like, hey guys, come on, can't we just enjoy the cake? A little.
Come on, honey. You like grab the kid. What are you fucking doing? You can't throw knives at her.
She's probably on amphetamines as well. Like that would track with the times.
Oh, yeah. At the time, they'd be like, this pinko doesn't want me throwing knives at my American daughter.
Yeah, like housewife drugs, the amphetamines or whatever it was.
Yeah, he's hysterical. Finger his ass. That's what they used to do to women. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were hysterical.
They get one of them steam-powered
vibrators
out.
No, they went to Dr. Feelgood, and then he would put like an industrial vibrator in them.
Steam-powered. Like they'd have to shove a little bit of coal in that goddamn thing. Oh, that reminds me.
Hysteria.
I was at the like around 1910, I think, in that era, the British were trying to come up with a new submarine, and it needed to do 20 knots one on the surface to keep up with the rest of the fleet. That was like one of the requirements that they had as they were having these things built. And they're like, "Oh, we got that, no problem." Like, really? How have you gotten the diesel engines to get you such speed? And they're like, diesel? They made coal steam powered submarines in the early 1900s. You can imagine it didn't go well. It didn't go well at all. Like it was the K-class submarines, the British K-class submarines. I watched a whole documentary about, all the men who died.
Yeah.
It had a crush depth of 200 feet. It was also 200 feet long, which meant that the front could be out of water and the bottom could be about to explode.
Oh, so you just ejected like toothpaste.
And when was this?
Like early 1900s, like 1910, 1915. Like there was this apparently incredibly complex sequence of valves that had to be opened and or closed to surface and descend. And just so often someone wouldn't close one as they went down. And also you have the problem that you have a steam engine inside your submarine that's also full of 50,
where's the air come
dudes.
from?
Well, they run the steam engine on the surface, and but you still have boilers that are giant vats of boiling water that are making the inside a humid, burning hot mess. And occasionally when you have an accident, someone gets neutralized with hyper pressurized super steam that just melts them into nothingness. But they run batteries when they're under the water.
I saw it. It looked like it was the first military submarine ever. It was using the Civil War, and I don't know how it was powered.
Like this.
Really?
Yeah.
They did it by hand?
I know by hand. It's either 3 or 4 guys were in this in the back of the cylinder, and they had a crankshaft that they were rotating like this that turned a propeller in the back.
That's genius.
That sucks. That's a shit job.
It was.
And that's why the South lost.
The year was 18.
It was hot.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it was.
I doubt it was that hot. They're underwater.
I bet it's.
I just mean you're next to a bunch of sweaty guys.
But
in
there's
a
that
tiny
engine.
cavern.
Yeah, but we're
and they all
huffing and
died.
puffing in there. Yeah,
They're wearing wool.
It was an unsuccessful mission.
Yeah, it's a shame. Well, maybe better luck next time.
So wait,
I want to see that movie, the Civil War movie. That looks like
Me
that'll be
too.
good. Yeah, I want to see that. I've tried to avoid any spoilers from the previews and stuff, but there's that one clip of he's not Fat Damon anymore because he got on Ozempic. So like Meth Damon, I'll call him from Breaking Bad. He's like a I don't know, military U.S. Army man who's maybe on the Confederate side or whatever it's called, and he comes upon like the 2 characters, and they're like, "We're Americans," and he's like, "What kind of Americans?" And I was like, "Ooh, I like that. I like that. I would have watched this."
They're in a war.
Kevin Costner came out with a new movie. It must be released soon because it was shown at the Cannes Film Festival.
38 million of his own money in that shit.
It has bad reviews. Terrible reviews. Yeah. I haven't seen it. I don't have my own review, but I know everyone was shitting on it. I don't think there were any good reviews.
I heard it got to the thing at Cannes is all the movies get like, a 10-minute standing ovation. I'm like, you cock-sucking, pretentious pieces of shit. You stood for 10 minutes and clapped your hands. Like, why don't we just get a 5-star system and everybody vote? What are we doing?
Just blow him already.
Yeah, I heard it got some long ovation. Then he cried with
7 minute. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I heard that too.
Cried.
And then the reviews came out, and all those people that clapped didn't actually like it.
Yeah,
I don't think I'd clap for 7 minutes for like a surgeon that saved my life. Like, like after 40 seconds, I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna get here.
Did he direct it?
Did he?
I don't know.
Fun, direct, and star in it.
I don't know, but I'll say this: he's directed a few movies. I don't know if he directed Dances with Wolves. Obviously, that's his masterpiece. It won all the Academy Awards, and it's really good. I can't rewatch it because it's so goddamn sad. I haven't watched it since I was a kid, but I know how it goes. There's two moments that like make me really sad. But then he did The Postman and Waterworld, and those have mixed reviews. Those are
I love Waterworld.
He financed
like
it,
it
he
too.
produced it, he directed it, and he co-wrote it.
Damn.
Well, leaving nothing to chance.
It hasn't.
He's setting up the lighting over there.
He did
He's in
fucking
charge of
everything.
craft
He's
services.
so
He's like a YouTuber.
He's doing his co-star's makeup. Oh, you got a little.
Oh my god.
That's funny.
Bounce.
It has an 8.5 on IMDb,
How?
but a 30% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Can you see it? Is it
what's
out?
the viewer rating, not the pro rating?
I don't see a viewer rating on Rotten Tomatoes.
Usually that's the one I look at more.
Same.
Yeah. I need to go and add a bunch of stuff to our Plex because I would like some of these Oscar contenders or these movies that are coming out at Cannes. If we can get any of those, I'd like to watch them because I keep hearing good stuff about various movies. I saw that. Is it Zendaya or Zendaya?
It don't
I
matter.
don't know. Either works.
I saw that her tennis movie was on Plex, the one where she's getting like Eiffel Towered by those two white dudes.
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I could have guessed white when you said tennis movie.
yeah. She's like, she's like they're underperforming, so she uses her pussy to motivate them or something like that. But I think I don't think she gets nude, but her scenes are already on Reddit. You can just go to Reddit if you want to get to the
That's all
bottom
I
of
need,
things, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I won't be doing that in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Big
All
fan.
right. You guys want to call it a show?
I think
Yep.
so.
Yep. I think it's time.
Caleb Oompaville on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us. That was fun. Everyone
Thank you
check out
indeed.
Caleb's stuff. Watch all
I
of it.
appreciate it. Thanks
It's
for
high
coming
quality,
on.
high quality
honestly.
shit. And check out
Yeah.
his Sour Boys candy.
All right.
Thank you.
And Travis Tritt Jr.
Absolutely, yeah. More so check out the Trits.
The
Trit
Trits.
family.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Tritt family.
What's your favorite
Tell 'em
Travis Tritt
Caleb
song?
sent you.
I would say Where Corn Don't Grow, but it isn't
Ooh,
his
that's a good
song,
one.
but his version of it. I like it.
I always liked Here's a Quarter, Call Someone Who Cares.
That's a good one too. Yeah.
All right. That's
That's a good
enough
one.
of that.
PKA 701.
Well, I thought